Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go. Show me that I'm live. Show me. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle on here, and welcome back to each and every one of you. Of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube for the first time, remember to hit that like button and also click the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. Every single time, without fail. We, of course, have quite a busy show for you. It is Thursday, I think. It is Thursday, the 5th of May. The 5th of May. And we've got quite a lot that we need to discuss. Activision has lost its fucking mind. You have the NFT market that's losing its mind that we're going to be reacting to. Got some Amber Heard and Johnny Depp stuff that we have to react to. It's nuts. It is absolutely nuts. There's so much going on in the world. And, yeah, I don't know if we'll have time to get through all of it, but we are going to try our best, you know? And then we also have to free Mhigo, which might actually be the most important of them all here. May actually be the most important thing. Let me just fix this a little bit. I have so much shit that I still have to react to. We've reacted to that. We've reacted to that. Evans, how you doing, brother? Hope you all's rested well. Dude, I cannot complain. I cannot complain. No. That's not what I wanted to do. Fuck. I'm literally, like, just going through all the videos that I have here to make sure that I've got all of those lined up. Lunari, how you doing? Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Very happy to have you guys here. Oh, my God. Nico Spider, how you doing? In need of more React content? I've got a shit ton that I already have to react to, but I can always use more React content, of course. I mean, we're never going to have enough content to react to. It is easy content. Voicey TV, how you doing? Space Knight, how you doing? I can't complain. I just got home from the gym. I'm tired. Stage 8 load shedding incoming? No, thank God not. Not yet, at least. Unless I missed something. I don't think so. They did say that it might, so we were warned. Yesterday, I think, by the Minister of Public Enterprises, that stage 8 load shedding isn't off the table. It's definitely something that might happen this winter. So that's gonna be interesting to say the fucking least. Stage 8 is horrible. Stage 8 is like 12 hours a day of no electricity. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, you know. Gameplay, how you doing, bro? My vape melted yesterday and I can brand during charging. Could have easily set my house on fire if I wasn't there. Jesus, Gameplay. Wait, but do you charge your vape? Because I don't charge my vape. I have batteries that I charge. The vape just has the batteries in there. And I never charge the vape. Have you done the How to Defend from FF14 fans, part 1? It's 1 minute long, part 2 and 3 of spoilers. I have not, no. You charge your vape, it's in a container. I don't know anything about vapes. I just know how to smoke them. Smoke hookah, used to burning shit. I just know how to smoke them, so I don't know what that brand is. Gameplay. But yeah, I don't charge my vape specifically. I charge the batteries. And they're pretty much always on charge. Like, I have 4 batteries, so 2 is on charge, 2 is in the vape, and then I just swap them out whenever I need new ones. But dude, that is surreal. But that's the truth. Like, that can happen to anything, right? That can happen to anything. Anything that has anything to do with electricity, that can happen. I wonder how, though. Do you think it's like something that was bad with the vape mod? Because surely it should have, like, some kind of fail-safe against crap like that happening. Wouldn't a real DJing vape, Mikey? At a cell phone that exploded while charging? Jesus. I'm going to be doing the final quest for main storyline Stormblood tonight. Oh, this is going to be epic. I can't wait till you get there. We should be getting there tonight or maybe tomorrow. Wait, what time is my power off tomorrow? Because that's going to determine a lot. What time do we have load shedding tomorrow? Hold up. I'm looking. 10 o'clock to 12:30 in the morning. So you guys won't need to worry about that. That's just me that's going to be without power for those a few hours. Wizzy Flu, how you doing? Solo Surfer, how you doing, brother? No, I don't vape, and I'm degen as fuck. You're not that degen if you don't vape, Mike. Everyone knows that degens vape. Degens vape and suck cock. That's what degens do, bro. You might be the one sucking the cock, but if you're not vaping, then you're really like degen light. You know, I'm incredibly hyped for post MSQ and Shadowbringers General. Well, we will get there. Wizzy Flu, you bastard. Thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. Wizzy Flu, thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate it. Have you reacted to all FF cinematics yet? Or do you do them? I do them when we move to the next one. So I don't do them one after the other. Well, I value my lungs too, which is why I vape, Mike. Better than smoking. Fuck you, Mike. I'm hyped for the story of Shadowbringers as well, because everyone keeps telling me it's like one of the best stories ever. So I am looking forward to seeing that story. Definitely. That was sexy, lol. Oh my god. Next hobo dick, sucking Wayne. As soon as I get angry. Like, I only suck hobo dick when I'm fucking raging, bro. That's how it works. That's so fucking hot. Never mind. I'm going to leave that there for a while to chill out, because that is stupidly hot. Wait, what the hell is going on? Hold up. Something's broken. It's broken, I tell you. It's fucking broken. I join and the first thing I see is Ack flipping the bird. This chat is amazing. That was specifically for Mike. Like, the rest of you can keep that in your pocket as well for whenever you're being a fucking schizo. But that was specifically for Mike. I do value my organs. That's why I drink a lot of alcohol, training to be better. Well, yeah. You know, my lungs is stronger than Mike's lungs because I actually give it something to fucking work for. Everyone knows that muscles get stronger as they work. That's just the truth. What battery safety and overheating feature does this vaporizer have? The Sensus is equipped with a full range of integrated safety protections you'd expect from Inakin. Overheat protection, charging protection, short circuit protection, high resistance protection, cutoff protection, and over discharge protection. That was from Inakin website, so nothing is 100% fail-safe. No, obviously. Anything can happen. I don't know what the fuck this is. I can't tell you. The vape brand is Voopoo. I don't know if that's good or bad. I have no idea. I don't know, dude. I don't really pay attention to shit like that. But now that you've told me this, I'm probably going to move my fucking vape batteries out of my room. I don't want these vape batteries exploding near my PC. That'd be horrible. That'd be absolutely shite. All right, you guys know the drill, right? We're going to hang out for a bit, have some coffee, chat a little bit, and then I have some news that we have to cover. Activision is being complete morons. We have to discuss that. That's going to be funny as shit, because apparently they have reasons why Call of Duty has failed, and those reasons you will not believe. And then we have some NFT news that we have to look at. So there's a lot to go through. I was in shock the whole day. I mean, things can happen. It's why we call them accidents, right? Chris Cutsy, how you doing, brother? Bobby back on Blast. Dude, this... You will never guess what Activision blames for the failure of Call of Duty. This is gold. It's absolute gold. Being stupid, shock Pikachu face, pretty much, right? Is it perhaps our fault that it failed? No, nothing so easy. No, they dug deep for this one. Local vape shop today. I need to find a new vape shop because the one I have now is shit. Us, double shock Pikachu face. As a competitive COD fan, they totally ate it alive with Warzone. Wait, you think Call of Duty failed because of Warzone? I don't think that. I don't think that's true. What clip is this? Next hobo dick sucking Wayne. As soon as I get angry, like I only suck hobo dick when I'm fucking raging, bro. Next hobo dick sucking Wayne. As soon as I get angry,
I'll share it. I'll share it.
I only suck hobo.
I'll put this on the subreddit. Why not?
And maybe we'll tweet this out as well. Why not? You know, greet CDJ. How you doing, bro? And we'll tweet it out as well, just for good measure. All right, there we go. Bro, I'm tempted to just say fuck all the news. Let's just play FF14. I'm so interested in seeing where the story goes. You have no idea. I've been sitting here the whole day thinking, wait, should I not just fucking play FF14 and just see where the story goes? Balti, how you doing? Sweets, I can't. I have to cover this. This just has to be done. It's part of the business. We have to take care of business first. First we get paid, right? And then we go get that dick. Knackered, been cleaning out the attic. Gonna be moving in the next few months. Dude, we literally today made an offer to purchase on a house. Me and my brothers. I'm stressed as fuck. I don't think I want the responsibility of owning property, but we made an offer to purchase, so we'll see. Wins, how you doing, bro? Sweets, how you doing? The place we're purchasing, though, or looking to purchase, is actually fucking gorgeous, though, right? It is absolutely gorgeous. Let me see if I can show you guys. It's like one of the biggest tourist towns in South Africa. It's a town, by the way. It's very small. There's like less than 14,000 people living there. It has one of the most famous churches, I think, in the world almost. Definitely the most famous church in South Africa. No, I'm not buying a town. I'm buying a property in a town. But so look at this, right? So that is the town. Those are the mountains. But basically, there's mountains on both sides of the town. This entire town is sort of built between like mountains and shit. That's the church. That's the picture of the church. This is like the third oldest town in South Africa as well. There's a proper picture of the church. It's like stupidly old, and like tourists go there all the fucking time. Between mountains is nice. Between shit, not so much. Trying to see. Here you go. Another picture of Swellendam. Trying to see. Here's another picture of Swellendam. To visit old churches. I think it's just historically, you know, it's an historic venture, as it were. So it's a small town. It does have fiber. It's actually one of the reasons we might go there. Back at a minute, you're getting a new place. Yes, we're buying a place. Well, we placed an offer to buy a place. Don't know if we'll get it. If we do get it, obviously, then yes, I am moving. But this is sort of in the heartland of farming country. It's all farming country. The butchers, I think there's one butchery in town, and all of the meat comes from the area around it. still... Yes, this area still load shades, of course. The internet is fiber. It has fiber internet, and the reason it has fiber internet is this is one of the most visited places in South Africa by tourists everywhere. So tourists come to this place in droves, I guess, because of the beauty, because of shit like this. Mountain passes and equestrian pathways, the farming world, as it were. So yeah, tourists come here often. Mhigo, I don't know what to tell you. From like I think 50% of their entire income comes from farming, from tourism. The rest is farming. It's a very wet place, and the properties are fucking huge, like absolutely humongous. So the house that we've done, the house that we've sort of put an offer to purchase in on, is 1,000 square meters, right? Over 1,000 square meters, actually. The entirety of the property. It's a 3-bedroom house. It's got like 2 living rooms. It's like a massive, massive fucking house. And it is in price. How much is it? Hold up. The offer we made for it is 2.2 million. I think it's at round $2. I think it's 2.2 million. Yeah, it's 138,000 US dollars for the house. No, it wouldn't be that. That's wrong. How many fucking zeros do I have in there? Oh, no, that's fine. 2.2 million. Why is that weird? Something's weird there. Take that offer. They're crazy. Wins. Thanks for the gifted subs. I'd really appreciate that. 6 of them, you bastard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude, my brain is fried. Is this 2.2 million that I wrote there? Or is that 22 million? No, that's 2.2 million, right? Yeah, 2.2 million. Pretty fucking sure, right? In the States, wouldn't get you even close to that. Yeah, so this is $140,000, basically. For a second there, I'm looking at this number and I'm thinking, is that 2.2? It feels like that could be 22 million. My brain's just going, something's wrong. What's wrong with these numbers? But that's because I always Google dollar to rand, not rand to dollar. So it's very weird whenever I look at the opposite. So my brain was just going, something is so fucking wrong here. That number is supposed to be larger than that number. For a second, my brain was just going, how can the bottom number be smaller than the fucking top number? This is not right. $148 is enough for a decent house. But in the States, you can. Most houses go for 1.2 to 1.8. But like I said, this is a small town. It's about 14,000 people that live there. So it's nowhere near. It's literally barely a fucking town. That's the beauty of this. It is very rural. The living is still very rural. It's extremely safe. And if stuff were to happen, you're not in the cities where shit is gonna go wrong first. That's it. I'm moving to South Africa with that exchange rate. I'm in California. I just bought a shanty for 500,000. Jesus, you could buy a fucking mansion for 500,000, bro. Like McDonald in South Africa, you could buy yourself a mansion. If you're working remotely, move to South Africa. Get yourself a proper fucking house. In the mountains would cost around that much. It's like my brother when they went there. So they went to go look on a Saturday. They went to go look at a bunch of houses. And my brother actually said when they drove into town, it was like quiet as shit. You have the church on this side, and just opposite the church almost the entire town have gathered for the fair. Like every Saturday, they have like all the farmers come in and sell their produce, and people sit there having coffee, and the kids go on rides and shit. It's like that kind of town. There needs to be an NFT of Echo. Did you see New York is suing Blizzard now? Yes, we're going to be talking about that as well. 400k UK prices are stupid. Wish it was as easy as move away. Dude, I don't know if we'll get this, obviously. Apparently it rains a lot here as well. But yeah, I don't know if we'll get this because the lady wants 2.6 million. We put in an offer to purchase for 2.2. So it's a bit lower than what she wanted. But, you know, I'm not willing to pay 2.6 for a house in the fucking countryside. Because 2.6, I can get like a proper house in the city. So yeah. But I'll keep you guys apprised of what happens and how it happens. For 140k converted to UK pounds, you might be able to get an apartment in a crime-plagued backwater, but nothing nice. Yeah, but that's why I wouldn't buy a property in the UK. Properties, like, my brother and I were talking about this literally just the other day. It feels like properties, like, we've lost track of, what's it called? It feels like we've lost track of true value, or what value is supposed to be. Like, even at 2.6 million rand, if you look at the house, is that truly what is that truly its worth? Like, if you really looked at the worth of a property and you removed any sort of sentimental value of the property, could you justify the prices of property in the world today? I mean, we're in the middle of like massive things going wrong here. The newest generations like will never be able to afford a home. Especially in first world countries. If you are literally just now finishing school, or maybe just now finishing college, if you're under 30, you're fucked. You will not buy a house in this new economy. Because house prices are just soaring. So the question becomes, what the hell happened to our sense of value? Why is it that properties are this fucking expensive now and just going up? Because property doesn't go down often. Something big has to happen for property to come down. You can get a place for that cost in my city, but it's not going to be nice. But you can live there, and I live in the most affordable city in the US, supposedly. But some areas that will get you only an empty piece of land. The prices are the biggest scam artists out there. How can something fluctuate that much? This happened in the 80s. Well, yeah, I think we've lost control. I think we've completely lost control of the markets. Markets are overvalued, and that means they're going to come crashing down at some point, and when they do, a lot of people are going to be very unhappy. I'm fucked. I am in the age range, unfortunately. I'm under 30. That is sad, bro. Yeah, in the UK, there was a study that the next generation of kids won't leave home till they are closer to 30. Me and my husband gave up on trying to get a house years ago. We'll probably inherit a house from his grandparents before we can afford one. Activision is losing more players even after Dragonflight announcement? No. That's not what this news is about that we're going to be covering later today. No. Nothing that extreme yet, at least. Kaki Capra, how you doing, bro? I don't know. I feel like everything in the world is just getting out of hand. You know, you have mobile phones now going for $1,000 a phone. Yeah, and that's a few years ago. We're not even talking about when price gouging started and stocks were limited. We're talking about like just before the pandemic started. A new mobile phone, the flagships, would cost you $1,000. If you broke down everything that goes into that mobile phone, so you took every single piece of metal, mineral, everything, including the production cost of the phone, do you think that phone is actually worth $1,000? Like, if you broke everything down to its bare components, including the software, everything, Do you think the phone is worth $1,000? I can just get a new camera. The video quality is significantly better. We do have a new camera, yes. But Nixie, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It feels like we've lost contact with reality. As a people, I'm not just talking about companies, because the thing is, companies can't just charge whatever they want. Companies can only charge what people are willing to pay. The fact that people are willing to pay $1,000 for a new iPhone is what worries me. It means that we as people have lost the ability to look at something and say, that's not its value. I will not fucking pay for that. Because guaranteed, if the new iPhone launched and it was $1,000 and no one bought it, within a week, that price would be down. Like within a week, they would lower the price to $700 or $800 or $600 because they want people to actually buy the fucking thing. The fact that they're selling it at $1,000 is because they know that people will buy it at $1,000. We can do the exact same. So right now, the economy is a bit weird because, you know, I don't know if you guys saw that picture of all the ships that is currently waiting to dock in China due to China's insane COVID policy. The world is basically being bottlenecked in China right now. They bring out a new iPhone and it's hardly upgraded, yet it's $200 more, and yet we pay for it. And yet people pay for it. I don't. The phone that I got here was exactly $220. Exactly. Wow. I'm giving you a price range and I'm saying it's exactly. I think it was like $220. The reason I don't know is I can't remember what the exchange rate was at the time. But right now, for the exchange rate, it would be $200 for this phone. That's what I paid for this. It's an A31, I think, Samsung. It has a camera. It can call people. I can write messages on it. I'm happy. Look, yeah, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. If you're from Russia, how the fuck are you chatting? Isn't the world currently pretending like Russia doesn't exist? Anyways, we don't really give a fuck here. You can be wherever the fuck you want. Like, you're not Putin, so it's all good. To be fair, I don't even care. If it was Putin, I wouldn't give a shit. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've had Samsung S6 for 8-ish years. I had to buy a new phone just because that Samsung died. Shit. We are free here too, Akko? Free where, too bored? Russia, not heard of it. Of course you don't care. I'm still here. Well, Kakikapro, but you are the bad kind of Russian. Because I'm pretty sure you're friends with Putin. Like, Kaki is like proper Russian, by the way, guys. Like proper KGB Russian. Just know that. He's actually here to steal all your information. I've had this away for like 6 years too. Absolutely no issues. You forgot about that part? Kaki Cup Pro. How would I forget? I still use iPhone 6 with half-broken screen, even though I have money to buy a new one. I don't need it. Neither do I understand necessity to pay $1,000 for that. Errol, that's a good mindset to have. I think that's why the OnePlus brand is so popular. It was the same or even better than the Samsung Galaxy Note series. Dude, I bought the new Apple Watch for Christmas because I used that mainly and not a phone, and it was $529 USD to get it with Sal. Bro. Shit is too fucking expensive, bro. Like, things are too expensive. We can't keep going like this. Because we are ruining things. So, the other day, I started almost fucking crying when my brother... my uncle and my dad were telling us about when they left school. So, just listen to this. My uncle leaves school. Yeah, he's done with school. He's finished school. High school. He gets a job. He doesn't go to college. He gets a job at a mine. Working as an apprentice to the apprentice of the fitters. right? So the people that sort of build the pipes and the machines and fix the machines and stuff. He's still a fucking apprentice. With his first salary, so the first month that he gets paid, he buys himself a brand new motorcycle. Brand new. He buys that with his money, and he still has more than enough money to pay his rent and all the rest of it. He then, 3 or 4 months later, make an offer to buy a house, and he buys a house with his salary. This is an apprentice to the apprentice salary, right? He buys himself a house. Granted, not a great house, but it was a house that he could buy. They were living like fucking kings straight out of college. Today, you leave college and you're basically fucked for at least the next 10 years as you work your way up, and hopefully you eventually land in a good job that you can, afford to buy something. That's it. That's what I'm saying. We've built an economy that is unsustainable in every sense of the word. When people get to a point where they can see no way out, so when the gap between the rich and the poor have reached the point where the poor no longer see a way out. So if you leave school or college and you know that you're never going to be able to afford a home, right? Because your salary is not going to go up faster than what the housing prices are going up for. So you're basically fucked no matter what you do. Yeah. You know that you're never really going to be in a position where you can retire because, again, things are getting expensive faster than what your salary is going up. The natural outcome of this is civil war. It's people waging war because, well, what are you going to do? I don't know what, but we've built a time bomb that is just waiting to fucking go off, bro. It's easy to find a job in Russia without education. I worked from age of 15 in the largest shopping center in Europe for 3 years. I mean, I think it's easy to find a job anywhere in the world. The difference is just a lot of jobs people don't want to do, which is, of course, that person's problem. Like, if you don't have a job and you need to eat, then get a fucking job, right? And it doesn't matter what that job is. But these days, kids are being brought up with this idea of everyone should be in suits and have a career, which is also a problem. But, that's a whole different problem. Welcome, because my GF and I split bills. Wouldn't be able to survive on just my pay alone. This late stage capitalism stuff is bullshit. Ninja Bears, you're gonna fucking trigger me again. Are you trying to trigger me, Ninja Bears? How attractive would she have to be for you to go for a woman who is into satanic rituals and shit? Asking for a friend. Theb, MJ, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. She would have to be at least an 11 out of a 10. Not because I have anything against Satanism. I mean, anyone has the right to believe in bullshit if they want. But if you're gonna believe in if you think that your rituals is gonna achieve something, I mean that to me would be a genuine red flag. But I mean, like any religion, really, probably wouldn't bother me, depending on what satanic rituals you're referring to. If you're talking about just lighting a bunch of candles, standing in a circle and chanting shit, yeah, go for it. Do whatever the fuck you need to do, right? There are crazier religions out there. But if you're saying sacrificing humans or some shit, then, the attractiveness scale would be off the fucking charts. Slept with a satanic girl, they're good in bed, bro, go for it. What makes you think that satanic girls would be better in bed than non-satanic girls, though? Kake up, bro. Andrew, how you doing, bro? Everyone wants to be a streamer and influencer. Alban, how you doing? Everyone wants to, but no one really wants to. People want what they think being a content creator and influencer is all about. I hate the word influencer, though. Like, seriously fucking despise that word. But everyone wants to be what they think that means. But no one actually wants to be it. Because being it is not actually easy. It's actually a shit ton of work. Anna, how you doing? Oh yes, nothing like having sexy upside down in a leather harness covered in goat blood and chanting in Latin. Always the thrill to be the next sacrifice. Yeah, but that would be my problem. I don't want to be a sacrifice. I like living. You're an influencer because viewers are sheep. I like to believe that my viewers aren't cheap. I like to believe that my viewers are the exception, not the fucking rule. But then again, I've seen some of your fucking arguments here, so maybe I'm completely wrong. Biggest problem is 1 to 5% of people in the world are hyper-successful individuals that have shit tons of money, and scale is getting bigger and bigger, where poor will be even in worse situation in future. That's why I hate everything about crypto and NFTs. Rich people are getting richer because everybody invests in that. I mean, just look at Elon Musk and what he did with meme Dogecoin. Dude, it's not Elon Musk's fault that people fell for Dogecoin. It's the people that fell for its fault. Like, look, if someone else is making money off of other people's stupidity, I'm not blaming the person that is making fucking money. Like, yo, pretty much, yes. Can confirm, I am sheep. Be beat, motherfucker. Alakalon, how was gym? If you went there, yes, I just got home from the gym actually, like half an hour before we went live. We did 1 rep max deadlifts today, so my hands are fucking sore, and my ass is sore as well. But it was fun. It was good fun actually. There was a goal. Oh my god, dude! There was a girl who was literally exercising just in front of us. Bro, her ass makes you want to cry. This girl had one of the greatest asses I've ever seen in my life, dude. It is fucking a piece of art, is what it was. A piece of art. Me and my brother, we were literally just standing there going, what the fuck? What the fuck? How is that even possible? Like, how is it even possible that an ass can be that perfect, dude? It's like it doesn't move. It doesn't move while she's exercising. That ass is just sitting there, just boop, just fucking perfect, dude. It's like, oh my god. Goes to work out, have the best ass. True. I'm gonna do squats. Squats. We're doing squats Saturday. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow is bench press 1 rep max, and then day after is squat 1 rep max. Hands and ass. I think you were doing it wrong. But oh my god. And just behind us was an Asian girl, also sexy as shit. Also so fucking hot. But not the same kind of ass. Excuse me, lady. I feel inclined to inform you that thy ass is a piece of art. I don't know how many attractive people lived in my town until I started going to the gym. Dude, it's surreal. It's an eye-opener. It's an eye-opener when you go to the gym and you're like, holy shit. When I come on my way to work, happy to catch you before. Ace, how you doing, brother? Very happy to have you here, man. Very happy to have all of you here. Am I drinking what? I'm drinking coffee, and I have water here as well. If you're asking whether or not I drink alcohol, the answer is no. To everyone, while you are super fucking dudes. Blasphemous Crow, how you doing, brother? News time? Soon. Soon. Just waiting for everyone to get settled in, you know? I'll entertain you guys with a few more stories, and then we'll get into the news. Get off work now. How's the drinking water in SA? Econ, I mean, it's drinkable. I just don't drink water from the tap. I prefer like filtered water. So we have a bunch of shops all around that sell water. So we just get these giant fucking canisters of water that we fill up like once a week, once every 2 weeks. We fill up like 3 canisters with water, and then that's the drinking water. I mean, I could buy a filter for the house and install it. That way the house is just always has clean water, but I'll probably do that if we buy a house. I won't do it now. Dude, the thing I'm looking forward to most whenever we do buy a house is being able to finally make a proper studio. I live in England, but I have to use a Brita filter because how fucking high the lime content is in it. Yeah, we don't have any issues like that. Like, the water just from the tap can be drank. It's fine. It's just, it has a weird taste because of all the fucking chlorine and shit that they use in order to kill the germs. So that's why we don't really, like, I don't like the taste of it. I prefer to drink clean water. I don't even drink the tap anymore usually. All about the Brita life. City water is icky unless it's late at night and I'm chugging water from the sink before going back to bed. Even then, I always have this bottle next to my bed. Like, this bottle is next to my bed all the time. So if I do wake up, which is very rare, but if I do wake up in the middle of the night, I'll just have a sip of this. But that's stupidly rare. I don't wake up usually. I sleep literally. I sleep through every night. I don't wake up to piss. I don't wake up for anything. I'm spoiled being Swedish. Our tap water is amazing. Yeah, but don't you guys have like a crazy amount of water anyways in Sweden? No, we have places here that clean the water. So, drink that instead. My cat is an asshole and always spills, knocks over any cups, bottles by my bed. Can't keep hydrated because of that little bastard. Then just throw the cat away. Like, do you need to ask yourself, do you really need a cat? That's like the biggest question you have to ask yourself. Does one need a cat? Like, I can understand why someone would have a dog, because dogs can keep you safe. But cats really is just a walking expense. You could lose the cat. Go see the new Doctor Strange movie. I don't see movies. Ever. I haven't been in a cinema in, what can only be described probably as over a decade, more than a decade. No, actually, the last time I went to the movies, what was the first 3D Pirates of the Caribbean? Was that number 3? Because that's the last movie I saw in the theater. I think it was number 3 or some shit like that. Yeah, it was like Pirates of the Caribbean 3D. My friends wanted to go see it when we were in college. So I was like, okay, fine, we'll go fucking watch it in 3D. Horrible experience. Because you have to sit there with weird glasses, but you're wearing glasses, so how the fuck are you supposed to have the glasses on when you're wearing glasses? It was just a horrible experience. Going to pick up pizza on Mother's Day gift, BRB. Bri, I'll see you in a bit, bro. Last time was in 2017. Logan, I think. No, I can't remember what movie it was, but it was long ago. It's more than a decade now. I don't go to the movies. I find it incredibly tedious. It is far more fun to chill in bed and watch a movie, or sit in front of my PC like now, watch a movie here, Far more fun. Why the fuck would I watch a movie in the theater when I can just watch it in the comfort of my own fucking home? Mission of Pirates wasn't optimized for 3D. This one was. I remember because the boat came out of the screen and my friends were like, oh my God, did you see the boat coming out of the screen? And I was sitting there with my glasses on, these ones, going, no, I didn't see it. Because I'm not taking my glasses off to watch the fucking movie in 3D. So I remember it vividly. What do you mean, you putz? How the fuck am I supposed to watch a movie with glasses on when I need to remove my glasses to watch the movie? That makes no sense. Nice watching you again. Love your content. Keep it up. Nathaniel, how you doing, brother? I get bad anxiety in theater, so yeah, movies at home, far better option. It's not anxiety for me. It's why? Why do people go to a theater to watch movies when you can watch it at home? Like, the reason I go outside is for things that I can't do at home, or for things that would be too much effort at home. But a movie is an effort at home. So I don't really care for movies. You wear the 3D glasses in front of your normal glasses? No, that would be very horrible. Just not good in my opinion. I'm with you there, Andy. I feel like 3D movies is the most niche, gimmicky bullshit ever. Because any movie that is made for 3D, you can already know the story is most likely going to fucking blow ass. Because what they're focusing on is how cool they can make the 3D effects look in the theater, rather than just focusing on making a decent fucking film. .3D films or NFTs of the film industry? Pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Because at home, someone will interrupt. Omi, who is interrupting you at home? Toshak, how you doing, bro? Alp and I have seen the WoW movie. Got triggered like everyone else by the WoW movie. Yes. I am well aware of everything about the WoW movie. It was a good movie. It was just not a great movie. And it was a horrible World of Warcraft movie. And like movie theaters back in the school days when I went with the girls. Well, back in the day when you were in school, theater had a very different thing. The cinema wasn't really about the movie. You would get yourself a nice little place right at the back of the cinema, and you and the girl would basically miss the entire movie. I remember those days, and I do enjoy those days. Those were the days that cinema was good. Nowadays, not so much, because you have your own house now. So you don't need to find like fucking dark corners to actually be alone with someone. You can just do it at home. The sound and the atmosphere sometimes makes movies better in the cinema. Not really. How is that a boomer thing? Are you telling me kids today no longer go to the cinema to make out? Fucking bullshit. Bullshit. Teenagers still go to the cinema today to make out. Absolutely. Kimika, how you doing? I sleep over the whole fucking movies when I go with school. They Netflix and chill, bro. Dude, a teenager cannot Netflix and chill. How is a teenager gonna Netflix and chill? What, at home with their parents there? Well, good luck doing anything naughty with your parents literally just in the room next door. Bullshit. The whole point of this was to be alone. Get mom and dad to go to the movies instead. Yeah, you probably do that as well. Nobody fucks in theater. I'm also sad. No one ever fucked in theater. So what are you saying? We're not talking about fucking, right? People never fucked in the theater. People just made out in the theater. If you wanted to fuck, you would go to the drive-in, and drive-in was before my time. By the time I reached the point of wanting to fuck, all drive-ins were closed. The only way you can get a drive-in now is at the malls in South Africa. They'll oftentimes have these giant drive-ins on the roof that is sort of trying to bring back the old era of things, but, you know, not really. It's more a nostalgic thing. And you waste money and don't get anything out of the movie. So you're still getting to make out. Making out with girls on the side of the theater. Oh, you kids, I love Jurassic Park. You did not. Dude, if Jurassic Park was real, I would be so fucking into that. Like, imagine living with dinosaurs, bro. Like, that would be life. Like, the girls was like, hey, let's go watch this movie. And I'm like, why? It's shit. She just said, trust me. And it was a good movie, wasn't it, Evans? It was a good movie. Speak for yourself, Akko. People absolutely fuck in the theater. Dude, why would you fuck in the theater? It would be incredibly uncomfortable to fuck in the theater. Lord, how you doing, brother? So many people in. No, fuck dinos. Why fuck dinos? Like, dude, if dinosaurs were real, how cool would it be? Don't tell me you guys wouldn't go to Jurassic Park if it was real. If there was an actual park with actual dinosaurs, every single one of us would be going. Like, 100% you would be going, don't fucking lie. Who doesn't want to see a Tyrannosaurus Rex in real life? Sideways, do you have sex in the theater? That's only if you're... But then you would have to go watch a very bad film where you kind of know that no one is going to be in the theater. No, I've seen the movie. Dude, by that logic, you shouldn't be going anywhere. Like, specifically not to cabins by the lake. Andy, there is actually cinemas in South Africa where the seats completely recline. So you can literally lie down. Like, all the seats are like twos. It's like two seats next to each other. And then it has its own little table in the middle where you can put all your shit. And the seats completely recline. So you could lie on your side in those. But, you know, that is, again, you'd have to go to a theater that you know is going to be rather empty. All right, seems like Lunari is an expert on fucking in the theater. For that same reason, I am not getting my entire house decked out in AI either. I have seen Terminator and The Matrix. Dude, I would have AI all over my house. Absolutely. Shamanita, how you doing? Beautiful things is all I'm going to say. But you'd still be sitting there bopping up and down. And people in the theater would be made incredibly uncomfortable by this girl bobbing up and down for no reason whatsoever. And everyone would know, but they would not say anything, but they would know. That they would know, right? Let's join them. People would absolutely not say, let's join them. I can already hear the old people going, that's disgusting, let's leave. Bob, internal muscle control? Shit. That's like a whole new level of things. I need myself a Jarvis. Exactly. Everyone would know, and they definitely would say something. I've seen it several times. If you are good enough, you don't need to move heavily. Yeah, but you're moving into like stealth sex, which is stealth sex really as good as just proper sex? Just sit in the back row and have a trench coat? Let's plan this thing out. Why not? Why wouldn't we? It's an exhibitionist voyeurism thing. It's been ages, but I've done it. Sit in the back or the balcony. I don't know. I think the best public sex you can have is in a changing room. Like, by far, the best public sex you can have is a changing room. No one would say, let's show them how it's done. People would probably call management. You'd be taken out, and that would be embarrassing as fuck. If management shows up and goes, excuse us, could you come with us, please? You're barred forever from this here establishment, you disgusting fucking pigs. That's what would happen. You did not get a standing ovation. I'm calling bullshit on that one. Absolute bullshit. You did not. But okay. So we now moved into the world of Pornhub, right? This is the world of Pornhub. Where everyone in the movie theater is just fucking and maybe like sharing partners eventually. We've left the realms of reality. We are now in the realm of Pornhub reality. These people read too many douchins. I don't know what the fuck that is, Captain Hungry Spy. They would be high-fiving each other. Nowadays, people might not say shit, but they'll record you secretly instead and post it for thousands to see, which is even worse. Is it worse, though? Like, I feel like the only time that would be worse is if you went to the movies with, like, a really ugly chick just so that you could get your knob cleaned, and then they recorded you. But let's imagine that you were with the cheerleader. Would you feel embarrassed if that video went out to everyone? You would not. You'd be like, yes, bitch. I was there. She was fucking me. Sure. You would absolutely not be like, oh my God, I can't show my face ever again. Your dad would high-five you if you were there with like the hottest girl in school. It's only worse if you're not okay with being a porn star and seeing your face on Pornhub randomly as you browse through the website. Oh, Jesus, dude, imagine that happened. Imagine that actually happened. Like, you're just browsing Pornhub, you know, looking for a little action just before you go to sleep. And suddenly, there's this video of you and your ex from like 3 or 4 years ago just fucking going at it. And you're like, wait, what? What just happened here? I am on Pornhub? and people are actually watching me on Pornhub, what the fuck do you do? Ace, watching yourself is not as hot or sexy as you think. It really isn't. All right, fuck it. You degenerate cunts. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something else. All right, so I told you guys there's some news. So Activision has found the reason for why Call of Duty sucks right now. They figured it out. It took months. I'm not gonna lie. You know, they had their best people on it. They were like, why is this game failing? Why is no one buying our game? And their best marketing people came up to them and said, you know why? Because people just don't like World War II, man. Simple as that. People are just over World War II. I mean, that's not taking into account all the games that do really well that is nested in World War II. In fact, one could argue that World War II sort of has a lot of allure for a lot of people, you know? I remember vividly that whenever Call of Duty announced that it's going back to World War II, people were actually very excited for exactly that reason, you know? A Call of Duty that takes us back to the olden days rather than the modern warfare bullshit and the laser guns and stuff like that. So people were really into it. Apparently, no. It is World War II. People just don't like it. So let's see. Let's see what they say here. Call of Duty Vanguard underperformed for Activision, and the publishers reckon that's partly because some people just don't care about World War II. Yeah, people don't care about war. It's literally ingrained in our DNA, but we don't care. In its 2021 annual financial report spotted by Kotaku, Activision affirmed that Vanguard didn't meet our expectations. We believe primarily due to our own execution. Finally, some truth to this. The company says it did not deliver as much innovation in the premium game as we would have liked, but also attributes some of the game's mixed reception to its setting. No, Activision, I can promise you it is 100% down to your execution. The setting has nothing to do with it. People are absolutely fucking bonkers for World War II. Anything that has anything to do with World War II, people are going to buy, specifically people that are fans of this genre, of this sort of first-person shooter game. The problem is when you do what Battlefield did, where you're trying to rewrite history. You're basically taking a complete fantasy spin on what you think World War II would have looked like. When people want to play a World War II game, what they want is the actual World War II. The gore and the guts and the glory and the horror that was World War II. They don't want it dumbed down. They don't want it watered down. And they certainly don't want you fucking around with history. These are important times in our species' history. So if you start fucking with it, if you start changing the lore, people are obviously not going to be happy with it. That was a weird sentence, but anyways. The game's World War II setting didn't resonate with some of our community, the report reads. It also claims that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, the series' next mainline installment, which is still scheduled for the latter half of 2022, will address both of these issues. While largely unmentioned in this report, several other factors likely contributed to Vanguard's poor sales, which even spawned rumors that Activision may push up Modern Warfare 2's release date, seemingly to compensate. Though it earned high marks for its great set pieces, stunning visuals, and solid multiplayer, in our Call of Duty Vanguard review, COD's latest became one of the most troubled Call of Duty games in recent memory, weathering multiple delays for its seasonal content and ranked mode, as well as a staggered rollout for its zombie content. It's not just that. So, Activision, when you release the same game 4 million times in a row, right? It's basically the same game, just the setting that changes. People get bored. Specifically because people can just continue to play Warzone. That will scratch their first-person itch. So if you're not going to make it worth $60, they're not going to buy it. I remember watching the campaign for Call of Duty Vanguard. Worst acting I've ever seen in my life. Like, horrible acting. It's just, how do you try to push a game like this when you're not even actually trying to make the game good, and then you blame World War II for the failures of the game? The indie, like, literally go to the indie market and look at the amount of games that do really well that's all settled in the World War II era. So how is it that, what, did people just all of a sudden get tired of World War II? I highly doubt it. I miss playing COD 3, and the 360 used to be good World War II story. I was watching a video the other day by, I can't remember the channel, but this guy was basically showing you what Call of Duty used to be. And I think it was actually COD 3, where he showed you the campaign for Call of Duty 3. It was brutal. Like, absolutely fucking brutal. It showed you, even watching it, you felt like you were in war. You saw people getting blown up, people being shot to fuck next to you, blood spattering all over your screen, explosions happening right next to you. It was like so in your face, adrenaline pumping. That's why people love things like World War II. You know, it's why people enjoy World War II. All right, so the lead up to its launch was also disrupted by the ongoing Activision Blizzard lawsuit and investigations, which were first sparked in July 2021. In the following months, QA developers at Warzone studio Raven Software, which jointly oversaw the unified Call of Duty seasons, went on strike for nearly 8 weeks. Activision maintains that Call of Duty Warzone 2, the next chapter in the Battle Royale, will also deliver groundbreaking innovations. Doubt? Medal of Honor was actually very good. I remember playing that years ago. I doubt there's going to be groundbreaking innovation. How much innovation can you actually do when you try to release your game every year? Like, genuinely speaking, how do you innovate when the whole purpose of your business model is just as many as fucking possible? Just every year we have to pump out these series. Of course you're not innovating. Like, look, Activision, I'll tell you exactly why Call of Duty failed and why the next one is probably going to fail as well. People are tired of the consistent trade mode. There's if you're paying attention to the market right now, there is a marked difference between how people are approaching things now. FIFA did worse than any previous FIFA. Madden is doing worse than any previous Madden. You have Battlefield that is doing worse than any previous Battlefield, and you have Call of Duty that is doing worse than any previous Call of Duty. What do all four of these games have in common? Consistent yearly releases. It's the same game, just sort of dusted off, given a fresh coat of paint, and re-released. That's what all these games have in common. It's a different skin for the same fucking game at a premium price point. It was gonna happen. It was bound to fucking happen. I called this shit 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I said it's not going to continue. The consumer is not going to continue to buy your bullshit. When I buy a game, I want that game to blow me away. Especially if I'm going to pay $60, $70 for the fucking game. So if all you're doing is just giving us a sort of watered down campaign, same maps, same everything, then expect people to kind of just go, who gives a shit, you know? I'm just not going to continue buying because I can just play Warzone and that's going to do things for me. I mean, even their Warzone offering is horrible. How many times do they actually make changes? How many times do they actually add things to that game other than just the same fucking bullshit over and over again, you know? Just new skins, new gun skins, slightly different balancing for guns. These companies are absolutely devoid of creativity, and then they blame things like the setting. The setting is the problem. That's why the game failed. More money on a subscription model and just update it. Or me. 100%. This is one of the things I said, if EA bought not if EA, if Microsoft buys Activision Blizzard, which now seems to be contentious as fuck, because we also have another story that we're about to cover that actually goes into even, there's a new lawsuit now that Activision Blizzard is facing from New York about this Microsoft deal. So there's a chance that the Microsoft deal isn't even going to go through. But if the Microsoft deal goes through, Call of Duty goes onto the Xbox subscription, and they stop releasing yearly versions of it. Instead, just continuously release patches. Because as long as people are paying their $15 a month, why does it matter? You're getting your $15 a month, and people are getting their content. So you don't have to continuously pretend like this is a brand new game and everyone should be so happy. I would be surprised if Call of Duty Warzone 2 and the next big game isn't again just a failure. I would be surprised. Actually, no, Call of Duty Warzone could actually be good because it's free to play. And, it's probably going to get a lot of Warzone players back into it. I'll probably even play Call of Duty Warzone. The actual Call of Duty new game, though, that will be the one that fails. Pretty sure. But Grandma won't buy a subscription as a Christmas present? Well, Grandma needs to grow the fuck up. Thorborg, they don't have to. That's the point. They don't have to charge anything for the yearly update. It's already there. You just have to continuously release content. You're already charging people for $15 a month for the subscription. Yeah, mobile will obviously happen. That's just par for the course, right? Super Cider, no, there is going to be gameplay today. We are going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV. We have some news and stuff that we need to cover before we can do that. All right, now let's talk. Here we go. Let's finish the Activision news. Let's finish the Activision news because this is actually news that could fuck us. New York City sues Activision, targeting CEO Bobby Kotick. All right. Activision CEO Bobby Kotick rushed to secure a takeover bid from Microsoft to escape liability for misconduct at the company, a new lawsuit from New York City officials alleges. Driving the news, the suit filed in Delaware on April 26 by New York City employees' retirement system and pension funds for the city's teachers, police, and firefighters. The groups own Activision stock and believe actions by the gaming giant's management hurt the company's value. The Office of NYC's comptroller shared a public version of the suit with Axios on Monday. The details. The lawsuit in action in Delaware's Court of Chancery that allows stockholders to press companies to open their books and potentially expose wrongdoings. New York City is demanding Activision provide a long list of documents, including material related to the Microsoft deal. Info on 5 possible buyers cited in Activision's official description of the sale talks, board memos, and more. Dude, these guys are going to fuck us. These guys are going to screw us so hard. Because I think all of us want Microsoft to buy Activision Blizzard. And it seems like the rich cunts that keep investing and investing doesn't want Microsoft to buy Activision Blizzard. Do they really want us to keep being run by Bobby Kotick? Is that what they want? That our game should just continuously be ruined by Bobby Kotick? The city has been pressing Activision for internal documents since the fall, originally to find out what CEO Bobby Kotick knew of sexual misconduct at the company. That misconduct has been subject to lawsuits and news reports since the summer. As laid out in the complaint, New York sought access to Activision's books as a basis to sue Kotick and board members for allegedly costing the company value. It expresses frustration that Kotick, already under fire, headed up rapid negotiations in late 2021 to sell the company to Microsoft. Those are the short sellers, probably? Most likely. What they're saying, given Kotick's personal responsibility and liability to Activision's broken workplace, it should have been clear to the board that he was unfit to negotiate a sale of the company, the suit says, but it wasn't. New York says the Microsoft deal, which is pending regulator approval, allows Contic and his fellow directors a means to escape liability for their egregious breaches of fiduciary duty. It also says Microsoft's $95 per share offer undervalues the company. It does not. In fact, one might argue that $95 per share is an overvalue. What is Activision currently trading as? What is it currently trading as? 79. Dudes. Like, it's even up a little. Like, over 6 months, it's actually up over 6 months. And you guys are saying it's undervalued? I would say it's overvalued. Like, consider the games that Activision Blizzard have been releasing in the last few years. Are you truly telling me that it's undervalued? No, it's not. You guys are just greedy little fuckheads. That's what. A November investigation by the Wall Street Journal stated that Contic knew of misconduct at the company, though an Activision spokesperson said he would not have been aware of all employee complaints. Yeah, whether he was aware of 1 or 100 doesn't matter. He was aware, right? He was aware of shit. The mobile game is going to be billion-dollar asset. True. Well, not that I care about Blizzard as an FF14 player. What was it before the lawsuits? When was the lawsuits brought? I think the lawsuits was last year, right? Yeah, it was last year around November. That was the big drop. So it's basically sort of stabilized around what it was last year. Now, if you go back to like beginning of 2021, it was trading at 99. But then it had a steady decline. So let's go 5 years. So over the last 5 years, 2021 was particularly high, but that's when the stock market was just losing its mind. So I don't think this counts. I think you would have to look at true value more around 2020, right? So if you look at true value around 2020, you're getting to about $70, $80 per share. Microsoft is offering $95 per share, which is round about what it traded in 2021. When the stock market was out of control anyways. Then you have the announcement of the lawsuits. Everything fucking drops. And now you have it sort of coming back. But as you can see, it's sort of stabilizing to pre-2021 levels. It's not going back into the massive grind for 2021. It's going back to pre-2020 levels. So I think they're alleged that it's too low is moronic. I don't think it's too low. I think 95 is just fine. Kotick told the Wall Street Journal at the time that he was committed to making sure we have the most welcoming, most inclusive workplace in the industry. An Activision rep declined to address the claims in the suit. The big picture, Activision has been facing an avalanche of lawsuits and investigations since last summer, as tallied in the company's latest quarterly filing issued yesterday. One federal harassment suit settled, though facing appeals. One discrimination suit from California. One purported class action suit. 4 shareholder lawsuits consolidated to 2, 8 lawsuits over the Microsoft merger, 4 voluntarily dismissed, 220 complaints, including the one from NYC, plus an SEC investigation and insider trading inquiries from the SEC and Department of Justice. Bro, like, could you have more things go wrong? In the span of 2 years, so many things going wrong for one company. I just really hope that this does not ruin the deal, because Microsoft could very easily start looking at all of these lawsuits and thinking, wait, this company is way too hot to handle right now. We don't want any part of this, because all of this is going to come down on our heads, and we're just going to pull out now, which means we go back to Bobby Kotick being in charge, and they don't want someone else in charge. Or me, right now, Bobby Kotick can't leave, right? Because the sale of the company demands that he stays on, right? So Kotick can't leave yet. But there is a chance that Microsoft could say, look, Kotick, you're out. We want you gone now so that we can get rid of these lawsuits. Just joined. Why is Activision nuts? Dude, why aren't they? Is a better question. Yeah, it just seems like this entire deal is going up in smoke in front of our very eyes. Like, I would like to know, chat, how many of you also have this sort of horrible feeling that this deal isn't going to go through, and how many of you wanted the deal to go through? Because I am on the side, I wanted this deal to go through. I think it will still go through regardless. What makes you think that? Miracles, how you doing, bro? I think Bobby is behind this. He wants to keep the company. No. Bobby Kotick wants to sell. This was Bobby Kotick's idea to sell the company. So Kotick is definitely not behind this. He does not want to stay on. He wants to take his check and go suck some dicks or something. I don't play Blizzard games anymore, so I don't really care. I trust Microsoft more than Kotick. Me too. It will go through, just have to get through the hoops. Wanted it, and I'm sad to see it all burn to the ground by the same shit-eating fucks who caused this downfall anyway. Ninja Bear, pretty true. It will go through. If it does not, Activision stock will go to the shitter. I want Microsoft, give them a shot to do better by the brand. If they have any legal troubles, I want them to get their just desserts before they get a lifeline and somehow get out of it scot-free. Jumbo, the problem is that just desserts will ultimately mean Microsoft pulls out. When it really wants it, though, having game dev is a huge boon. Let's hope that even with all this bullshit, Microsoft is still going, we need this. We want this. So let's hope that is still the case. I mean, obviously, the sale isn't going to go through until these lawsuits are settled. I doubt it. It might, but I doubt. So let's see how long this fucking takes. I would love if Bobby Kotick got his just desserts, though. Not so much. I don't care about Activision Blizzard, because that's just a company. But if Bobby Kotick could get fucked, that would be the best news ever. But the argument is that got £30 above the share price when it was at 65. So it was at 685. Then they would have been offered $115 per share. MS have bought hotter potatoes and turned it around, so I don't think MS will dip. Let's hope. Let's hope, Alex. It's all we can do right now is hope. All right, let me just quickly upload these to Alex because it's kind of current news. So, bit of a rush. And then we can get into some proper NFT reactions because, dude, the NFT market is spicy. It was fresher and in the air. The lawsuits were still falling out of Bobby's pockets like spaghetti. They probably always planned for him to be planned to boot him. Activision's IPs have a very high potential just as soon as they spit polish it. Well, yes, but remember the lawsuits were just one. Now the lawsuits are sort of piling on, which could be a problem. I'm not saying that it will be, but it could be. What do I call this video? That's fine. Oh, shit. Wait. That's not right. Okay. We're almost done. Activision is a hot potato waiting to blow. New York? New York takes Activision to court. No, fucking hell. I have it. Activision is burning. All right, that works. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, Activision in danger again. Microsoft deal may not go through. So the names that I chose for these videos, the first one is Activision really finally lost their minds. Why did Call of Duty Vanguard fail? And the second one, Activision is burning. New York latest to sue Actiblizzard. I think that's fine. That's like decent names, no? Then, of course, the thumbnail is just Bobby Kotick as the devil, you know, playing himself in the thumbnails. There we go. I click on it. That's all I want to know. As long as you will click on it, that's all I care about, you know? Just need to clickbait the fuck out of everyone, and then I'm happy. All right, so what did I want to look at now? Oh, I have, so this is up to you guys, because I have a video here that I really want to watch. I'll show you guys, so you guys can decide which video. You guys get to decide which video we're going to watch first. YouTube raids are here, and they're kind of broken. So we can get some YouTube streaming news if you guys wanted to watch that.
It's been burning for ages now.
Yeah, but it's burning now, right? That's the clickbait. We can watch Ashes of Creation True Potential, content delivery revealed. What is in the Oceans of Fallout, which is something that I want to watch. We can watch Amber Heard's terrible acting, if you guys wanted to see that. You know, the wedding video reached 19k views? Has it? I did not know. Ryzen 7000 Dragon Range, or the NFT market is collapsing. Internet celebrate, gamers mock greedy game cup publishers. Which video do you guys want to watch first? So far, Heavensward, Nathaniel. Or am I supposed to choose? Because if I'm going to choose, it's probably not going to be the one that you guys want to watch. We have one for NFT. You want to watch Willy? I get to choose. All right. If I get to choose, we start with this.
So just
You guys made me choose, so fuck you all. Remember, we've been talking about this for a while. The YouTube versus Twitch battle. Where are people going to stream next? Where are you plebs going to be watching streams next? So this is what it all boils down to. We've been asking for a long time now, what exactly is it that when is YouTube going to catch up? When are we going to get things like raids? When are we going to get something like gifted memberships? When is these things happening? So this is kind of why I want to watch it, because, you know, it's more important to me. It's not really that important to all of you. But since I control the mouse, strap in, lads.
a couple hours ago, we tested YouTube's new raid feature, which they call live redirects. And I mean, it worked. And that's the most important part. It mostly worked. It is sloppy. I don't know how else to describe it. But what we did is we went live on this channel, the Alpha Gaming channel.
Yeah.
And then about 20 minutes later, we went live on my channel and we redirected the viewers to that one. And the Harris Heller personal channel, which by the way, I don't give nearly enough attention to, will usually get, 300 viewers during a live stream.
Yeah.
And we got up to nearly 1,200 viewers.
Congratulations!
So, it works, but it works a little differently than Twitch's raid feature is. And it's very clear that what YouTube's trying to do here is solve a problem that Twitch is...
Show off. I love how Zeno is the only one that takes that. He's like, oh my God, this guy's showing off how many viewers he got. Fuck. All right, Mr. Big Boy Streamer, you got 1,200 viewers. Fuck. Like, I love that, Zeno. Thanks. I really appreciate that.
Ignoring. YouTube is trying to prevent hate raids from happening when they launch this feature by doing it differently. And I would say they succeeded, but I would also say that maybe they were a little bit too...
Hate raids are so easy to avoid, though. Like, you just give people the ability to block someone from actually being able to raid you. Or you do what Twitch does. You can actually set it to where no one can raid you. What's his name? Fuck. World of Warcraft, he's a World of Warcraft creator. Nixium. Nixium doesn't allow people to raid him. Like, if you try to raid Nixium, his channel does not show up on the list of channels to raid. So you can absolutely do it to where people can't raid you. That stops you from potentially getting any sort of hate raid.
Successful, if you can be. They overshot the mark a little bit, and it wasn't a great experience. So I want to go into it. I want to show you exactly how live redirect works on YouTube. I'll explain to you what the raider has to do and exactly what the raidee has to do. And then I want to go into the problems of live redirect and what the solutions are, because I found 4 very specific and kind of big deal problems with it. So let's jump into it.
It's not even the biggest problems of YouTube streaming, though. Like, we'll get into this, but live redirects was like at the bottom of the list of what people actually wanted. This is a good feature to build community, because that's something that YouTube hasn't had yet, is the ability to sort of build rapport with other streamers. It's one of the reasons I've been spending a lot more time looking for potential people to raid at the end of a stream, because I know for viewers, it doesn't really matter that much because you're just going to leave and go watch someone else. But it's about networking. Exactly that, Severin. It's about my viewers meeting another streamer, but their viewers also seeing a potential new streamer. So it's about building those communities. And then some of your viewers discover this new streamer that they really enjoy. So now they have new people that they get to watch. That's the whole point of live redirects, or raiding as it is. It's just, that's not the feature I think that most viewers or users were looking for.
By the way, if you're watching this right now, do me a favor and hit the like button, because it's free and it helps out a ton. And leave a comment during this video, either later with your thoughts on what I'm talking about, or if you don't want to think about a comment, just literally like right now, just leave a random emoji. Leave your favorite emoji.
Oh, but I appreciate that.
And then also, because this video is not sponsored, can I remind you real quick that Streambeats is a free music service for all YouTubers and streamers with over 1,600 free tracks available for free on all of the streaming platforms. And it's also available to download on streambeats.com so that you can use them in your YouTube videos without getting a DMCA strike, without getting demonetized. Go use it now. Go use it in your live streams, use it in your videos. It's all free. I've said the word free like 10 times. Let's move on to the live redirects now. Okay, first, if you want to be able to receive live redirects from other YouTube streamers when they're done, first thing you're gonna have to do is go to YouTube Studio, click the settings button in the bottom corner, then go to the community tab, scroll down a little bit until you see live redirect. From there, you'll have 2 options. You can either allow anybody that you are subscribed to, you'll give them access to redirect to your channel, and you do have to make sure that you're...
Oh my God, that is wrong. So you can only redirect to a channel that you are subscribed to. Or only people that you are subscribed to, excuse me, can redirect to you. That's not exactly how you build that. Because that's not, there's people that I raid all the time that I don't follow, but then I'll follow them after the raid if I think, oh my God, this is actually an interesting person or whatever. So I don't know, that sort of defeats the purpose of building that community thing.
Subscriptions are public for this to work. If they're not, the checkbox will be grayed out. There's a link for you to change that setting. It takes 5 seconds. The second option is to type in the URLs of YouTube channels that you would like to manually allow to live read. Can we just call it rating? We're gonna call it rating. Live to redirect is a stupid name, it's too long. So you can manually fill out the names of the people that you want to be able to raid you. This is YouTube's strategy that they've chosen to stop people from hate raiding you. Essentially, you cannot get raided by randos. Now, on the other side, if you would like to send a raid at the end of your next YouTube stream, here's what you're gonna need. First, you'll need 1,000 subscribers. Now, there was a lot of confusion about this on Twitter. I want to make it clear. You only need 1,000 subscribers to send a raid. You don't need 1,000 subscribers to receive a raid. A lot of people were worried about it.
You see, what makes this weird is raiding, when it's done well. So obviously there is the occasional hate raid and the occasional thing that goes wrong and you get raided by someone that you don't like, whatever the case might be. But when you're sending a raid, it's sort of an organic way of moving viewers around and discovering new content. This removes that organic idea, because if you're a small streamer and you want to get raided by me, for example, you're going to have to DM me and ask me to actually raid you and then confirm that you are actually subscribed to me. So what's going to happen here is you're going to get these people once again that sort of come to you and say sub for sub, so that I can raid you, sub for sub, right? It's going to be this thing where people are just going to sub for sub so that you can raid each other. It's not the best. It really isn't the best. This will work well for teams. So there are strategies involved in terms of Twitch strategies that you can do as well, where in Twitch strategies, what people will do is, so let's say, for example, I go and I say, right, I'm streaming, Andy is streaming, Chaos Lance is streaming, and Apocalypse is streaming. So we have 4 people streaming that is all friends of the channel. So what I do is I move all of my viewers after a stream to Andy. Andy then speaks to Chaos and tells Chaos, all right, Chaos, I'm going to be streaming for 6 hours. Then at the end of my stream, you need to start streaming. So about an hour before I stop streaming, you have to start streaming, because I'm going to raid you again. And then you're going to stream for 6-7 hours. And then Apocalypse goes live at the tail end of Andy's stream. Andy raids him. And then when I go live again, Apocalypse raids me. So you're basically bouncing viewers from one Twitch streamer to the other. But it is in this sort of closed-knit community that you're bouncing people around with. And this then leads to growth over time. Because now all 4 people are growing their own streams whilst also growing everyone else's stream in the process. So it is a valid way of trying to grow, and this system will allow that. So people that want to form these teams can add each other and make sure that they're right. But it removes one of the biggest advantages of streaming, or of raiding, which is just to raid randos and sort of pick up some viewers there. Because raiding, FYI, for those of you that don't know, raiding doesn't actually do much for the person that is being raided. Raiding does a hell of a lot for the person that's doing the raiding. Very few viewers will stick around when you raid someone. But a lot of viewers might look at the person raiding and going, oh my God, there's like 90, 100 people watching this guy stream. Maybe it's interesting. Maybe I'll follow. Maybe I'll go check it out at some point. So that's why you do it. And sub for sub, Alpen, doesn't actually work. Yeah, you get more subs, but most people who sub for sub don't watch your content. So you have a ton of subs, but no views. No one's watching it because they're just subbing because they want you to sub.
Nothing to worry about, because if we can be real with each other for just a second, if you have fewer than 1,000 subscribers, which by the way, good for you, keep going, everybody starts from 0. But if you do have fewer than 1,000 subscribers, you're probably not super worried about sending a massive audience someone else's way. So I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. It doesn't really make a huge difference here. But here is how sending someone a raid works. During your live stream, you're gonna hit the edit button over here. Again, you're gonna go to the community tab on the left, then you're gonna scroll down to live redirect, you're gonna hit the add button. From there, you're gonna find the URL of the stream that you'd like to raid. You're gonna copy it and paste it into the right search box.
Dude, this is so much work.
Pop up underneath. You're gonna click on it and you're gonna hit save. Or you should be able to hit a button that shows you a number of people that you're able to stream, and you can pick from that section there. Either way, I'm sure you noticed, compared to raiding on Twitch, this is a gigantic convoluted mess. There's way too many steps. We did this earlier.
So here is how you raid someone on Twitch. You go raid channel, and then it throws up a bunch of channels that you could raid if you wanted to, or you just type the name of the channel that you want to raid in the search box, click it, and done. That's it. That's literally all you have to care about. Cool Rabbit, it's not so much caring only about big streamers. I get why they made the system so convoluted, like why they made the system the way that it is. But yes, it is ultimately going to hurt smaller content creators. because your small content creator is never going to get that big raid from a Dr. Disrespect or from, you know, an Alpha Gaming with these 1,200 viewers or some shit, because, well, they're not going to sub to you, so they're not going to live redirect to you.
On stream, and it probably took like 5 minutes just to get the raid working. Let's talk about why, because there were a handful of problems with this. 4 problems in particular. Let's go over them right now. Number 1 was probably the most serious one in the moment, and it's gonna cause a lot of frustration for a lot of YouTube streamers. It wouldn't let me raid. On the Alpha Gaming channel, I kept picking my live stream, which was live at the moment, and my personal channel was definitely subscribed to the Alpha Gaming channel, and my subscriptions were made public. Like, I double checked. Everything was right, and when it hit save, it would say, sorry, failed to save the changes. That change being the
that is the most
redirect.
annoying thing ever.
This is the fix for it if you run into this problem. Even though I was subscribed to the Alpha Gaming channel and I had my subscription set to public, like everything was set, I still had to manually allow the Alpha Gaming channel to raid me. And this wasn't a fluke either, because then after my stream on my personal channel, I went to raid one of my subscribers. It even popped up in the list of people that were subscribed to me that I could raid, and it wouldn't work until I went into his chat and I said, even though you're subscribed to me, manually allow me to raid you. And the moment he added my name, I could add him to the live redirect. So far,
that's annoying,
with
dude.
it working properly, but we did get it working both times, and I'm sure YouTube will get it fixed. I just hope they fix it pretty quick. But speaking of bugs, another bug that we had was that a lot of my viewers didn't get pushed along with the raid. They got stuck there. In fact, even some YouTube employees who were watching our test of live redirects got kicked out when I tried to do the raid. Of the 1,400 people that were in the Alpha Gaming stream when we did the raid, only about 1,000 of them got pushed over. So just above 2/3 of them came along. Some people were saying you have to have autoplay turned on for it to work, but we ran a poll and it turns out a lot of people had autoplay turned off and it still worked just fine. So again, it seems like there's a bug in the process. Some people just aren't being pushed along. We'll see when
that could be growing pains, so that's fine.
The whole thing, just kind of a giant mess.
Yeah.
Like it's like 8 clicks plus some of the steps are way too long, and a lot of these could be fixed with very simple fixes. Like, for example, in order to find someone's stream, you can't just type in their username. You can't even type in their channel URL. You actually have to find the URL of the live streaming video itself and paste it over into there, which is not hard to find, but it's not fun to do while you're live in front of your audience.
Yeah, you want to lower it. You want to lower it as much as possible, like, because whenever I get ready to raid someone, I have to go raid someone, and then it always throws out the top people that I am following at the time being live. So this is not a randomized list. This list is the top people that is streaming right now. Yeah. That I can, but then I usually need to go, okay, never mind. I'll do this, and now I'll go look. So now I have to go look through my list of people that is currently streaming, yeah? So I have to make a decision on who I want to do there, or I have to click on the Final Fantasy tab, and now I'll go look through the streamers here. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Then I have to go look through that list in like all of these streamers and find someone that I think is like sort of close to what we would raid in general. So even that can be sometimes a little bit time consuming, but it needs to be fast, because whilst doing all of this, I'm still entertaining. Adelia, how you doing? So I'm still chatting to all of you. I'm still talking crap with all of you. So the last thing you need is this convoluted fucking system.
Shows you the people that you're able to raid that are live at the moment. I feel like you should be able to click through some of those and watch the stream before you go and raid them. Like whenever I raided people on Twitch, I always checked their stream first. I wanted to make sure they had a microphone or a camera or something to make their stream interesting, so I knew I was raiding someone who's putting an effort in, right? In order for me to watch
Nico.
the stream before I raided this person, because we raided a subscriber, I had to memorize their username, which doesn't show you the whole username. You have to memorize what you can, search them, hope you find their channel, then look for their live stream, then you can see if you actually want to raid them. And again, it's not like it's especially hard. It's just a massive process to do when you have a lot of people watching you, and people are going to leave during that process. And I feel like with a platform as large as YouTube is, they should be able to simplify that down pretty quick. And number 4, I mentioned this one earlier in the video. I don't like how limited the scope is of the people that can raid
massive.
you. Like, I am subscribed to like 10 channels on YouTube.
Wow.
And right now, those are the
Just
only
10?
people that can raid me. I want anyone in the world to be able to raid me. Like, I feel like there's a much simpler way to resolve the.
It is easy. You give people the option of either turning on live raids or redirects from anyone. So it doesn't matter who it is, anyone can live raid you, or from a pre-selected group of channels. So if you are afraid of being hate raided, then just fucking don't turn that on and just let some people raid you.
Hate raid problem without crippling the whole raid feature, right? Here's what I would do. I would like an allow all button where anyone can raid me, but then if a toxic raid does come in to my channel,
I would
block
like
a simple button, like a moderation tool, where I can click a button that says ban everybody that came from that raid. And it can be a permaban, it can be a 24-hour ban, I don't care. But kick them all out, don't let them in. And just like that, all the haters are gone.
True.
But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Tell me in the comments, do you think that is a good solution? I think it's a great solution.
Yeah,
I actually
think it
spoke
works.
with YouTube's head of gaming creators between that test and
All right,
filming
cool,
this
Rabbit.
video. His name is Lester Chen, fantastic individual. And he specifically told me, he said, for this rollout, we are starting this off fairly conservatively, meaning that because hate raids are such a large issue, if they have to err on the side of...
Is hate raids really that big of an issue? Like, is it really? I know some people get hate raided, and obviously just one hate raid is still a big issue, but is it really that prevalent that it happens so often that this is the only way that you can do it? Like, it's just a nightmare. I don't think you hear about hate raids once in a fucking while. You'll hear about someone that's been hate raided. It's not as if you read about it every single fucking week and every day or some shit like that.
Of extra caution versus extra leniency. They're going to err on the side of extra caution in the beginning, and then they'll improve it
take care of
as
yourself,
they go
brother.
along. And to be fair, I respect that opinion. Also, just being candid, if I'm going to pick someone to raid, I kind of want to pick one of my subscribers. So it's still not ideal, but it's not the worst. And you know what? We're going to add a number 5. We're going to add one more problem that seems trivial, but I think it's actually a big problem. That is the name live redirect. It's a stupid name. No one's going to use it. I'm sure they didn't want...
Yeah, but Pokemon... So the Pokemon thing again, Alex, is something that happens rarely. So it happened to Pokemon, and it happened a few times, but in a short span of time. But if you look at the overall, like, Pokemon streaming, it's not as if it happens all the time. It is rare. It's not a consistent thing that's just always going to happen, and it happens once a week or every other week. It happens rarely. And when it happens, it is a problem. But this is where tools need to exist, where you can just, if someone raids you and their viewers are being incredibly toxic, you just hit one button, ban everyone from that raid, from your channel, bam, done. No questions asked. Don't the people that get hate raid end up better after the publicity than they were prior? Omi, yes, but also no, because as a streamer, you are responsible for what happens in your chat. So if someone comes into your chat and just spews the most vile bullshit ever, and you don't act on it, so you don't immediately ban that person or remove the message or whatever the case might be, you as the streamer can be held accountable. So if someone catches that and they're like, what the fuck, right, you will get banned if you didn't ban the person, if you didn't act on this. So when you get hate raided by, say, 10,000 people, there's no way that you and your mods can actually remove all of those bad messages. So those bad messages will come through, and your mods might take days afterwards trying to remove all of those messages sort of post-raid. And this gets you in trouble as the streamer, because anyone can complain, report you, which is usually what those hate raiders will do. They'll spam the hateful comments and then also report you for hateful comments in your chat. Haywood, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Want to use raids?
Fuck off,
because
Wild Boy.
they don't want to just be a copycat of...
Wild Boy, you're on thin fucking ice here, bro. Mobile gaming is the future. I will ban the shit out of you. That kind of toxicity is not welcome here. This is not that kind of fucking stream.
Twitch, but like, let's be real. No one's going to use the name Live Redirect. We're just going to call it Raids because you didn't give us a
Blocky, how
good
you doing,
enough
bro?
name on your own. Like if you'd given it a cool name, like in my stream, I suggested calling it a push. I can see myself saying, hey, who are we pushing after this stream? And you can be like, you know, you are pushing your audience to another stream. Like that makes sense to me.
Wait, you'll give me 5 gifted subs if I ban Wild Boy? For how long, JCP? Oh my God, Alex did not even fucking ask questions. It's just like, peace out, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Oh shit. Jesus, just like that. Oh wow, thanks for the 5 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Not only for the 5 community subs, but also Saj for Wild Boy that had to pay the ultimate price. Dude, I really appreciate it. That is easy money.
I like the push.
Oh,
if
crap.
you named it something cool like that, we'd call it a push. But you named it Live Redirect. So we're going to call it a raid.
Poor Wild Boy.
Name it a push. I'm giving that one to you.
Wild Boy, thank you.
Make it happen. But that is a symptom of a larger...
Can I just say, and we're not going to stick, the video's almost done, but YouTube has a huge problem with all of its naming schemes. So, for example, a YouTube subscriber, as it relates to Twitch subscribers, is called a YouTube membership. That's such a horrible fucking word. Like, sub members, it just doesn't sound good. It's a horrible word. It's a horrible term. YouTube memberships. And then they call it YouTube, super chats. Also, horrible term. It's just, every single term that YouTube uses is just not in keeping with modern culture, you know? There is a culture that developed as a result of Twitch, and everyone knows that culture. When you say subscriber, people think about, oh my God, I'm a subscriber of his channel. This makes sense. Adelia, thank you for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Hearts in chat for Adelia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it just seems like YouTube isn't part of that, you know? YouTube just doesn't understand the lingo. They don't understand that we don't want to say members, you know? We want to say subscribers. That just makes it easier. We don't want to say super chat. What the fuck? That is such a weird term. They find better words for these things, better terms that we can use for it.
Problem. YouTube gaming has a very poor branding to it. Like Twitch's gaming, it felt like it was gaming branded, right?
Adelia,
like
thanks for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that.
They have the culture, they have the raids, they have the subs, and YouTube, it's way too corporate-y, right? Like you subscribe instead of follow. You join a membership instead of subscribe. And now you live redirect instead of raid. And like, it lacks flavor. We got to fix that, YouTube. But YouTube promised a handful of awesome features like 6 or 7 months ago. And I'm really hoping that this is the start of the rollout of some more of these. More specifically, gifted members. Gifted members coming next, please. YouTube.
Yes.
I really hope so. If you want to see
gifted memberships, there's the chat UI overall that needs to happen. There's so much that needs to happen.
What my wishes are for YouTube, I actually posted a video quite a while ago. Feel free to check out this video. I'll put it on the side over here. If you haven't left a comment or hit the like button yet, please don't forget to do that because you're still here. You obviously liked the video. And I'll see you next time. Happy streaming.
I'll hit a like on this. That's not what I wanted to do. What the fuck?
So just a couple hours ago,
all right. Yeah, sorry to waste your time with this video, guys. I know this is not something that most of you are interested in, but I like this guy's videos. I like alpha gaming, and obviously there is a vested interest that I have in the YouTube streaming sphere, specifically with what Twitch is doing right now. Like Twitch's consistent push to basically, seemingly, they want to chase you guys off the fucking platform with just more and more ad runs, more and more bullshit that tries to get you out of your money. without really making the platform any better for any of you. The platform, how long have Twitch been exactly the way that it is? No changes, no updates, no nothing. It's been like this for what? 2-3 years? That nothing has ever changed. The only thing that is changing consistently about Twitch is money. They keep trying to make more and more money out of their viewers. So with more and more people sort of feeling like they're being pushed off the platform, YouTube is in this perfect position where they can grab as many people as they can from Twitch, as well as streamers from Twitch, that will most likely move over. Zig, you bastard. Thanks for the gift. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The hype train has started. If you want to be sort of caught by the scammers, you are welcome to see how far you can get the hype train. Jesus, you guys skipped level 1 and 2 on the hype train? That's good. And so from WoW, Zig, give me the money. Like, just give me all that money, bro. Like, all the $15, that's mine now, because I'm the one that led you away from WoW. I'm going to take all the credit for that one. Harris had over 3K subs on Twitch and bounced to YouTube without a contract because he believes it is the future. Embracing income stream to give up. Yeah, but he doesn't really need to. He's making a crap ton of money off of his music. So he doesn't really give a shit. But I really appreciate it, 66. Thank you for that. No, I honestly think YouTube is in a prime position to pick up so many fucking viewers, but they're gonna have to, they're gonna have to think about this and actually try to capture these. Adelia, thanks for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you. That's 61 gifted subs in the channel already, Adelia. I will use your money wisely, insofar as it is to party and snort coke and shit, you know. But I will, I promise. I'll try and get the cheapest coke dealer I can find. Harris income from Twitch was like 2%, so it wasn't such a big jump. No, a reason to resub to WoW, give me some bullshit fun to do after work. Hey, I'm not judging. I'm not judging. All right, so the next one is Ashes of Creation True Potential. Do you guys want to watch this or the NFT one? Now's your time to speak. The NFT market is collapsing, or do you want to watch Ashes of Creation True Potential? I got a Yachu body pillow. I would use the body pillow. You want a salty video? A salty video. I can give you what's in the oceans of Fallout. That's salty. The ocean is salty. It's like the best I can get, really. Smart. Someone smart's opinion on it? Ashes is fine. All right. Let's do the Ashes one. It's only 14 minutes, right? So it's 14 minutes. Ashes of Creation, True Potential. Content delivery revealed.
Breaking news. As the new World of Warcraft furry expansion is announced, the internet have been consuming a dangerous amount of substance known as copium.
Okay.
Neckbeards, normies, and furries alike have banded together to blindly overdose on this mysterious substance, claiming that even after 15 years of letdowns, Blizzard are finally listening. There's no
Okay. He's attacking me. I feel personally attacked here. The video's volume is low. And I can't really up it. It's as high as it will go on both. The video content, the video volume is just stupidly low.
What the future holds for this dead franchise, but the dwindling player base are confident the giant corporate entity known as Activision can bring this nostalgic MMORPG back from the grave. A reporter is live down at YouTube headquarters as the crazed mob of copium addicts are lynching a naysayer as we speak. Over to you, Chad.
Yes, it's absolute carnage down here. These copium-fueled viewers are furious with a man who is simply telling the truth to the mass.
Claiming World of Warcraft will die. World of Warcraft will never die because my identity revolves around World of Warcraft. And if it dies, I die. Burn the naysayers.
As you can see, they are not happy, and if they put any more pressure on this channel, their attempts to silence the truth may become reality.
Admirable, but mistaken. You people merely adopted the copium. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the truth until I was already lost. And by then, it was nothing to me but lies.
All right.
Hey, what up, boys? So after the recent exposure from Asmongold during the Dragonflight incident, the channel has been doing so well that I decided to take a couple of days off and enjoy one of my favorite pastimes.
Which is?
Your mum. But we're back to work and the never-ending grind for relevancy must begin again. Today, I thought we'd take a different approach, and instead of farming controversy by shitting on furries with clickbait, we'll discuss Ashes of Creation's recent world event reveal and what this means for the potential of Vera's living, breathing world. But before we get into that, grab yourself a Coca-Cola, because although this month's livestream was jam-packed with lots of niche information, it was all pretty hard to take in without some...
Dude, it's hard for me to get excited about Ashes of Creation at all. These guys have been riding the never-ending truck of hype, right? And we've yet to see like anything really come out of it. Like, they're showing a good amount of stuff, and that's perfectly fine, right? Everything they show looks fine, but it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. It just feels like we're constantly getting them basically upgrading and doing more and doing more. And I am still waiting for answers about how they're going to make this entire game work. Because everything that they promised is brilliant and it's great. And if they pull it off, 100% a game that could send shockwaves through the MMO market. But it all relies on actually being able to pull all of those things off.
Proper visual aids, you know, like gameplay? No? Steven? This game's not a scam, guys. So today, I'm going to break down all of that information so our mere mortal brains can understand the genius that is Steven Sharif's vision. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we? World events in Ashes of Creation will be one of the main ways this MMO delivers its content onto us, the players. This means that essentially a large percentage of playable content is pretty much dynamic. This will then make Ashes of Creation the first truly dynamic open world MMO to exist on the market.
This is, by the way, one of the reasons, BC, I am worried for Ashes of Creation. You have a shit ton of content that relies on players playing it in such a way that the content actually comes alive. So, for example, caravans and the caravan feature, which is actually going to be a huge feature in the game, relies on players actually partaking in the caravan feature. You know, and while some players might, if not enough players do, well, then you have a giant feature that players aren't really interacting with, which means other players aren't interacting with the feature either. So your entire world, your game is reliant on everyone in the game playing the game the way the game is meant to be played, which more often than not, if you know anything about gamers, isn't how things play out. If you know gamers at all, they will find a way to play the game not in the way that you want them to play the game, but in a completely different way. Which if your content is consistently or wholly reliant on everyone playing it that way, you have a problem. It's exactly what happened to New World. New World's gameplay was supposed to be players fighting over towns and the different factions fighting over towns. And what ended up happening with most of those is people just left the the smaller factions and everyone just joined the large faction because you can't stand against the large faction. So all of this gameplay that is supposed to happen in the game just doesn't happen because people will consistently choose the mode that is sort of offers the least amount of resistance. So whatever path is going to be the least resistant path, that's the path that people are going to take.
Market, which is another great selling point for this highly anticipated game.
Dragon
But
Slayer,
just
thanks for the
how
follow, dude. Really appreciate it.
in-depth
Welcome to
is
the channel.
this dynamic content going to be? I've made many videos explaining how dynamic content works in MMOs and what Ashes of Creation is doing differently to fix any mistakes previous MMOs have made. But today's video is not simply remaking that old video with a different title. Oh, no, I would never do that. I am a content machine, and all my videos are completely unique and never repeat themselves just to stall out the channel until Alpha 2 arrives. With the information given to us in the last livestream, we have a pretty solid understanding of what Steven means when he says dynamic, so I'll break that down for you now. At their core, these events are broken into 5 states. Active, which means the event has spawned and is waiting for players to participate. In progress, which means the event is currently, in progress. Inactive, which obviously means the server isn't at a state where the event has actually spawned. On cooldown, which means the event has recently been completed and has a timer on it before it begins again. And finally,
Dragon Slayer, I really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the first time chat, man. Happy to have you here. Okay, so this doesn't break down anything. So the event is either still not happening, in progress, or on cooldown.
disabled, which would likely mean events that would normally spawn in areas have been removed temporarily because of current world events, be it a world boss attacking a node, a siege, or a holiday period like Halloween or Christmas. This is basically how events work in Guild Wars 2. In fact, it's almost identical, because for a dynamic event system like this to actually work, this is pretty much the only formula that you can use. So technically that means Ashes of Creation isn't doing anything innovative here. It's just...
Well, he never said that they are. I just want to be clear. That is not really something you can lob against Ashes of Creation. They're not being innovative. In fact, Steven Sharif said nothing in their game is a massive innovation. Everything in their game is being done in other games as well. The only thing that they're doing is basically taking all of those things that is being done in other games and putting it into one game. That's like, he used that because people were saying no game can have all of this. It's way too large. The technology isn't there. You're not going to be able to do it. And he basically said, wait, but nothing that we're doing here is new. It's already being done in other games. We're just putting all of this into one game. Now, that's not talking about the scope, because scope can absolutely get too big. And if you lose track of your scope, the game will fail anyways. That's just saying that, yeah, they're not trying to innovate. They're just basically making a game with a collection of everything that they think is cool in video games in general.
Taking a well-made system from a successful MMO and building upon it. Kinda like what World of Warcraft does. I'm joking, of course. World of Warcraft haven't innovated on anything for the last 15 years. The other core mechanic with Ashes...
That's not true. World of Warcraft is just... They're constantly innovating on 6-month subs. Like, that's just a lie. World of Warcraft is the leaders when it comes to a new mount every 6 months. And I will not have this person sit here and slander the good name of Blizzard saying that they don't innovate. What other game releases a brand new cool mount every 6 months on the fucking store of all places? They don't even require you to grind it. You can literally just swipe your credit card. So bullshit, bro. Fucking bullshit. And I will not have you sit here and say bad things about this company not being truthful at all. Fucking scandalous. Ellipsis Live, thank you very much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy to have you here, bro. Leaders in extracting money from players. I think he's still sour from feeling betrayed. They're constantly innovating a new way to ignore alpha feedback on the system. That's another thing that they really do well. I mean, they went so far as to delete the beta servers for BFA. That is like commitment to innovation of not having anything bad being said about your game. King Julian soon.
of Creations events is everything will be on a timer, also similar to Guild Wars 2. Timers are really good for creating a smooth, infinite loop of content. When you strip Guild Wars 2's systems down to its core, you can clearly see how every major event in the game basically runs on a strict, predictable timer. A timer that allows players to congregate before it starts, ready to participate and clear the event in an efficient manner. World bosses, for example, are on a track that cannot be altered. However, Stephen explained that a lot of these events in Ashes of Creation are tied to player activity and node progression.
So I know the game isn't finished and there's still much that needs to go into this game. But I know this is going to be a very controversial opinion. I don't like the graphics. I just don't. It's trying to be hyper realistic, which to my mind isn't really what I want from a high fantasy game. You know, I don't really want hyper realistic. I want weird and wonky and goofy. I don't know. I'm maybe it's just me, but I'm not overly fond of the graphics. New World's graphics I don't mind as much because New World's graphics is at least dark. Like, it's trying to tell this really dark story. So the graphics sort of tells that really dark story. I'm not a huge fan of the realism element, especially in high fantasy games. I was just thinking that. Another arc-looking game.
For example, an event won't be active until a certain service building is built within a node. So how will they be dealing with timers in relation to that? Will everything be tightly tied to real-life time, or will they create their own little isolated timer that cannot be tracked outside of visual clues and in-game notifications?
The dwarves
Something
look
we'll
cool,
be touching on in the next segment. If it is the latter, then this is once again a major step towards preventing economy-breaking guides that plague the static systems in our currently popular MMOs. Unfortunately though, the drawback of the latter is that it's a mechanic that will be almost impossible to balance properly with.
You can't stop the guides. The guides are always going to be there. There's always going to be an optimal way to play a video game. It's just, it is how it is. YouTubers want to make money. The easiest way to make money is to make guides. That's why you have so many fucking channels for every game telling people how to make money. Even in single-player games, there are guides to tell people what is the best thing to buy, what is the best thing to sell, what is the best thing to do, because that's just how it works. You're never going to get away from that. No matter how you try to code your game, people will find a way to break that. Lego-based looking race, I'm hyped to play
without
them.
weird stalling issues as players' unpredictable nature get added into the equation. So, I very much expect these events to eventually get tied to real-life time. This means that the content delivery isn't going to be quite as in-depth as we actually think it will. If you compare Guild Wars 2's dynamic events to World of Warcraft's pathetic attempt with world quests, you'll notice that they're very different styles and very different deliveries. Everything created in Guild Wars 2 is handcrafted and specific to the local area, with multiple ways you can branch off and affect the physical world, opening unique vendors and shortcuts.
I still have
that
to play
eventually
Guild
lead
Wars
to
2,
more
by the
loot
way.
or even a world boss. Whereas the world quests in WoW, they're just rehashed leveling quests changed into daily spawning world quests with some copy-pasted generic kill X amount of mobs in the area.
mean,
the sad reality.
Not gonna lie, world quests in World of Warcraft is the most lazy way of trying to make your zones alive or feel alive. So I don't know if you could compare any game's world content to World of Warcraft in any way, shape, or form. World quests is just the easiest way to add content without actually adding content.
Of these two types when you consider the modern MMO player base, it's that WoW's world quests, although they are generic and boring, they are easy to follow and complete, as they're clearly labeled on your map for any brain-dead monkey to go and get their rewards. Guild Wars 2 doesn't do this, and instead uses a proximity-based notification system, and should you be out of that
I feel like the fight system, Jason, in FF14 can't really be compared to the world quest system in World of Warcraft, since most people use fights as an easy leveling tool. You know, so the people that engage in fights will use it as leveling. It's just another way to get XP fast. I don't think fights have any other real reason for existing. Like, I've never had to do a fight for anything. So maybe fights will, like you said, unlock stuff for some things that you want to do. But as far as progression goes, I don't know if fights actually I don't think fights are required for hardcore progression or world currency progression or something like that.
That short proximity, unless you're actively looking 360 degrees around you at all times, you would never know that them events actually exist in the first place. Which leads us nicely onto the topic of how is Ashes of Creation dealing with this dilemma? Now, I must grace you all once again with another one of my hot takes. I actually think the way World of Warcraft direct you to content through their World Quest interface is the only way the modern MMO player base can engage in this level of dynamic content. Allow me to explain. You see, a problem with Guild Wars 2's world is that because these events are very fleeting and isolated, whilst you're traveling...
This is the flying, by the way, that we're getting. This is Dragon Riding is literally based on this flying system, for those of you that didn't know.
Traveling around, it's super easy to miss an active event that is barely a couple of seconds to your left, simply because the visual clues for that event are very lackluster. But more importantly, it's because the indication that there's content over in that direction doesn't clearly show up on your map. Now, granted, because Guild Wars 2's world is very dynamic, if all events were seeable on your map at once, it would probably look like a child has scribbled all over it. This is just an unfortunate, unavoidable downside to their vanilla, living, breathing world. Later on though, as the expansions were rolled out, they did kind of solve this solution, but the core issue still remains. Guild Wars 2, despite the mega server tech, the high population and insane density of content, the world does feel very lonely. Whoa, calm down there. I can already hear 1,000 fingers all typing out a defense against this obvious slander against Guild Wars 2.
Similar. It is a similar voice.
The copium for a moment and consider this from a new player's perspective. Because there is no reason to go back to the old world, sadly, all vanilla content in Guild Wars 2 aside from world bosses, it's just dead. Now, I'm not saying WoW completely solves this issue with their world quests, but because they are static and are...
I mean, okay, let me hear what he's comparing this to, and then I'll give my opinion.
Always on display, no matter where you are, you're pretty much guaranteed to run into players in every single world quest spot. Ashes of Creation is doing...
No, but wait a second. You just compared the vanilla world of Guild Wars 2 to the world quest system in World of Warcraft, but you didn't actually say whether or not we're comparing, like, Legion world quests to Shadowlands world quests. Because, yes, it's true. If you go to Shadowlands world quests, there will be players there. But if you're going to say, well, there's always going to be players there, then what about Guild Wars 2 and its new world? Like, the new zones in Guild Wars 2, I would imagine you're probably going to run into a lot of players there as well, considering you said that the vanilla content in Guild Wars is where it's dead. Well, go to the vanilla worlds in WoW, they're dead as fuck too. So I don't know if that's necessarily the thing that you should be focusing on. I do think that the world map should probably... Look, if there's anything that... So let me just quickly see here, because players actually love this. I don't know if there's an actual... So I think... Okay, so here's a picture of Elden Ring's world map. And it's actually bigger than that, right? Now, I can't find the picture that shows everything that is on the map, but I think if you open your world map in Elden Ring, it's actually just filled with fucking shit that you can collect, just everywhere. The map is absolutely, it's a nightmare. Many people complain that it's too busy, but players seem to not mind the fact that the map is extremely busy with things to do. You could absolutely have that, I think. I imagine you could have that, and I don't think a lot of players are going to mind just having a shit ton of things show up on your map. So I think, yes, the fact that you can see things in World of Warcraft on the map, you can see where you need to go for things, that is a good way to do it. But I also don't think you have to do it that way. I don't think you have to do it that way. I think you could have it to where players discover things organically. So some things are shown on the map, but then have a bunch of things on the map as well that is discovered organically. If you're looking at a wiki map that allows all icons and items to be shown, well, technically you don't see anything until you find them. Well, yeah, but once you found them, it shows you that it's there. I just know that like reporters were complaining about Elden Ring's map and how the map is a nightmare with all the markers and shit on it. I don't know how they work. I haven't played Elden Ring, so I can't really discuss that. But I don't think players mind a busy map. So you can have sort of a middle ground here where you give players, say, a point on the map where things might be happening right now. And if the player goes there, they'll discover a bunch of things that's happening in that area of the map. So it's a little bit of, there is exploration, but the map does kind of point you in the direction of where to explore, if that makes sense.
Something unique to try and solve Guild Wars
No,
2's
disco
issue
option.
without
I'm
compromising.
not. The reason I'm not is because the report, actually the game dev that complained about Elden Ring's map is the game dev that actually worked on Assassin's Creed. So then people started trolling him in the comment section about the map that he's complaining about compared to the map that he helped design, or at least that came from his game. Right? And people were sort of like going, you mean like this one? And then it shows the Assassin's Creed map with all the shit going on there. It was on Twitter. People were memeing the dev that sort of went, yeah, I don't know how Elden Ring's developers could let this map go through. This is a horrible map. How are players ever supposed to find anything on this map? That was his complaint about the map. And then people were really memeing the fuck out of him.
Too much of the living, breathing nature of it. You see, instead of shoving UI elements into our face, plastering crayon scribbles onto our map, or flashing up notifications every 5 minutes like Arcade did, Ashes of Creation are really focusing on the sound.
Dakor, how you doing? I genuinely can't remember. This was right when Elden Ring launched. There was like a bunch of developers, like other game company developers that were very salty about Elden Ring. I remember developers from WoW complaining about the gameplay of Elden Ring and how this is not the way to make a good game. There were people that were complaining about the map. There were people that were complaining about the UI. Like just game developers from all sorts of games that were complaining about this. I still wanted to make a video about it. And then I just thought, well, I don't know which channel to put that video on. So I'm just going to leave it. Like, fuck it. I'll just let it go because I didn't play Elden Ring at the time. So I thought there's no point in even trying to discuss this. Elden Ring player explores huge portion of world before realizing they can get maps. So is maps... Let me ask this. Is maps a mod that you can download? So you can download a mod that sort of gives you all of the locations on the map. Classes What Plus, making them 4-button classes who uses a graphics tablet instead of a mouse. Complained about Elden Ring controls. I'm pretty sure, like, I know there was a lot of WoW developers that also sort of spoke out about how Elden Ring is, like, just a horrible game and it shouldn't be this great. It was funny to see how developers from games that really doesn't have any business complaining or criticizing was criticizing a game that most players agree is one of the greatest games to ever fucking launch.
and visual clue elements to give people more of a clear direction of where the content is. This makes Ashes feel very much like a Dungeons and Dragons-esque adventure, something Steven and the team are very much focused on as part of their primary design. With sound and visual clues being a major part of telling people where to go, it's almost like the world itself
These gates look out of place, but okay.
Guiding us on our adventure, telling us what we see and giving us a choice on how to react. If we were a lone wolf just starting our adventure in Vera, that volcano erupting in the distance, bellowing out a bone-chilling roar would probably not appeal to us as we'd value our life. However, should you be
It's
a veteran
gorgeous,
warrior out
but
for glory and loot, that fiery bellow would be the
I would have
exact
preferred
kind
more
of challenge you were
cartoony
looking
graphics
for,
or more
which brings me
fantasy
around to a
graphics.
very rare occasion where I praise New World. Because if there's one thing we can take away from that train wreck of a game, it's the goddamn sound design. I very much expect Intrepid were taking some serious notes when it comes to sound design, not only for gathering, but also how to utilize sound effects over long distances.
Oh yeah, there we go.
to
Thank you,
convey
Mighty Random. Really
information
appreciate
to
this.
us, the player. But to conclude,
Yeah, here it is. UX is so bad that I can only imagine FromSoft devs smoking at their desks and using CRT monitors. Someone's salty, they work for an open world sandbox generator that makes uninspired games. You be sad, huh? There were actually people also in those comments just showing like side to side pictures of Ubisoft fucking maps and UX design. Just, it's insane when people fucking, like, devs are just being flailed alive these days because of their fucking stupidity.
In today's video, I will pose a few questions for you, my dear viewer. How do you personally feel about dynamically spawning content? Do you feel like Ash's hybrid event design can solve both issues present in world quests and dynamic events? Do you think Intrepid need to go back to the drawing board and commit to just one or the other? To just static quests or to just events alone? When conceptualizing underlining systems like this, because of today's meta mentality, they tend to get picked apart extremely quickly, and that exposes obvious weaknesses in the systems.
My problem is what I said in the beginning. A lot of this content that Ashes is trying to go for is content that can only work if all of your players engage in the content in exactly the way that you wanted them to engage in the content with. As soon as players find a way around the way that you wanted them to engage with the content in the first place, it breaks the content. Because everything in this game seems to be built, and I don't want to bring psychology into this because I'm obviously not a psychologist, but when I listen to Steven Sharif speak, and taking all of the knowledge that I have about video game design as I follow game designers and game developers in the field. Obviously, this is what I do for a living, so I look at a lot of videos. I love watching the Game Developers Conference. All of those successful game developers always say the same thing. You have to approach a game looking at how players will play your game, not at how you want players to play your game. Because if you want players to play your game in one way, they're either going to be so frustrated because they can't do something that they think they should be able to do, that they're going to leave, or they're going to break the game to be able to do the thing that they think they should be able to do. So you always want to think about how will players find, what ways will players find to play my game? And Steven, when I listen to him speak, oftentimes seems like the kind of guy that he is designing this game for himself. It's very similar to DM railroading. So when you have a dungeon master that just railroads the entire party the whole time. So whenever the party tries to do something that the DM doesn't agree with, the DM just sort of either kills them off or forces them back to where he wanted the story to go, because the DM's story is more important than whatever the party is trying to do within the game. When I listen to Steven speak, it sounds like he's building a game that he wants to play the way that he wants to play the game. not necessarily thinking that not everyone wants to play that game. Some people are going to want to play a different game. And will your game work when some people want to play a different game?
Then snowballs into broken, exploitable problems that simply cannot be fixed due to them being baked into the game's core design. However, the beauty of open development with alpha phases like Ashes of
Disco Option, I'm not saying that he's not funding the game out of his own pocket and he doesn't have the right to do it. The issue is he wants a return on his investment. So it doesn't matter who's funding it. You want to make money off of the funding that you just provided. And if you want to make money, making the game you want to play means that you have to be damn sure that everyone else wants to play that fucking game. And what did bother me slightly is that this guy played a lot of Lineage 2. He played a lot of Dark Age of Camelot. He played a lot of EverQuest, which were great games at the time. Those games wouldn't work today. If Lineage 2 launched tomorrow, it would probably get some players for a short amount of time, and then those players would fuck off. Pipazai, thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So the problem is that you might be making a game for an audience that no longer exists. And that could be horrible.
Creation have planned, the extensive testing by passionate players like us will iron out all of these problems, and theoretically, the game will launch in a pretty much unbreakable state. But then again, maybe I'm just fulfilling the quota of copium for those of you who
I can
made
see the
it
mayor
to
system
the end of this video.
fucking
But as
backfiring.
usual, I am just one nerd desperate for a good MMO, and my opinions mean
We
nothing
all are.
without yours in the comments below. And hey, why don't you go ahead and save my channel from falling into irrelevancy as the mighty Al Gore drags me back into the pits of depression that is a daily upload schedule.
But Nark, I heckin' love world quests because I don't have to use my brain.
And to that I say, listen, kid. If you think not having to use your brain is a positive trait to describe an MMO, then you're high on copium.
Good video. I'll give it a like. All right, so wins I've done a one-shot like 6, 7, 8 months ago, and I'd be open to doing another D&D campaign if people wanted it. It was good fun when we did it. The mayor system, the only way I can see the mayor system working is if Ash of Creation at the start has a couple of streamer servers, so servers where streamers are allowed, and then a bunch of servers where streamers are not allowed, because you are correct. Like, here's the thing, imagine you're sharing a server with Asmongold. What do you think the chances are that Asmongold becomes the mayor of your town? No matter what you do, Asmongold will be the mayor of your town. I would say most likely 100%. So Asmongold might be fine because Asmongold is a gamer and he's definitely probably going to take it seriously. But XQC becomes the mayor of your town. Well, XQC then just decides to do whatever the fuck XQC wants to do for content, not trying to fuck anyone over. But remember, streamers think in terms of content. So they start doing things for content because it's going to be funny in a YouTube video. But meanwhile, everyone else gets fucked as a result of the things they're trying to do. Or soda popping, right? Now you have people whose games are being destroyed because the streamers are basically controlling the mayor system. No one can get out of it. If you do try to build a second town and get away from it, they just raid your town because they have thousands upon thousands of viewers that's coming with them. There needs to be streamer servers and then all the other servers. So those people that want to be on a streamer server, play on a streamer server, and those people that don't. I almost think that's the only real way you can do it, is having a server where only, like, anyone that has over 10,000 viewers, they have to play on that server. Or those servers, a couple of servers. You can have 3 or 4 of those servers. But if you have over a certain amount of viewers, you must be on that server. You can't play on any of the others unless you're playing on that server off stream. So if you're on a stream, you can go on a server that's off stream and you can play there as much as you want. But when you're streaming, it can only be on one of the streaming servers. You can do something like that, and that could work. But otherwise, the mayor system is going to be miserable for a lot of people, especially people who don't follow the streams. You know, can you imagine this guy just being fucked by the mayor, and he doesn't understand why the mayor is the mayor? Because he doesn't know. He doesn't know that there's a streamer basically grinding content out of the mayor system. He doesn't know. He just knows that this game is horrible because the town's taxes is too high and he's flat gets given away the whole time. Everything's just wrong because the streamer is having fun and he's obviously not. So yeah, I ultimately think it's going to be... they're going to have their work cut out for them in a world where... So those things, sort of community-built things, could have worked years ago before streaming was such a big thing. These days, it's just going to be controlled by the streaming community. Rich would only allow catcalls in his town. We were living in peace until the fat fuckers attacked. Yeah, well, if we get that big by the time, we will definitely cause some fucking toxicity towards other players. New World also ran into similar problems where a streamer faction would always dominate their server. Well, yeah, this is like we spoke about New World in the beginning of the video, where I said the problem with New World is ultimately a lot of people are going to be left out in the cold because we already saw what that kind of content looks like in New World. Right? We already know what that kind of content looks like. Imagine being a 10-viewer Andy streaming the game in a non-streamer server and then getting raided by a huge streamer just for the lols. Gotta leave the server. Oh, poor guy, just having to immediately make a new character, even though him and his 9 friends were having good times on the server. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, final video to react to tonight, and then we'll get into some actual gameplay. But I've wanted to watch this video for a while. What's in the oceans of Fallout? So just to give you guys a little bit of backstory, I've been watching a shit ton of Fallout videos. I've been watching the creepiest vaults in Fallout. I've been watching what does the rest of the world look like in Fallout. Because all Fallout games take place in America. But I've been watching videos sort of talking about Europe and China and Russia and Africa. The video, by the way, spoiler alert for those of you that want to watch it, nothing is happening in Africa. There's no information about Africa anywhere in the Fallout universe. So it seems like Africa was just blown up. It just ceased to exist in the Fallout universe. So there's no evidence about Africa. The dude literally said, we're not even talking about Africa. There's nothing to talk about. So yeah, I want to see what's in the oceans of Fallout.
In the world of Fallout, the effects of the devastating Great War are seen across the wasteland. From the west to east coast, the land is a scarred and ruined parody of the world that once was. Where great cities rose into the clouds, ruins now lay in the dirt. Where human civilization met its veritable peak, humanity now scrounges for existence. And where men ruled at the peak of the food chain, irradiated monsters rose to challenge them for supremacy. Life in the wasteland is bad enough, but the question is never considered that if the wasteland is so unforgiving, what horrors might be lurking in the deeps?
Yes.
Again, like many videos where we don't have an enormous amount of information, much of this will be purely speculative. However, I always felt the oceans of Fallout to be one of the most underdeveloped and therefore most interesting parts of the in-game universe. Although nearly every title in the Fallout series takes place in the reach of ocean shores, there are only sparing references to what might be going on within the deep. The player character is able to come across numerous shore-dwelling aquatic creatures that have transformed into heavily mutated monstrosities, most commonly the Mirelurks. Now, Mirelurk is used as a blanket term to describe a plethora of aquatic creatures who appear to live together in symbiotic.
The ocean has the biggest creatures on the planet. And in Fallout's universe, all creatures just got bigger and more fucking gruesome thanks to the radiation. So how big do you think some of the whales and shit actually is in the oceans? It must be astronomical.
symbiotic harmony. You've got the regular Mirelurks who are based off horseshoe crabs, Mirelurk hunters, which appear to be some form of lobster, Mirelurk kings, which were originally frogs apparently, and Mirelurk queens, which, while they seemingly have a crab ancestor, have managed to grow to a gargantuan size. Mirelurks have the dubious honour, if it can be categorised as such, to be the first mutated creature of the wasteland. Indeed, due to the excess of radioactive pollution that was funneled into the waters by US corporations, pre-war reports emerged showing that there was a dramatically increased size of crabs and lobsters recorded in this region.
Wow.
A real-world study conducted by the University of Colorado had examined the effect that nuclear fallout would have on the world's oceans. The ocean's salt water would soak up the large amount of carbon dioxide from the air, causing carbonate supplies to decline. This subsequently would lead to the death of aquatic ecosystems that rely on an ample supply of carbon, such as coral reefs. This would inevitably lead to the extinction of untold species of marine life. It would therefore make sense for the surviving aquatic life to be akin to the Mirelurks that we see in the series, who have adapted to life inland in search for food and safety.
Probably because
this would allow us to have a shut and closed case, that the radioactive waters were unsustainable for life for sea-dwelling marine creatures, and they've all just died out. Except for the fact that there are evidently ocean-dwelling sea creatures that have survived over 200 years of radioactive exposure. In the Commonwealth and Far Harbour, the player is able to come across the corpses of dolphin-whale hybrids. Contrary to other aquatic life we see in-game, these creatures are evidently suited only for life in the water. The fact that we find so many of them washed up on the shores of Fallout's beaches is potentially telling. While creatures
dolphin whale hybrids. That is. Imagine seeing this. Dolphins are so cute. Imagine seeing this fucking thing coming up towards you.
Such as Mirelurks can travel underwater, it's doubtful that they'd be able to prey on such dolphin-like creatures in their home territory. I'd maybe say the Mirelurk king could have a chance, but that's kinda doubtful. However, the corpses of these dolphins wash up on the beach in abundance, and the majority have heavy scarring across their body.
Means they've been
Perhaps
attacked.
the scars are from fights among their own species over foods or mates, while the losers of particularly vicious fights wash up on the beach. Or perhaps there's something else in the water actively hunting these dolphins. Many of the dolphins that wash up on the beaches can be found being fed upon by scavengers such as the Mirelurk crabs, with their stomachs exposed. I'd always figured the Mirelurks might have just ripped them open to get to the meat inside, but other dolphins can be found with similar injuries with no scavengers nearby feeding on them. The damage done seems to be consistent with the bite marks from another animal of either similar or larger size to these dolphins. In the Broken Point DLC of Fallout 3, Tobar the ferryman mentions that he used to travel up and down the coast, all the way from DC to the Commonwealth. He claims that he no longer takes his boat out to deep water, however, stating that there's too many sprouts ready to drown him, and most damningly, too many critters in the ocean looking for lunch.
Oh shit.
This
Zucchini, thanks for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hearts in chat. Really appreciate that, Zucchini. Thank you so much for that. So this guy stopped sailing the oceans because there's too many things in the ocean that wants to sink his boat.
This may also be a stretch, but sea monsters and the dangers of the ocean can be referenced while conversing with Kenji Nakano. So there may potentially be something hunting.
While I know the seas aren't exactly safe, I'm confident that boats can get you there unharmed. At least, I hope.
These dolphins within the water. In terms of what the dolphins themselves hunt, we're able to view more pre-war aquatic life that has survived. Oceanic fish populations have survived in fairly large numbers, who surprisingly don't appear to be mutated in any visible form,
I really
and seem to
appreciate
be the
you
main
sharing
food
it,
source for
Zucchini.
these dolphin-like creatures. The people of Far Harbour subsist mainly on a diet of caught fish, suggesting that there is a sizable population pool of pre-war fish, as it's their main source of income and sustenance. Within Fallout 4, there seemingly were plans to do a whole lot more with the ocean than what ended up in the base game.
Yeah.
As these features never made it into the game, they obviously can't be considered canon. However, because they had been considered and even designed only to end up on the cutting room floor, it's at least plausible that they could, and may even, exist in a future entry to the series.
What?
For example, a cut quest, 20 Leagues Under the Sea, was intended to expand the region underwater in the form of an underwater vault, Vault 120. There was also apparently meant to be a submarine battle, with the player utilising the Chinese submarine in battle against an unknown foe. In a recent Reddit AMA with Todd Howard, a user had asked about the cut underwater vault, as well as inquiring about what had been planned for much of the underwater locations on Fallout 4's map. Todd had explained that a Bioshock-styled vault had been planned, with a massive sentient octopus living right outside of it.
Oh shit.
I'm honestly not sure if the octopus comment was for real or not, but I love the fact that it was considered. Other cut ocean content can still be heard being discussed by NPCs within the game. While listening to the caravan guards, the sole survivor can be told about an urban legend of the Commonwealth.
You don't know of Old Peg? You've covered enough miles to know firsthand that radiation ravages all living things in its own way. But no one wonders about the deep blue sea.
Now, Old Peg is apparently an enormous ghoul blue whale which haunts the seas around Boston. A caravan guard can be heard telling the story of Old Peg to a colleague, claiming that their grandfather had witnessed the whale firsthand. As the story goes, their grandfather had been searching for Mirelek eggs on the shores of a beach when he heard large splashes coming from the sea. As his eyes adjusted to the fog, he was able to lay eyes upon the gargantuan ghoul whale before it submerged itself back under the water.
Dude, I would fucking kill
Although
myself
the story
if I
is
saw
dismissed
shit
out
like
of
that.
hand, the storyteller implores the listener to talk to the other old-timers of the region, claiming that they all agree that something ancient and terrifying haunts the sea. Old Peg can be seen in restored cut content. I'd recommend checking out Alternative Gaming Channel's video that I've linked in the About section for a look at this irradiated behemoth.
Alright, that would kill me. Look at that picture there. Just take a look at that picture there. That's the guy, that's the fucking thing coming towards him. You shit yourself right there. That's where you shit yourself.
Irradiated behemoth. Although there are no other visual sightings or references to whales, the skeletons of giant whales can be seen littering the coasts of Far Harbor and the Commonwealth. This would indicate that the whale population is still surviving in some form or another. From a design standpoint, it evidently seems to be the case that there had been plans for the ocean, especially in Fallout 4. The Ghoul Whale, Vault 120, and numerous other references all seem to indicate that there was so much more that was intended to appear in the base games.
Dude, this
which
game is
ultimately
actually
the
so
most
fucking
disappointing
deep.
thing. Nearly a third of the in-game map of Fallout 4 is filled with ocean, yet there's very little that the player can do with this area. Sure, we can explore and find some loot here and there, but none of it's any more valuable than what's available on land. This may be an unpopular opinion since water levels in games are universally hated, but I think it was a huge missed opportunity not to include some form of aquatic danger in the oceans and rivers of Fallout 4. By adding some form of danger within the waters, it would actually create a sense of risk and reward for exploring the water depths. There's basically no point in checking out all the loot and structures in the water, as there's nothing to make you feel like there's any reason to do so.
Johnny Tech, how you doing, brother?
In all my playthroughs of Fallout 4, I need to actively stop myself from getting the Aqua Boy perk, since the water just becomes a refuge to escape in, or as a means for fast travel in survival mode. There's many games that could have been used as a blueprint. Far Cry utilizes sharks within their series to make exploring underwater sections more thrilling. I mean, even Banjo-Kazooie created some tense atmosphere by having Snacker hunt you relentlessly if you enter the water. And the best part in these games is that you can actively defend and kill these things. This could have been something that Fallout implemented by having a heavier emphasis maybe on melee skill.
I hate underwater combat, specifically in games like this, because it's scary as shit. I'm happy that they didn't add this, because going into the water, you always have reduced visibility, so you can't see the shit that's about to attack you. And then they fucking sneak up on you, start biting you. It triggers every single anxiety that I have about underwater shit. I fucking hate it.
To fight underwater foes, or by having weapons such as the harpoon gun actually be used for their original purpose. At the very least, they could have mirrored Grand Theft Auto by having some mutated aquatic monster be the reason you're unable to traverse beyond the map, rather than just stating you cannot travel any further. Something along these lines would have also assisted with the...
I've played Subnautica before, and I don't... So it's a cool game, But again, Mirikos, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll see you in a bit. See you in a bit. See you in a bit. Whenever things start chasing me, especially underwater, it just feels a hell of a lot worse.
The plot hole
Jaws
that
killed
boat travel
the ocean
between
for me,
the
bro.
communities of post-war America is basically non-existent. Caravans are stated to make runs between the capital wasteland and the Commonwealth, having to brave the dangers of raiders and mutants. If the oceans are completely safe, with no real threat from carnivorous aquatic life, it would make sense for more enterprising trading outfits to invest in boat travel. 1, it would be far safer. 2, they could probably carry more equipment rather than strapping it to the back of a Brahmin. And 3, they could travel greater distances in a shorter amount of time. Obviously, examples exist already of the Nakanos and Tobar who ply the routes by boat, but these individuals are the exception rather than the norm. Ocean travel between the US and other nations is also extremely rare, and understandably so, since many post-war survivors are merely fighting to survive from day to day. Expeditions to cross the sea are obviously fairly low on their list of priorities. Even so, you would think that nearly after 200 years, there would be a larger amount of travel, at least between the Atlantic Ocean. In more recent years, this type of travel is obviously possible, given the existence of characters such as Alistair Tenpenny, who is confirmed to have travelled from the ruins of the United Kingdom to post-war America. And as far as making the journey, in the 1700s it would have taken a vessel 6 weeks at the earliest and 3 months at the latest to travel, and that's with far more primitive craft. Sure, the navies of the world would be in varying states of disrepair, but given that the boats such as Nakanos or Tobars are still in existence, capable of travelling vast distances, then it's not out of the realm of possibility for other such craft to exist. In conclusion, there is no doubt that there is definitely some form of life still dwelling beneath the water in the oceans of Fallout. The evidence we've seen of marine life, from whales, dolphins,
that scares
and
me.
ocean
I can't
fish,
see shit out
shows
of those
that
windows.
ecosystems and life are still sustainable in the water. As mentioned previously, it had even been considered to have a giant octopus within the series, showing that within the in-game universe, this could have been a possibility. The question is ultimately, how much of the radiation affected the yet unseen creatures? The ocean has enormous capacity to dilute the effects of radiation, with this effect being more pronounced the further down you go. However, radioactive waste has been pumping into the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans since before the Great War. In pre-war times, Mirelurk populations were already starting to mutate.
Bro.
And even if the ocean life is safeguarded from the immediate effects of radiation and FEV
Imagine a Fallout in Unreal Engine 5.
exposure, they'd still have been exposed to the debris and carcasses of the radioactive land-dwelling residents of the world above who have sunk into the ocean's
How
deep.
good would that be?
Who knows what effect that the ingesting of these corpses has had on these underwater creatures. Would a shark that's consumed the FEV-contaminated body of a super mutant simply die, or begin to mutate and evolve? And most frighteningly, maybe after 200 years of consuming the leftovers that have fallen into the waters, maybe these creatures of the deep might begin searching for fresh prey.
Wait, what's this? A new adventure in the vacation wasteland. Fallout Miami is an upcoming DLC-sized mod for Fallout 4 with the original setting complete with its own engrossing main quest, interesting side quests and characters, including new companions. The central theme of our story is the struggle between order and freedom. The setting for this new adventure is the post-apocalyptic vacation wasteland of Miami, once a popular tourist destination attracting rich and glamorous visitors, both foreign and domestic. It now plays host to an eclectic assortment of factions and societies, each with its own culture and approach to the challenges of this new post-nuclear world. The once great slaver kingdom of Sunshine Cove has recently come under threat by a horde of automobile-worshipping nomads calling themselves the Nuclear Patriots. While Miami's various factions vie for control over the vacation wasteland, a long-forgotten remnant of the old world slumbers beneath the waves, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim America once again. Do these DLCs have voice acting, or do they not have voice acting? These mod DLCs. I can't imagine that they have voice acting, because that would be super expensive. Wait, they actually have voice acting in the mods? Jesus. Wow. How do these people make money? Like, genuine question. How do mod creators make money? Is it all just by hoping that people give them donations? Evans agree. They don't owe donations. The willingness to do what devs don't is insane. Bro, maybe I should play Fallout 4. Maybe I should give it a fucking... Maybe I should give it the old college try, you know? It is insane the amount of work that Fallout players have done to fix Fallout as a game. And the same with Skyrim. But yeah, Ocean scared the living fuck out of me. I don't want to play, like, I actually did install Fallout New Vegas the other day. I can't play it. The graphics is just too bad. The gameplay is horrible. I don't know. I'm so used to new games, I guess, that I'm just not a fan of it. But there you go. Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition. I installed it. And I don't know. I struggled to get into it. So maybe I should just grab Fallout 4 and give that a go. Because that's newer, right? End up getting hired by the companies they make mods for. I have to play Fallout 3 again. So you guys think I should just stick with Fallout New Vegas? I should just stick with Fallout New Vegas, just get a couple of mods. Because the thing that bothered me about the gameplay isn't the gameplay as much as it is... first and foremost, it's quite clear that the game is not optimized for 1440p. So it feels like the movement is very fast and sort of... You can't really control mouse speed and stuff like that. Not to the level that you would need to. And the other thing was just the UI. Like, the way you equip gear and stuff is just horrible. So I'll probably go look for a couple of mods, like the best mods I can get for Fallout New Vegas, and then I'll play it. I'll see what there is in the game. So yeah, but because I am, ever since starting to watch a lot of YouTube videos about Fallout, I am interested in the Fallout universe. Like, I really want to know more about the Fallout universe. So yeah, I'd be interested to check it out. I would be very interested to check it out. Sorry, I'm just closing a bunch of unnecessary tabs here. All right, I'm quickly going to go grab another cup of coffee, and then when I get back, it's time for us to play some Final Fantasy XIV. We need to free Mhigo, ladies and gentlemen. If a 4 story is, man, in my opinion, the gameplay is better than New Vegas. I've never played either, so... Well, I played, like, 10 minutes of New Vegas, so I don't know if that counts. I have Nexus mods. I even have an account with Nexus mods, so I do have that. So, yeah, I have to free Mhigo next, so we'll do that. But I first have to get some coffee and take a piss. New Vegas was very buggy at launch, mostly due to how much time they had to work on it. I'm pretty sure New Vegas wasn't made by Bethesda. It was made by the same developers that eventually would break away from Bethesda and start working on, what's the game called? Outer Worlds. Obsidian, yeah. Obsidian were the ones who made New Vegas, and they eventually broke away and made Outer World. Outer World is another really cool game, by the way. If you haven't tried that, really good fucking game. Very similar to the Fallout thing, just not as big. Like, on a much smaller scale than Fallout. But okay, fuck it. Guys, get up, go walk around, move around for a bit, because I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Just gonna grab coffee, take a piss, and then we're saving Mhigo. All right? See you soon. All right, people. I think Bell was quite happy with the new X-Back, or am I missing something? Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened with Balila?
You look like you've lost some weight.
What do you mean, what took me so long? I was gone for 5 minutes. I was gone for 5 minutes, people. Calm down, I was just grabbing a cup of coffee. That's it. Slow hobo dick sucker. Dude, you have to make sure that you suck it well. Wait, can someone tell me what's happening on the WoW forums right now? More than 5 minutes. BC, I'm so sorry that I took less than 10 minutes to fucking do this. Wow, you guys are just fucking ramping this up. More than 5 minutes, 8 minutes, now 9 minutes. Was I gone for an hour? It's just ramping up now. Like, everyone's just going higher and higher and higher with this shit. CDJ, what happened on the forums? Give me the link. Is it drama? If it's drama, I want the link. Please tell me this fucking... I was talking about some old forum rages. Wow, Andy still hate Balila. Oh, old stuff, don't care. Polygivid is necessary now? I mean, fuck it. If it's old stuff, I don't care. But if there's anything new, if there's new drama, I'm all for it. Like, give me that drama, baby. Give me that fucking drama. All right. Just changing here, ladies and gentlemen. Just changing to Final Fantasy. Okay, that should be good. Let's log into the launcher here. I need another new channel for drama. No, the Clips channel is pretty good for drama. We don't need another new channel. We've already got too many fucking new channels, dude. Let me get these channels going, and then we can sort of look at more channels. But let's first focus on the channels we've got already. Only interesting thing in forums is I wonder if gnomes taste like chicken. Wow. My father never believed the ancestral tales of a man sitting in that chair. His father said he never saw it move, and his father claimed that he once saw a man named Acalon in that chair. I can't believe I caught the sight live. 4 generations of my family holding the belief this wasn't just a chair stream. Albocalypse, fuck you. Like... Wow, you guys pretend as if I just leave for millions and millions of hours at a time. Whoa, there's a new game? Warhammer Chaos Gate. That's new. 6 ads going through. Dragon Slayer, don't worry, I play the ads. The ads are being played by me to ensure that no one else gets ads. So... you don't have to worry about it at all. See it premiere, but I think you can download the demo on Steam after the stream. Wait, what demo? For what?
What took you so long?
Wins, you bastard. Thanks for the $20. Did really appreciate that. Dude, I'm taking that money straight to the hookers. Really appreciate it, bro.
For our Lord and Master, LX.
You're not going to cover the new reveal of Bal's game? I'm so not trying to push this. Wait, what reveal? Oh, for the love of fuck, give me the link. Give me the link. If I don't react to it, people will go, why the fuck are you not reacting to it? If I do react to it, people will be like, excuse me, Acalon, you fucking stalling bastard. You stalling cunt. Where is our game, bro? Let's play some Final Fantasy 14. Bros, I'm just reacting to the demo quickly. No, we want the game now. All right, we'll play some video games. Don't worry about it. No, but we actually want to see Balilar's new game. I could just never win with this fucking chat. Just never win. Stalling, I can't believe Akko is doing the rich thing. Unbelievable. Oh, shit. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Quick finish the MSQ in 15 minutes. Then you can do both. Dude, there's no way. There's no way we're finishing the MSQ in 15 minutes. We have it open, so we may as well continue until it starts. Alright, here we go. You have done us a great service this day. Long shall my sisters sing the praises of the Icon Slayer. Let us bear word to them of Sri Lakshmi's passing. Come, friends, to Vera Nilia. And I don't know, like, their name for their god is stupid. They should have called her something else, I think. No way. Super Cider, no way for what? Come on, ads, some are interesting. Dragon Slayer, so FYI, the ads that you get on this channel will almost always be played by me. And I play them at times where there's not much going on the screen. So that whenever we do get to good parts, you guys don't get a bunch of fucking stupid ads that sort of play during the good parts. So you don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to sit here playing ads whenever, like, the most important part of the story comes on or some shit like that. Pringles, how you doing? Ah, the winds whispered of your success, and your eyes confirmed their testimony. The Lady of Bliss no longer holds our Kiliana sisters in her thrall. For this, we thank you. Akalon did the deed. We were but witnessed to his heroism. However, I fear this is only the beginning, for there is no cure for that which drives the desperate to beseech the gods of salvation. Should they wish to use their crystals to summon Sri Lakshmi again, naught can be done to stop them. We ignore our sister's plight at our peril. This we know. We shall endeavor to show them another path, so that the day you speak of never comes. Well, all in this together. We're all in this together. Alamegans and Ananta. We understand that. Hopefully in time, they will too. Why are they speaking as if these sisters weren't enthralled? They keep speaking as if the goddess didn't enthrall her worshippers. So won't they just try to summon them anyways? No matter what, they're still going to try and summon her again, because that's what it means. It's called enthralled, right? What's the affliction that you suffer from? If a god basically turns you into a slave?
Sri Lakshmi is a real-life deity.
Yeah, but Sri Lakshmi is also a stupid name. Tempered! That's the one. Thank you. Yes. Tempered. Well, Gus, you're playing the game? Yeah, but you guys know the fucking game better than me. You and yours will ever be friends of the Vera. On that, you have my word. We should be getting back to the Peering Stones. Thank you again, Sarisha, for everything. I wonder why my ad block was working. No problem. Not that I need it as a sub anyway. Dude, mark my words. Soon, Twitch will remove ad-free viewing for subs. I'm almost certain of it. Like, with Twitch's track record right now of trying to bleed people, they're going to be like, tier 1 subs still get ads, but like maybe half of the ads of other people. But if you don't want any ads, you have to be like tier 3. That's where no ads come. So tier 1 is like 75% of all ads. Tier 2 is like 50% of all ads. And then tier 3 is like no ads. But I think there are levels of tempering, but can't tell more because spoilers. All right. They are talking about the other tribe. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future here. If Twitch do that, I'll just cancel my subs. Dude, I think everyone's going to just cancel their subs, but I don't think Twitch is thinking about that. Think they would push away a lot of people. They're hoping that they're not yet completely beyond reason. they're trying to be optimistic. Maybe. Welcome back. Conrad and Marshal Turpin came to render aid, but I hear that won't be necessary. It won't. Sri Lakshmi's gone. But I should probably start at the beginning. Dude, Twitch is approaching streaming as a business, but also as a very bad business. I mean, anyone with half a fucking brain that actually watches Twitch content knows that the way you fix Twitch is by doing something with the clips. Getting people to actually upload videos to Twitch would be a nice touch as well. Like, just making video uploads to Twitch a better idea would already bring a lot of new ad revenue to Twitch. But Twitch consistently wants to stick to this we are a live stream only platform and then try to figure out how do you monetize live streams beyond just letting people sub whenever they want to sub. Think it would make YouTube and Premium more attractive. The live streams could be much improved on YouTube though. Truth. Incredible. I don't know what to say. If you hadn't been there to stop her, who knows where it would have ended? You've saved a lot of lives, Zaklon. Take pride in that. It must be said that that is something of an unprecedented situation. Previous summonings were, to my knowledge, planned well in advance by a tribe as a whole. Indeed, there are several aspects of this incident which bear further investigation. In any event, the Quelana's supply of crystals must remain limited for the foreseeable future, and ambient ether levels very closely observed. Understood. The Alliance will consult with the Resistance and the Vera on how best to enforce said restrictions. They're trying to monetize Twitch like it's TV? Yeah, even though people watch Twitch so that they don't have to watch TV. But, you know, that is where we are now. 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Can someone tell me when the premiere is 2 minutes out? So when we have about 2 minutes before the premiere starts. Thank you, Vice Marshal. Two other matters, then. What news of the Imperials? None. Which itself is troubling. It seems as though the skulls and the remainder of the garrison have fully withdrawn into the peaks. We've seen neither hide nor hair of them since Velodina. Regardless of their reasons, our path is clear. Father has decided that it is time to advance east. Finally! He is also most emphatic that you be spared further duties for the present. You are to rest. It would not do for the Warrior of Light to collapse from exhaustion during the march. We may not be as strong or as quick as him, but we are soldiers nonetheless. We can deal with the Imperials. You've earned this respite, so enjoy it. And the same goes for you, Mhigo. You've been away from your family too long. Don't deny it. As you say, sir. Thank you. We'll make the most of our time here. Well, I'm getting some downtime. Balela's new game demo reveal? Yeah, we're waiting for Balela's new game reveal. I'm looking forward to this game, by the way. Oh shit, there's people saying hello to us here. All right, sorry. Just had to respond to some of the people in Balela's chat. I find it ironic that after the WoW MOBA game announcement, Clash of Clans shot right up in popularity on Twitch. It's because people want to play something like Clash of Clans, like the game, but obviously the game isn't available yet. So, you know, they're just playing that now. I can't get into Balela. They seem to just talk about the same thing in 10x different ways. Not my cup of tea. But this is his game. We're not watching just the video. I love Balela's videos, but this is Balela's game, The Pale Beyond. Looks like it's up to me and mine to give you lot a proper welcome. My mother prepared a special meal for this occasion. and I have it on good authority that hers is the finest cooking this side of the Valadina. It's not out yet. No, the WoW game is not out yet. No. All right, what is this feast? Honored guests, I pray you partake of our humble offerings as we give thanks for your many valiant deeds. Oh shit, some chicken? Some fruit? Nice. Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome. We are honored to break bread with you and your family. Come, come, eat your fill of our food and drink deep of our spirits. There is more than enough for all. Well, when you put it that way, don't mind if I do. How much do you think Lise actually eats? Rose, how you doing? Think she eats mountains? Not with that frame, she doesn't. There's no fucking way, dude. She wasn't kidding when she said her mother could cook. You know, seeing her with her family, I can't help thinking of my own. How my father would come home from a hunt with dinner on his shoulder, and Yida would prepare it with herbs and spices. Our mother died when I was little, so she did most of the cooking. We didn't have much, but we had each other, and that was enough for me. Her muscles are very dense, that's why you can't see them. Oh my fucking god, dude. Why are you guys throwing shade at her? Come on, bastards, don't be assholes. Lise is amazing. But they wouldn't let us have even that. Theodoric, Gaius. Of course, father and Yida had to fight. I would have too if I had been older. But they didn't have to die. Never ends, does it? They call us beasts, and they treat us like them. They push, and they push, and they... until someone pushes back. Until someone takes up arms, or summons a god. A false god. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? What are they thinking when they see the strong hurt the weak? When people fight and die, and nothing gets better? And it just goes on, and on, and on. There is no justice, just us. Thank you, Alex. I know. That's why we're here, isn't it? Thanks for listening. I know I was just rambling, but I feel better somehow. Who knows what the answers are, or if there even are any. Either way, life goes on, and we've got to go with it. Sorry, that sounded better in my head. I must be getting tired. Time to turn in, I think. Peace, Lise. Peace. Tomorrow's another day, eh? Let's see what it brings. Sleep well, Accolon. You too, Lise. Sleep well. God, I hope this isn't another... like... because it's almost here, waiting for Balila. Alright, good. Now we can hunt, move over and wait. We're waiting for Balila now. This is it. This is it. This is it, people. This is fucking it. Oh, shit. You can play the Pale Beyond demo yourself tomorrow. Over on the Steam page. I think we're gonna try the demo tomorrow. I think tomorrow we have to try the game from Balila. The Pale Beyond. Here we go. Here we go, people. So,
hello.
there we
hey.
go. There we go.
Okay, hey everyone. Where? What? Oh, right, we're on the camera. Hey. Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were saying. So, anyway, hello. It is time for the... You know, I'm just going to take that thing off. Goodbye. Time for the Pale Beyond stream. This is pretty fucking exciting day, I think, as far as days go. Yeah, so we are going to properly kick things off at 6:30, so in about 14 minutes. So, you know, let everyone filter in, have a little chat, and then we can get going.
Let's do that.
Some people are going to be watching this on Steam, because Steam has live streaming.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, how crazy.
Ooh.
Yeah, so this is all part of Ludinarchon, which is the sort of like expo event that our publisher runs. Has it started yet, or are we jumping the gun?
No, it literally started 5 minutes ago.
It started 5 minutes ago. Good, we didn't jump the gun.
They actually have
loads of cool games,
publisher?
loads of fantastic other panels, lots of cool stuff going on.
They've got a big release going on right now in Citizen Sleeper, which looks fucking awesome. It's reviewing
It looks
super
amazing.
Well. So that is very cool for them. Also in Game Pass.
Yeah.
Also very cool for them. Yeah. So anyway, it's me. Hello, Thomas as well.
Hello.
Matt's over there.
I can't fucking change the...
There he is.
Hold up, I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, now we're in the fun bit. You know, 13 minutes of dead air. If you've got any cool ideas, do let us know.
I could read the poem from the start of the game.
There we go.
We're down for a little poetry session, everyone.
Okay.
There we go.
All
right.
We could. Or maybe we should do that when we actually.
Did he say Game Pass? I don't think he did.
Well,
did
Kenny.
he?
Hello, Kenny. Kenny said, "Sorry, I'm terribly behind this story. Is the game done? Do we need to wait to get the stores, get our hands on them? Game is not done yet."
No. If it is, I would be extremely concerned to learn that live on stream.
Sorry, Thomas, we've already published the game.
Yeah, oh man.
We did it in secret behind you.
Yeah, the demo is done.
No, it can't still be up.
Yeah, we've been in production since last April.
Oh, yeah, should we maybe swap off our wind blowing?
Oh, yeah.
Or,
let me...
Just alt-tab to the
logo.
Listen, there's nothing coming through. There's no Final Fantasy music coming through at all, Adelia.
But the demo is done.
Yes. The actual game will be coming out end of this year, if not the start of next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When will I see it at my local GameStop? Probably not going to have a physical release.
Yeah.
Although, I mean...
It's okay, I'll message Ryan Cohn and see what he thinks.
That's it.
Why would you want a physical release?
Yeah, who knows? It's the sort of thing, If I could put together, like, I mean, we even have some of this stuff from our Patreon, so if I could put together, like, a bunch of goodies or something and kind of have, like, an optional, physical collector's edition or something, that would be fun to do, but also a lot of work, so ain't guaranteeing that.
Yeah, we've been looking into
Hopefully I didn't just give our publisher a heart attack hearing that.
No. We've been looking into the audio quality of white plastic vinyls at the moment with James.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, no, it seems pretty cool. Apparently all the overhead is getting the original metallic prints, and then everything else is like 50p of vinyl. It's actually pretty chill.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah. I would like to do a vinyl.
Yeah.
We could be just like Final Fantasy XIV.
Hey man, I'm going to be taking long extended breaks during this stream to just jam out to Jackson's accordion music.
That'll be it. Yeah, that's it. They don't even know who Jackson is.
Oh god, yeah.
They do know what accordions are.
Our very own Floridian.
Yeah, we do in fact have a Florida man.
Yeah,
on
he
the team.
avoids gators and makes
All right.
amazing tunes and streams on Twitch 3 times a week.
Yeah, 10 minutes to go. Do a
Yeah.
partnership with Limited
Some
Run.
people would want physical release as
Yeah.
much, maybe.
Cool idea. Yeah.
I can see that.
It's the sort of thing we're very much capped on the amount of things that need to be done. I'll certainly say, for me personally, that would be fucking awesome. But you know, who knows? Who knows? Things are all work, and I don't even really know what those deals look like. But it certainly would be interesting.
Yeah, I can see the chat.
I wonder how people feel about this game. What's the overall
Can't wait to download
sort
the
of
demo.
feeling?
I appreciate the sentiment. Fortunately, you will have to wait until tomorrow at 5 p.m. PST for the demo.
Yeah, it's Thursday 9 a.m. PST,
Yeah.
5 p.m. BST.
It looks good. I'd
is
probably
this a
get
WoW killer?
physical. Well, they don't have a physical copy yet.
Well,
That's a small band of people. We have.
it's no WoW Tales. That's the real WoW killer.
Yep, WoW certainly killed that.
Yeah, no, this is our own thing. This is a definitively single player game.
Yes, it's an RTS. No.
It actually has some. It's taken. You'll see in a bit. It's taken some control scheme inputs from RTSs for camera panning and zooming for some of the isometric hub traversal.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where we've. I mean, with the direction we've went in, it's kind of ended up not really fitting a particular genre or template.
Yeah, I've
mega well. But then
I've
it just
melted your head for many years.
Yeah, and then it just kind of brings up the whole thing of like, what is a genre? Which, that's a whole discussion in the industry these days.
Dude, I'm very
That's what
interested
you
to
get
see
for-
this game.
that's what you get
I
for
want to know
adapting
what
a
this
book.
game is all about.
And then yeah.
Approximate story length in hours. Is there anything we would want to commit to there?
I can tell you for a fact that for the demo content, which is maybe like the first 2/5 of the game, or like maybe about a third, people testing it have been playing anywhere between sort of an hour and 40 minutes to 3 hours. There's one person who did 5 hours, but I don't know what was happening there.
Quickly, slap that one in the back of the box.
Yeah. 5 hours of endless content. So it really depends on the rate at which you sort of play the game, or the rate at which you read, and just a few other different things. But I'd say we're on track for a minimum of about 6 and anywhere between 8 and 9 hours.
I think for most
depending on-
people, like 6 to 8. If you're a completionist, then maybe you could be hitting up, sort of like 10 if you're really taking it sort of more slow. There is the other side of it, though, where we do have a fair amount of replayability. Which you've actually made a pretty cool whole save load system for, which
I heavily borrowed from Lucas Pope's save system from Papers, Please.
very cool save system.
Yeah.
So yes, we do have multiple different endings. There are different orders and ways in which things can happen. So yes, in the same way, maybe you'll do a Paragon run of like a Mass Effect game, and you play the game, and then maybe you want to roll another character, and not that we have Paragon Renegade exactly, but
Saltborn.
yeah, you can change things up, go for different endings. We have a whole system
So it's pure
basically
story driven.
made to support replayability being like quite fun and accessible to do without you just having to kind of literally go through the whole
Yeah,
thing.
it's
we can't really say too much about how that happens because it's kind of narrative.
Yeah, there's there's a lot of like developer tools we ended up.
I like that it's not a
deciding to
long
put into
game.
the player's
It's going to be
hands
6 to
because,
8 hours
it just
to
makes
complete
sense
the game.
Yeah,
That's
there's
great
cool
for
tools you
story
unlock at the
games.
end. Is it kid/teen friendly? I like to get my son something more deep than Fortnite. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
It depends on, I guess, the age of your kid and what you feel there.
If you want to Trojan horse them into a bunch of reading with some like mature themes and stuff, you could probably do that. It does have some swearing. Whenever we were going through the formal age rating stuff, apparently it registers as about 16 plus.
Interesting.
So it's okay to have violence, traumatizing things, drug use, X, Y, and Z,
Alex,
as long as it's like
it's about
naturalistically framed within the context of the narrative. As long as
one
it's not
stream,
for
you
reckless
just play it
abandon,
once,
then,
finish it, and have fun with
there
it.
is, sex is not there.
Aww. Fuck.
Though, if you go on to the $999 on the Patreon tier, we'll make some for you.
Player fraternization is not facilitated.
Yeah, I guess like some of the source stuff, you know.
I was looking
think
forward
I
to
came
doing
into
some
contact with
degenerate
that when I was,
shit
like,
in the
13,
game,
14.
but hey, you know,
What,
Sag.
like endurance and stuff.
Oh, I thought you meant like bad, sex stuff.
No.
But
Oh, no.
Cool.
So it's the sort of thing like certainly compared to what would be a 12A or like a PG-13 in Hollywoodland, I wouldn't worry.
Yeah.
With kids.
It is 2D as well. It's not like a lot of it's pretty abstracted out and trying to play on your heartstrings.
Kids are smart.
Kids are smart.
Kids are way more smart than like I think they're given credit for. So
Are they?
Yeah.
I don't know about
Excited
that.
to check it out. Will you guys release on Switch?
We can't officially say anything.
Yes, we would like to, but we can't sort of confirm platforms.
Let's just say I'm trying to make sure that the UI does work on handheld consoles. Steam Deck wink.
It would be really cool to get things going in a Steam Deck.
Yeah, there was a really.
It would be really cool to have a Steam Deck. Please.
Someone's asking, "Where's my raunchy Mr. and Mrs. Glossy?" That's what I'm after. That's exactly the kind of interaction I was hoping for. There's something further up. Is this a more gameplay-focused visual novel game? Some of the higher budget VN games have progression and RPG mechanics. It's not just anime porn. That's actually not far off. Like RPG, branching narrative story, interactive fiction with visual novel-like emotes, and basic resource management mechanics with a sort of iterating game loop.
Yeah, and I guess like overworld exploration is not the way to put it, but I mean, you'll see because we'll literally take you through it in 4 minutes.
Oh wow!
For now, Adelia, yes, we're about 4 minutes out from seeing what the game looks like. So,
is if you have a fun little experience, we can maybe talk about that after we're done with the demo. The different ways that used to be.
Yeah, man, it's gone through so many versions. I'm really happy with kind of where it's come to, but yeah.
Yeah, what engine? Unity,
and then we're using the Inkle language for the branching narrative, which is a fantastic tool made by Inkle Studios. Definitely check them out. And then for our audio, we're using Fmod for some branching audio as well.
Just stepped in. Is it co-op? No, single player.
No, you can sit down with someone and argue over choices, but that's about it.
You said the demo's going to hit today. Where is it? Completely a time zone fuck up. The demo goes live tomorrow at 5 p.m. BST. But I guess early glimpse here, and actual demo will be then. Do endings have a % chance to obtain, like Cyberpunk type ones? There were a few rare endings. So I haven't finished Cyberpunk, so I don't know exactly, but I assume you mean there endings that are a very low chance of getting.
It depends what you classify as an ending. There's a few main core ending pathways, and then everything else is quite sort of the minutia is emergent based on various systems, and like any combination of the crew can be dead or alive by the end of the game. But yeah, you'll get a sense for it when we play the demo. There's the major branching complexity, and then there's the kind of the systemic complexity within those different kind of routes that you can take.
Can we have a dating sim spin-off with your characters? Now, I'm with you in this one. Thomas, can we have
Absolutely. I've promised Jess, the art director, that if there is enough interest, we will create a beach episode.
Okay.
She's fully down for that. I'm fully down for that. And I think the team maybe needs it.
What game are you making?
Very, very depressing game for 2.5 years.
Sweet. Well, in that case, I mean, I think the publisher is listening, so give us the beans and we'll make you a beach episode.
Kurt.
Totally.
Here we go. Are there any time limits on decisions? No. This is an entirely turn-based game. Any time limitations will be like ticking down, not in real time, but based on choice turns that you create.
It's a bit of a thing with like how you want the game feel to be.
Yes.
And there's definitely a place for getting 2 or 3 decisions on a little bar that's going down, but.
Nice.
We ended up not going in that direction.
Yeah.
Why didn't you go for Unreal Engine 5
if we've already
instead?
played the demo? No, we're about to get stuck in just a moment. Will there be, or have you been looking into any loot box system? Essential pay to enhance in any way? No. I think if I was to gate anything behind a paywall, I don't know, maybe more dogs. Or
the beach episode.
Well, actually, yeah, just the
Yeah,
beach
the beach
episode.
episode.
Same when they started?
Shit, there we go. We've confirmed the beach episode. Fuck, we don't have to make
it's gonna
damn
happen.
thing
It's gonna happen.
No, Alex, that's not what I
I'm not
mean.
above this.
I'm asking
now.
Snow.
Oh, dear. I mean,
why
loot
not
boxes.
Unreal
I suppose
Engine? Why did
technically
he
you
cite
can get
Unity?
creative things off the ship. That's just a game mechanic in the story. And yeah, we're that's it.
There we go.
Swipe and you'll get the 4th premium dialogue option.
Yeah, you can loot boxes in the game. Yeah, there's a whole pantry you can loot. There's a coal bunker and various things.
Yeah. Soundtrack. There is a soundtrack. It's fucking awesome. I've been listening
okay.
to it in my walks into work.
Yeah,
I get what you mean.
So we have 2 people in the audio team. There's James, who's the audio director and lead composer. He does all of the sort of background music and orchestral stuff that you're going to hear, and then he actually does quite a lot of the Foley for the game, completely like by scratch. The other musician is Jackson, the accordionist. So anytime you hear the accordion, that's him doing his stuff.
Yeah. 2 interesting questions. One, so one was on how many wish lists.
Oh.
Now on that, I don't actually know what I don't know if you're not allowed to share that. We're happy.
Yeah, we're very happy.
I just don't know
I
if
mean,
we're allowed to
I'm
share
fine
that,
with their
that
voices
number.
being
But if
higher
we
than
were allowed to
mine
share it, I think
because
that
it's
could
about
make for
them.
a
It's about listening
cool
to them.
amount of-
The guts of 30.
Yeah,
30 wish lists.
Yeah.
No, add a few,
we have 30 wish lists.
yeah, add an unspecified amount of zeros onto that. And
We have 3 million wish lists.
Yeah, 3 million wish lists.
I wish.
Yeah.
That's on my wish list.
We're definitely a data anomaly when it comes to other developers I've been speaking to and how the graph looks and how it kind of ebbs and flows with everything you're doing on the channels.
Yeah, we have, I guess, obviously, right? The other thing then was just how many copies need to sell for us to be able to make more games in the future. So that is something that, not going to answer, but at some point,
Yes.
I mean, I love it whenever developers do postmortems in games, when they share their data. So that is absolutely something that I want to do.
If the game
And,
launches
I
on
think
Steam, we
certainly
can
whenever
see how
the
many
team
players it
YouTube
has
size is a
anyway.
bit
So
larger, I'd kind of like to have ongoing content there so that people can really be like along on the whole game development journey and actually kind of learn how it really works in the indie side.
Yeah, that exists in a spreadsheet somewhere on my computer. But I'd love to do that kind of breakdown after the fact. Are there any cool Easter eggs that we should be hyped for? I don't know if they're cool, but there's a lot of jokes that we've been making at each other's expense. And me and the other co-writer have this sort of battle going on. There's some Easter eggs alluding to some of our other projects and other games we've kind of loosely been tinkering with before we got picked up for this.
So some people who are on a beta Google form that I did about 5 years ago will recognize one thing. 30 trillion, that's it.
Oh, nice.
So it is 32 minutes past.
Oh, okay, cool.
I think that means it's time for us to go.
It's time for us to go.
So
Let's
I
see.
don't know. We're going.
Hey! Would you like to just start with the general introduction before we start the demo then?
Yeah. So we just have a few slides and things to take you through because very aware we haven't actually sat down and actually talked you through what the deal is. In a decent bit of length. So
we don't know
I'll
what the
talk
game
through
is.
that, then demo, and after the demo, we kind of hang around and do some Q&A with everyone.
Yeah, I'm hype. It's
All right,
cool.
So
show us.
the name is different. It's now Bellular Studios.
Yep.
It used to be Coffee Box Games, if
Yes, it
anyone
did.
remembers that. And that was a choice that we made because, frankly, it's obvious. I mean, there's
Name recognition.
one thing there, as much as I may cringe a little bit inside whenever an Xbox gamer tag that somebody wrote on the back of my file when I was 15 years old. But it's what people know, right? So we changed the name, and the guys whipped up a really cool logo. There's the team.
Yeah, this isn't everyone who's working
Yeah.
on the game. There's a fair few more people than this, and you'll see them in the demo credits. But yeah, this is like the core day-to-day team. There's myself. There's Michael. We founded the studio way back when we were doing our university placement in 2017. Jesus. Then 2016.
Yeah,
Cool,
it was
cool.
around when Legion. It was just after Legion came out.
Then, we've got the art team. We've got Jess, who's the art director, Katie as well. Jess and Katie are responsible for most of the characters that you're going to see. Ethan here,
Mike,
he's done
agreed.
most of the environment backgrounds and some of the UX and gameplay design. Eric Rivers down there, he's the other writer and narrative designer.
shit.
Then we have
Sorry
Noel,
about
who's
that,
the
guys.
systems programmer in addition to myself. James, who's the audio director we mentioned. And then Nadine, who's done some lovely animations. And then finally Jackson, of course, who's done all of the accordion music.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's the team.
The Pale Beyond. Cool.
the name of
So
the game.
yeah, we're going to tell you exactly why the game has that name and kind of what the initial inspiration was, just to contextualize things a bit. So it's a branching narrative polar exploration game with light sim elements, fundamentally about leadership, blah, 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 inspired by the Shackleton expedition, the Scots expedition, and all these other amazing early 1900s expeditions. So this is a quote from a book called Stealing Fire by Stephen Kotler in 2017. And it goes, "Beyond the pale, on the other hand, lay bad news. That's where mayhem, murder, and madness resided. Most who ventured beyond it were never heard from again, and the few who did manage to return weren't always welcomed with open arms. They were no longer trustworthy. They might have seen too much." Yeah, so back whenever I'm half English, half Irish. When half of me invaded the other half of me, they built a giant wall, and yeah, there was this great sort of thing. So Pale Beyond is in reference to this, and it's in reference to obviously snow or schnackte, and yeah, just the idea of people having a shared trauma and coming out the other side with more in common than anyone else on the planet, bridging class divides. A good way to pitch this game is basically the Shackleton expedition meets Yes, Your Grace.
Yeah, it is in fact partially how we pitched the game.
Yeah, and actually the developer of Yes, Your Grace has played Pale and gave some really useful feedback.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I think the last thing before we start is just to run you through the core design pillars. Let us know if we're hitting any of these. Yeah, so the game's about leadership, you know, taking charge of being in that sort of player fantasy. It's about having ownership of consequences and feeling like you've influenced the story and things are actually diegetically responding to your input. And then, of course, decisions having a face. So unlike Frostpunk, literally every character in the game that you're in charge of has a face and they have a personality. And
it's very similar to
Frostpunk.
Frostpunk.
To slightly
That's
more
a great
empathetic
game.
human level.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that, I mean, it could be UI or it could be a character, and you can properly tie all that in.
Absolutely. And then very last thing, the ice doesn't care you're here. So it's trying to avoid oblique level design masquerading as ice and instead trying to reinforce the sense that you're cosmically irrelevant to the grand sort of machinations of the ice and the environment around you. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, PowerPoint. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, before I made video games, the first thing I ever did was PowerPoint animations in school. Okay, yeah, you ready to dive in?
Let's go.
Cool.
Let's go.
Let's show them a video game.
Shoot, one thing, Matt, before we're properly in, echo on the monitors. Is there a way to de-echo the monitors? That's just me hearing my voice in his mic, isn't it? Yeah. Fuck it, it's impossible to fix. Oh.
Cool. So, yeah, we just need to
hang on. I think Matt is... oh, here he goes. Here he goes. He's currently behind Thomas. I don't know why I'm commentating this like it's a horse race.
Hello, Matthew.
Wow, Matt's having to pick up the slack, bro. Fix this thing that mics do, please.
The ice doesn't care. Oh, yeah, we should have put that in the trailer. That is a good trailer.
That's alright. Oh, okay. We're probably going to do that for our launch trailer.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a bit like, you know, in space, no one can hear you scream.
Yeah. Yeah, should we get the build up on the stream visual then?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Bloody Bernie.
All right, let's see this.
Great idea.
Let's see this.
Okay, they can hear the wind. That's a good sign. Ooh. Okay, great. We're good to go.
True
We're
ones.
gonna start a new game.
Very true.
And let's get stuck right in. Feel free to interrupt at any point.
Poetry.
Can you hear that?
I can.
That's an organ that we got from East Belfast, from an old church.
We do have a team organ.
We have a team organ. Oh, the air be's cold. Oh, the air be's cold, of flake and white, as the sailor begs their pledge. To the ice they'll pray that leads reveal some charted course ahead. To the souls around them, shielding fear, dividing up their dread, a hunger draws the desperate here. It's one that can't be fed. What will ye do when steel hearts break and courage does abscond? I'll lead these souls, so help the God, out of the pale beyond.
Alright.
Uh-oh. Cool, so some of you who have been recently following the Shackleton 2022 expedition may notice the source inspiration for this image of the sunken ship. Cool. Begin your journey. Cool. I'm gonna ask you to make choices now as well.
Uh-oh.
Crew wanted.
Crew wanted. Able-bodied crew wanted for a dangerous expedition. Months of darkness, low wages, slim chance of safe return. Glory to be had in the event of success.
Easy.
Address over leaf.
Easy, yes,
Terms and
please.
conditions do not apply.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Michael. You're alone in an office.
Oh, wow. I always love coming back to this. It's one of our earliest scenes.
The tea in your hand has long since gone cold.
I'd rather have.
I'd
I'd
rather
rather coffee.
Oh, of course you would. Yep. On the desk is a ship in a bottle.
Indeed.
Someone says the ice cringes at your sussiness.
Which game is this? Ali, this is our game.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, so let's go.
A metronome ticks away steadily.
It is insufferable.
Insufferable? It's insufferable. The constant chime begins to wear at the patience.
I shall stop its infernal ticking.
Okay, let's go. And... Uh-oh.
Oh, thank God. All right, pocket that. Could be handy later.
Okay, cool. You quickly shove the needle into your pocket. The room is sweltering. The stairs stiff and stale. You hear footsteps climbing the stairs that brought you here.
I'm gonna stand.
You do that power play? Okay.
That's it.
The door behind you swings open. Hey! The captain bounds past you to the other side of the desk. Do you have all of your teeth?
Sorry?
Answer the question, please.
I open my mouth.
You bare your teeth to the man.
All right.
Good. Scurvy can never be too careful. The captain sits down.
You speaking from experience?
How many people have died under your supervision?
So this is where things, I think, get to be fun design-wise. It's a little bit of what I loved initially playing Mass Effect. You get to, define a little bit of your own backstory. I think I will go for none.
Oh, none. Okay. Well, meaning you're either perfect for the job, a liar, or you've never been in command. Which is it?
If I was a liar, would I be in this room?
If I was a liar, would I be in this room?
Ooh, edgy.
Yeah.
If I was a liar, would I be in this room? Please take a seat.
Sit down.
The seat feels worn. There he goes. Captain, oh my captain.
I love the
I'm
art
Captain
style.
Hunt.
On your desk. What ship is that?
This detailed, isn't she?
Bit pessimistic.
Yeah. Don't you think? Yeah, an old sailor superstition. I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Told it's worth it.
Ooh. Good. There's been a lot of candidates, some good, some bad, interesting mix. I'm sure you understand the need for discretion.
This is where things are fun. Almost, well, you know of Shackleton's interview process.
Yeah, he just like suss people out pretty quickly.
It's been, yeah, very fun. So let's see. Glory to be had.
Oh, cool. The advert said there was glory to be had.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a Easter egg right there, Sweeney. Gull holding some fruit.
Here.
Ooh. A thirst for adventure, then. He winks.
It's
Keep
awesome.
that to yourself around the other sailors. They might drown you in it. I have a few questions first.
Grand. So let's move on a little, so we can kind of get people towards some things.
Cool.
So we've got a little bit of defining your backstory.
Yeah, do you consider yourself land-born, salt-born, or a mix of
Salty boy.
Salty boy. Here we go. Salt-born. The ocean, the same of yourself. And what is your professional background?
Merchant.
Merchant. Cool. Very good. What did you trade in?
How many of you like this? Like what you're seeing so
Anything
far?
we can get our hands on.
Cool. He nods. Have you ever fired a weapon?
Yep.
Have you ever killed a man?
Yeah.
Oh. I see. You're not married, are you?
No.
No, of course not. Cool, you better know that. Death wish. Cool, so I'll crack on ahead here and get to some of the exposition so we can start our adventure.
People like the
Can you
game.
get to the point?
It looks like the kind of game that you're going to play for the story, and since it has multiple endings, you're probably going to play it multiple times for the story.
The Viscount. Heard of it?
We'll see, of course, because this is only the intro. It's sort of creating your own character as a way.
5 years ago, she set sail on a research expedition towards the Dead Peninsula. They were trying to find and study absolute magnetic south.
Did they?
This is Ballila's new game, Furian.
Did they what?
The demo goes live tomorrow.
Complete their research.
Did they complete their research? Oh, yes. I have no idea. She never came back. Her last known location was 200 miles south of land, presumed lost to the ice.
TK, it's my understanding that your choices will absolutely impact the end of the game, but I think these choices will more impact the choices you have later on in the game and the decisions that you're going to be making as a result of these choices that you've made here.
They're definitely dead.
Those with more money than sense want that old ship. That's the job. If I don't pick the first mate, somebody else will, and, well, my judge of character has gotten me this far.
Who's financing all this?
Fellow travelers. No, the usual film and lecture rights have been sold, of course. We're in the process of signing off on final benefactor for the expedition. They've even donated a ship. We'll be traveling on board the Temperance. She's a beauty, Greenwood, generational. Not many like it left these days. The Viscount and the Temperance, they're sister ships, built together, sent out into this world to die alone.
Georgie, that's what I'm thinking.
Superstition gets...
So your choices here will impact choices you can make later on.
So what do you think?
You got me. Right. Need all the help we can get.
Yep. Anyway, apologies if we're racing through this. Cool. Checks his watch. Anyway, I think I've heard enough. We leave in a month. Welcome aboard, Shaw. Proverbially speaking.
All right, you're not what I expected. And with that, we do indeed have the beginning of the game beginning.
Yeah. Do you want to tell him if you broke the metronome?
Yes.
Broke your metronome earlier. Oh. Don't worry, this isn't my office.
That's a new line since I last played.
All right.
Cool. Yeah, so that's like, obviously it's a bit of a long scene. That's the sort of the expository tutorial to sort of get you just the basics of choosing options and getting your character profile set up.
Yep, it's the sort of thing where we want you to define your character for yourself without really kind of thinking you're doing it.
Yeah, role playing.
I like the way of doing
so
it
this is kind
because
of what the exploratory hub views look like.
Yep.
it is very similar to what you get in Mass Effect, where the earliest moments of Mass Effect is you basically building your own character for you.
The loading of cargo.
You make decisions that will define what your character will become throughout the game. And it isn't just ticking a bunch of boxes.
Quick to inspect you for ink. Another sailor for the fold, mid-deck with the others.
Address me properly.
Nope. So you are Officer Shaw. I'm Mr. Templeton. I shall be operating as the Chief Science Officer of this expedition. I'm also the incumbent representative of our benefactor.
Okay.
Do you, however, consider myself and my team at you and the captain's disposal?
I'm very sure we're all disposable.
Balila did say in the beginning that a lot of this was sort of taken from the ideas around Mass Effect, those decisions that you make having some impact. So I think it's going to be very similar to that.
Ooh, this guy has some opinions about sailors.
Indeed. One of the fun things of, I think, characters is setting up all your pieces, seeing how they clash.
Yeah. I likely have more in common with the crew than I do yourself, Mr. Templeton. What will come as no small surprise. Cool. So yeah, that's.
I already disliked
Templeton,
Mr.
Chief Science
Templeton.
Officer.
Yeah. So now we're at the very start of, I guess, mechanics and things happening.
Yeah, we're slowly sort of filtering them through. So this is just trying to teach the player that choices can be pinned to different locations on screen, and that you have a hub. And not long after this, we're going to have camera panning and zooming unlocked as well.
Yeah.
So
let's look back at the city.
Okay. You'll be gone for quite a while. It will be some time before you see the city again.
Indeed.
Let's look back at the city then.
Now we do have another character.
Yeah.
Or should we go to the Temperance?
You know what this makes me...
No worries.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me very much of, like, those old school investigative games where you sort of click on things and the things reveal other things that you can then go down and sort of piece together and shit like that. That's what it reminds me of, is those old school investigate games. Like the Sherlock Holmes old school stuff, the Ripper game from way back in the day. So you don't really walk around, you more click, and then based on the click, you'll get a bunch of decisions to make. I like that.
Cool. So you can have some sort of internal model of journaling options, but we're just going to crack on ahead.
Yep. Sake of the demo.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Captain wants you at the helm.
Good. I want to see him.
Good. Yeah, sure.
Right, we should probably skate on just for the sake of being able to show people.
Cool. It is indeed, Captain. Indeed. So Captain Hunt is just going to give us a quick tutorial on navigating around these kinds of environments. And he is also acknowledging that we were a merchant. So, take the wheel. Okay. Now, this control scheme changes whether you're on your controller, mouse, and keyboard, but for now, I'm just going to use the keyboard controls. Yeah. So, you can pan around environments like this.
Okay, that's cool.
Cool. You can zoom out. The one thing that no one is going to appreciate that took way too much effort was the tiny algorithm for the speech box tails properly going around the rim of the dialogue options. But yeah, so a lot of the artwork's actually designed to be kind of viewed at these different resolutions.
I love the artwork.
And we're about to get to the next sort of part of the game's main loop, which takes place over the course of each of these weeks.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing is navigation. To explain to everyone, we went through so many different ways of doing navigation. Ultimately, this is the one that I think ended up being the most immersive.
We don't know yet, gaming.
Yeah, you can fully explore around the ship. Not 100% right now. Part of that is tutorializing.
I like someone has said it looks so chilled. Good. Cool. But yeah, so we'll take you to taking requests for the day, which is one of the activities you do every day. And those of you who've played the likes of Yes Your Grace or various other games will recognize this format. So we'll run through our propositions before taking requests. Oh no, Michael, the mechanic appeared.
Yeah. So, resource management, stuff like that. It is more than numbers at the bottom of a screen. And, we'll be able to show you more of that very shortly.
Do you get your answer, gaming?
Yeah, so, firstly, you have your crew, or at least, more accurately, the amount of currently available to deploy crew. So we only have 4 people deployable out of the 23 crew members. If someone is hurt, or if you haven't met them yet, then you cannot deploy them. So this is decorum. It's the social contract stopping you from killing each other on the ice. If this hits 0 by the end of the week, you get a game over.
Okay.
Same again. If you lose your food by the end of the week, people start to get scurvy, which will render them invalid and then undeployable.
Yeah.
And then lastly, if you run out of fuel by the end of the week, you will freeze to death. Oh, and of course, sledding dogs for sending out expeditions.
Indeed. Now, for the work. So, first thing, new music.
Yeah.
It's always fun with themes, and as I've been going through the soundtrack, I greatly like how that is advanced depending on your situation. So there's variants of this that are yeah. So whenever you are taking requests, it's sort of going back to our pillar of, you know, every decision, mechanics. They all have a face, have characters.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we've chosen to go talk to Cordell, the Kennel Master.
Yeah, and she's going to try and negotiate her way onto the ship because you're going to buy all of her dogs.
Yep, she plays hardball.
Yep. What exactly are these demands?
So you need
She
to
demands
decide
we allow
who
her to
you
come
get on
the
your ship.
expedition as a member of the crew.
Fuck. Georgie.
Nah, let her come on. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope you're as experienced as you claim, Cordell.
Trust me,
Oh,
I
I've
am.
just increased my max crew.
Cool.
So we're going to do one more request, and then you're going to see the next crew management mechanic as
Yeah.
it gets tutorialized. Oh, we found a stowaway in the lower hold. Something that happened on the actual Shackleton expedition.
Oh, crap.
There he is.
Studies them further. Okay. I don't know what the price is gonna be now.
Do you know your Jaboom from your bowsprit?
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Cool, so this is another early request where basically we can decide whether to bring on an additional member of the crew, which having another pair of hands is useful, but it means that they will increase the amount of rations you have to spend every week to feed them.
So you have to
yeah, sure,
decide
keeping the boys,
very
why not?
carefully.
Why? We don't have the time to accommodate this. If the boy wants to freeze to death, let him.
Feel like we're getting too many fucking people on this journey already.
Ooh, if you run low on rations, can you eat one of the crew or the dogs? Maybe. I don't know. Finish requests.
Oh, apparently the demo is actually on Steam.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, sweet.
Oh, I'm glad I updated it then.
Nice.
Nice.
Cool.
Wait, the demo is already available
don't
on
watch us,
Steam.
go play it.
But do watch us.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so Hunt is going to want us to go and meet two new characters who are the cook and the carpenter, respectively. But what I want to mash ahead and show you guys, other than the time of day change, is the crew manifest.
Yeah. Which, of course, further to how we do things, is via character.
Yeah. How's the view up there, Kasha? Uh-oh. Nah, you got yourself into this mess. You can get yourself out of it.
Harsh.
Kasha Belford. Yes, I've heard of you already.
Looks really good. It looks like my kind of game. You know, very story-based, decisions mattering, resource
Kasha
management.
Belford won the Fentler Prize. It came as a surprise to many that such a reputable journalist would take such an interest in this expedition. You expected someone of her accolades to be older, more experienced. This is likely her first time at sea like this. Unless we devise a way to bring the Viscount back with us, her proof is all we have.
pretty surreal that people are downloading the demo right now.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Pretty much, Barorius, yes.
We're just yabbering into the void. Okay, I'm not adverse to thrills, Kasha. Catch yourself on, Shaw. I'm hoping to capture something right out of Kurt Darling's escapades. That's a new character we'll meet in a moment. Okay, flash warning for anyone. Yeah, please warn me before doing that. Oh, sorry, it's for the manifest. Cool. She hands you an annotated document.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. More game mechanics.
Yes.
So, this is the manifest through which you will be able to inspect and deploy your crew members to various tasks. So to go through them, we have our sailors. They're divided by faction. We have the scouts, who we've not met yet, so they're not actually on the ship. The engineers, who we've yet to meet, and you can't deploy characters you haven't actually met yet. Scientists. And then the specialists, which include the captain himself, Templeton.
I fucking love this already, man.
Kasha. And then ourselves, who actually has a custom uniform based on which background that you chose.
Ah, sweet.
So you have a Saltborn green uniform. We'll get to these in a bit, but this is where you get your resource cards, which are kind of like your potion refills. And then we have our key items as well, which include the accordion and the camera.
Yeah, and then if you go to some of the, just some of the stuff for people, so traits. So traits include the likes of, you know, Saltborn, stuff like that. That you'll pick for yourself at the start. Someone gets scurvy, they will have that trait until you know, maybe expend some resources to get them unscurvied. So very much, if you make some, you know, questionable decisions, people can die. People can get
people can
medical things.
They can get traumatized, wounded, diseased, frostbitten. And various other things. I also like that someone just said the specialists are Giga Chads. Yeah, this is the Giga Chad page of the manifest. Templeton is a Giga Chad.
I don't know, Templeton sounds like an asshole.
Lovely to meet you, Kasha. That's grand. Thank you, Kasha. Of course. You leave her to her work. Cool. So, yeah, we can now explore around more of the ship because we have the manifest, and I will show you an instance of meeting one of the background crew and then having them get added to the manifest because we've just met them. Your Officer Shaw. Gives you a bright, warming smile. Two Johns. That's what they call me.
Hi, Two Johns.
Sure,
welcome.
You'll get your nickname later. Work awaits. Cool, so that's like a minor interaction with a minor character, and because I've met them, they have been added to the manifest. So yeah, as part of the game's prologue, you're generally going to be encouraged to try and to meet everybody at least once, but I'm gonna at least play this to the end of this day, just to show you the full game loop, and then we can crack ahead to further on in the demo.
Yeah, so navigation.
Yes. Ooh, let me just actually turn down the panning settings. Camera pan speed. Donk. Oh, sorry, I turned it to 0. Excellent game development.
But you just put it back to where it was.
Nice. Now, you will also be able to hear the first accordion track.
Alright. Music is chill as fuck. Music is like proper sailory music.
People are friends, not food. Need something? I was just looking for the Stoke brothers.
Dysentery. Yeah, I think for Oregon Trail, frostbite is our dysentery.
Grimly Stoke. We'll head up after dinner. You can go now. Well, he's doing his thing. So, every week after you've taken your requests for the day and you've navigated around, you call the crew for dinner. And that brings you from midday to evening, which is the last part of the game loop before we advance a week. And because we kept the stowaway, we can listen to a little scene between him and his father.
Yeah, so very much, you could lightning through things, but in the same way, I don't know about you guys, but maybe you're playing Mass Effect right after a mission, you return to the Normandy. What do you want to do? You want to talk to everyone, see what's going on.
Yeah, that's me playing Mass Effect.
In chat, if we're going too quickly or if we're going too slow, just give us a heads up. Come on, duh. I'm here to help. Is this their game? Yeah, this is our game. Oof. And we are... Who was it who wanted a Mr. Glossley scene? Here he is, the man himself.
Templeton's science team. Every time I advanced an MSQ in Info14. You best not be drinking on the job. Oh shit, they're already building sort of...
Again, we have unlocked...
They're
Mr. Gloss.
building a kind of rapport where the sailors are telling you about their futures and
time
stuff.
Of day has changed,
so if you have to sacrifice them,
distribution,
you're obviously thinking, fuck, should I sacrifice them?
And alter over the course of the game, depending on where you actually are in the Antarctic.
I like it.
It's one of the more interesting idiosyncrasies of the game's setting that we wanted to actually really make sure to bring into the actual game.
Yeah, you can't... standard day-night cycle doesn't exactly always fit.
Yeah. For sure. It will be some time before we see a sunset such as this again. The light distribution towards the southern pole is quite the change. I fear we started on the wrong foot. A misunderstanding. Let us place it behind us, officer.
True, gaming coward.
There is great expectation upon us. Are you feeling the pressure, Mr. Templeton? I cannot afford to. We all have to keep our focus.
His upper lip, it is stiff.
Miss Captain Hunt will not be joining us for the rest of the expedition. We should retire for the evening. It's important the first officer be well rested. Cool. So we have just completed 1 week of the game, which prompts you to advance using the time wheel.
Who is this bald gentleman? Thomas.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I am very bald. I've been bald for a long time.
One day he turned up to university, shaven and in a suit.
Yeah.
You looked like Agent 47, and nobody knew it was you.
Yeah, no, my own mother thought I was like a staff member who had come to show them where her son lived.
One of my favorite stories.
Yeah, no, I was quite insecure about having first shaved my head until I did a bunch of dodgy extras work, and they put me in chainmail, and I was like, oh, hey, you just gotta dress for it.
At some point, should see if we can find the clip of you in that movie.
Oh, it's so bad.
He does an epic apple spit in a Dracula movie right in the middle of the frame.
It was a green apple that was dyed. Dracula Untold is terrible movie.
If you've watched Dracula Untold,
Dracula
you have seen
Untold
this,
is
man.
a cool movie. It's not great.
Anyway,
it's not fucking
I need
Soldier,
to
but it's a
probably
cool movie.
implement a more comprehensive tutorial for this screen for the actual full game, but just to walk through it verbally. At the end of every week, you have to decide on what your rations for food and fuel are going to be for that week. And the amount you spend is going to be taken from your furnace and your hoosh pot, which you get chances to fill over the course of the day's loop. But then the amount you set these sliders to is important. So the amount of crew dictates how much it costs for each tick of the slider. And of course, if you put the slider too low, people are going to start to get scurvy. If people have scurvy, they can't be deployed to tasks. It's harder to get more resources, and you can kind of find yourself in a death spiral. The fuel rations, you'll notice in the next week, its red line changes based on the temperature. So the colder the game gets, then the more you're going to be punished, and people are going to have frostbite distributed towards them. But for now, we're pretty solid. We've just started the game. And we get a little update on what happens over the course of the week. So we've picked up our scouts and our dogs.
Okay.
Cool. Week 2. Now you're about to meet one of my favorite characters.
Oh, that's quite cool. Look at how the days are getting longer and the nights are getting shorter.
Kurt Darling, old but filling its frame, grinning ear to ear. There you are, Officer Shaw. The ship's navigator is a difficult man to miss. Stature and reputation precede him. Adorned with a slew of apparatus, the seemingly one-man expedition would be known to anyone following the heyday of exploration and the merchandising that followed.
Which is a fun thing.
Oh yeah. These expeditions, they were basically startup companies with like weird pharmaceutical like funding. Like
Yeah, people would sell, book rights.
Yeah.
Paid lecture series. That's how this stuff was funded.
I think you can still find Shackleton branded Bovril. That's like a thing. Anyway, I've no time for celebrities. Go to hell, Kurt. You'll need to pull his admittedly impressive weight, the same as the next man. Hiding away from the rest of us, are you? No, I'm simply busy. Of course. The role of first mate must surely take up a great deal of your time. Apologies for not stopping by sooner, Shaw. Ah. That's right, you're something of a celebrity, aren't you?
Wow, so he likes the fact that you've never heard of him. Okay.
I'm certain you receive that praise often.
It's one of the fun things every time I... The different options you guys give. I often find ones that are like laser targeted to my response.
Oh yeah, it's accept, reject, deflect. That's the old triage. Does that require my presence? Yeah, that's a John Ingoldism. Enter the pack. Great. It can wait. I have work to do. Sorry, Kurt. Well, when you find yourself finished, I'll be at the bow. Enjoy your morning, Sean. Cool. So that's Kurt. He's been added to the manifest.
I don't know if there will be an overall map coming, but it could be.
If you want to kind of go
Oh, here we go.
style.
We're in the cold shit now.
Here we have the ice flows and some artwork. Some parallax in those clouds. And some gorgeous piano music from James. Yeah, I'm going to just go straight to speaking to Kurt at the back. Nothing else like it. It's just ice, Kurt. Don't get too excited. There's going to be plenty more.
Music is good. I love the art style. Love the decision making. So
it'll grow on me, I'm sure.
I'm just interested to see the sort of expeditions and stuff.
Location of the old Viscount. Assuming she isn't exactly where we left her, we can't take smooth sailing for granted. Same goes for this daylight. It won't remain this bright for so long once winter encroaches.
No, it won't be free.
Beautiful as the ice is on this course, it's going to get thicker. We won't be so confident when the leads dry up and we're stuck here till the next cycle. We need to change course. Avoid the pack. We have plenty of supplies if it comes to that. It's not the supplies I'd be worried about in that situation. People will turn on each other before they let themselves starve. Yep, chat's already caught onto that one. If you've ever experienced the long night winter, it's not pleasant to say the least.
It's a really scary thing to think about.
Yeah.
The, like, night lasts a season.
Yep. I can see why they hired you. You understand then, Robin? We're only as good as the unhappiest man. Fucking cheer up then, Kurt. Ah, good, he smiles. I'll do what I can. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Cool. So, Kurt wants us to change course. But we will see if we get the chance to say so to the captain. Right, let's take requests for the day.
Yeah, so at this stage, we're still very much in the prologue phase. Things are a little bit more simple. Kind of full mechanics aren't exactly bearing their teeth yet.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, how do we... Should we hop...
Match the... Yeah.
I'll let you be in
No, that's okay. We're...
Very chill.
We're... After taking requests here, I'll show them how the map works.
Yeah.
Then I'll hop to week 3. And we can do some of the Aurora stuff, and then we can go to Territory 1.
Perfect.
Yeah. Cool, so I'll go through these pretty quickly. More requests. Here's Hammond. A short, sour-faced man in engineer clothing approaches. Are you acting daft, Hunt? Not with intention. Not bloody surprised you didn't notice. Sure, this is our chief engineer.
Essentially, not really, I don't think, because
what is it?
This is still prologue.
We've hit the ice, and you haven't assigned any extra men down to the boiler.
So
you have your
this is like the start of the game. They're basically introducing you to all of the mechanics. And it's not even all the mechanics yet. So the actual game hasn't started yet.
Cool. So this is going to show you how crew deployment works, and there'll be opportunities to deploy crew around the map, but this is just the basic tutorial. So manifest opens, and there's a minimum and a maximum amount of crew that you can allocate to some of these wheels. So I'm actually going to give him 3 people. I'm going to give him the stowaway, 2 Johns, and the stowaway's dad. There we go. You're giving me Ward with 1 bloody arm. Oh, there we go. Keeping's written specific stuff for that. I didn't realize he'd done that. That's great.
It's always the fun thing of opening up a build and somebody's put a nice surprise in.
Okay.
The engineer is not happy.
Cool. I'll just mash through this one. Kasha just wants people to get their photos taken for the manifest. Alright. Sorry, Kasha. And yeah, we get an update on how the stowaway is doing. Oh, excellent. We got some decorum.
What is decorum for?
Okay, so we finished requests. Captain Hunt is going
Not
to
yet,
tell us
Mhigo.
to meet Kurt and try to assign a crew member to the crow's nest. So first things first, I'm going to meet one of the scouts. There she is. Who are you?
Yes,
Flick.
our acrobat.
Yeah, I'm one of Kurt's crew. Don't worry about my safety. I know what I'm doing. Kurt doesn't just hire anyone. She's actually one of Kurt's old film's stunt team members. But she doesn't tell you that just yet. Cool, so I've just met one of the scouts, which means I now have them active in the manifest. There they are there.
Yep, there she is.
Flick. Which then means, once I speak to Kurt, he is going to ask me to send one of his scouts up to the crow's nest, and this is going to show us one of the other game's mechanic, which is the map.
Oh, there we go.
This
There's
is what
the
it
map.
looks like to deploy a crew member on the map to a specific place. When they deploy. There they are. And then this shows us the map screen. So, yeah. You can get a sense, and more importantly, we've only got 2 weeks unlocked, but you can actually see how the ice changes from week to week.
The amount of work that Jess had, because, you know, maybe I won't say the total number of weeks. It's a pretty high number of weeks. And she did draw the map for every week and also have to make all of the ice flows make sense.
Yeah, it's good. She actually, I don't know if any of you guys are fluent in Unity, but there's a really cool feature called Sprite Shape, which is derived from what the Rayman Legends guys used for the, the terrain stuff.
Yeah.
So we used a bit of dynamic kit that's designed to create like painterly, flexible sort of 2D platforms, and we actually use that to create most of these ice flows.
My man, I have
That
no
means that
idea.
Jess isn't being completely destructive.
I think
having
it's
to
mainly
re-render
just
stuff from
mission
the ground up.
deploys on the land.
Yeah, you can see how that evolves over the game.
And of course, where we're trying to go to.
Yeah. Okay, go below deck. We get more accordion music. Cool. What I'm going to do now is actually skip ahead to a...
And we can show them some of this too.
Cool. So this is... Well, this is the save tree I put far too much effort into.
Yeah, so this is our load save screen.
Yeah. Here's Dutchy Poggies. Yeah, Dutchy Poggies.
This is nice.
Yeah, so this is... You'll notice this shot of the Sunken Temperance from the opening of the game. But yeah, this is taking a lot of inspiration from how Papers, Please specifically handles divergent branching for a lot of player-led save states. So when you first play the game, this is just going to auto-save at the start of every week. And
every single time you make a decision that could go a different way,
and without spoiling
it
too
saves
much,
a different
when you finish
version.
the game, we want to get a bit more complex with this and let you do some mad save editing stuff.
Yeah, basically, we can make our game saving system a mechanic that you can play with.
Yeah. And what is it from Garth Marenghi's Dark Place? I know writers who use subtext. They're cowards. This is a branching save tree for a branching narrative game with a big tree.
Mind your own. Seems like.
Cool. So we were on week 2. I'm just gonna go ahead to week 3. So we are now further along.
Music.
And there's some sweet music. Was that complicated to script? Reasonably.
Look at the ice cracking. This is really
just
cool.
Fundamentally a tree.
And Val, we literally did make gameplay out of save scumming.
Yeah.
For like a post-game thing.
Yeah, man. Again, another developer feature we figured it would be fun to put in your guys' hands.
We made the music. In this case, James.
Yeah. Some choral stuff. Good vibes. Let's see, I just want to double check. Has this... Oh yeah, I have everybody in the manifest. Great. So you can see there's my scouts, there's the engineers, Grips and Dick. There's the scientists, all my specialists. Cool. So, I am going to take requests for week 3.
I'll grab the demo as well, and we'll play it
Captain
tomorrow.
Hunt isn't here.
But we're gonna do some MSQ later after this.
Arrives.
Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Ship's breaking?
And we are stuck.
Oof.
It's not ideal. Yeah, so the gold rimmed choices, they're kind of your main quest story flow.
Not moving anymore.
No, not for some time.
Evans, what the fuck? Clean hiding.
Cool. So I'm going to show you the lower decks of the ship, which you've not seen just yet. So you're down here, and here's the boiler room.
I'll take your word for it, Evans.
Okay, so we're just going to quickly learn how to allocate fuel to the furnace. And then we're going to crack on ahead. People don't know where Captain Hunt is. This is a bit concerning. Can I throw Templeton in the boiler as extra fuel? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, maybe. Viking funeral.
Is it water or pressure? Ice hammer?
Water hammer.
Or everyone's got to listen to the endurance audiobook.
Oh, man. I spent too long researching water hammers. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. So, this is just to show you when it comes to gathering resources. For instance, here's the coal bunker. I can take a piece of coal. That piece of coal will now turn up in my resource cards, where you'll get a description of the item, and you'll get a quick note of what resources you'll get depending on which bucket you put the item in. So if you put the piece of coal into the furnace, you get some fuel. If you put it in everyone's dinner, you don't get anything, and everyone just gets upset with you. So, yeah.
Nice to see you can do that, though. Give everyone some coal.
And you'll
to
notice
eat.
this works pretty functionally the same as allocating crew to stuff. So, there we go. We now have more fuel. This is one of my favorite accordion songs. Cool. Call the crew for dinner.
There's a lot more content that sort of could be done and explored through, but we're kind of racing through things.
Oh, absolutely. Is it inspired more by 19th or 20th century exploration technology? Very much the turn of the 20th century. So the Shackleton expedition, that was like between 1915 and 1918, I'm thinking. They missed World War One, but yeah, so like it is set in a fantasy universe, so we do make some concessions. Kasher, for instance, is a bit more indicative of kind of almost getting into the 20s and 30s, especially with her camera and just like some of her vernacular. But yeah, trying to take sort of cherry pick from a few sort of expeditions within maybe like a 50-year window at most.
This is a really cool idea for a
It's
game.
all going according to plan. Yep, crew have their meal. Cool. Now I'm looking for Captain Hunt.
Where did he go?
Where Hunt? Oh shit, we're completely surrounded by miles and miles of ice. That's great.
Yep.
That might be an issue
Yeah,
later.
this is gonna deteriorate pretty quickly. I was informed that he was here. Where could he have hidden himself?
Any
Look
keen
at the
eyes?
captain just fucking in the
I'm
bath.
big
Is he
on,
dead?
Yeah, subtext is not my thing. Maybe he's gone overboard. Captain glares at you. This is not the time to be making jokes, Shaw. Arr! The captain's laugh rings out from behind the door. The captain watches you, his head swaying as he chuckles to himself. You're a surprisingly difficult man to get a hold of, Hunt. Seeing that this is your ship.
We've all been there.
We've all been there. Tub time with Thomas. Hunt,
BC, same?
I believe you two are already acquainted. How long have you been drinking? I don't suppose you care to join. And what of you, Shaw? I can't tempt you with some sweet nectar. Go on. We will toast to safe passage there and back again.
How? We're fucking snowed in. How are we getting anywhere?
Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
You could have heeded Kurt's warning, Captain. Cool. I could play to the end of this scene and hit the Aurora, or I could skip ahead. What do you think?
Go again?
Oh, I could play to the end of this scene, or just skip straight ahead to the Aurora. What do you reckon? What do you prefer, chat? Do you wanna know why Hunt is in the tub?
Yeah, well, actually, no. We can play that ourselves, I think. Do we want to know why Hunt is in the tub?
Oh, cool. Yeah, nice. Hunt has a drinking problem.
Okay. So the dude is a fucking alcoholic. Great. We've sailed to the fucking South Pole with an alcoholic.
Difficult choices. Do you think you could live yourself? They'll act like the choice is the difficult part. The choice is easy, Shaw. Instinctual. It's not about... So it's not being able to sleep after. That's the part they never prepare you for. But I'm serious. Michael, what makes a good leader? We don't have time for... In a word, then, what makes a good leader? Understanding, control, or willpower?
Control.
Understanding.
Understanding.
I'll
okay.
go. I'll do a good boy answer.
A good boy answer. Okay. Well, can you
Do
tell
the
that
evil
one of our
boy
themes is
answer.
leadership?
Control.
Understanding. Explain. Sure, you're working out.
Adapt to your crew.
The ability to adapt to your crew to understand the individual needs that make up the whole.
I think this game will be $20 at most.
Everyone who works here is watching the stream. It'd be terrible. Come off like a crazy person.
That's all right.
Control and power.
Understanding. It's all well and good to think you can bend
Yeah,
and twist
I mean-
and please everyone. Do you think you could balance that? Scoring a man one
More
day
than
and pleasing the
$25 would
next?
be
Do you
too
think it all
much.
balances out?
For a
Which is
game
more
like this, I mean, it's a great game. It looks so much fun, but
Good leader is someone more than a
I think you're gonna struggle to charge more than. I even want to say $25 might be pushing it. It is an indie title, and it's not like the graphics are blowing anyone away. It's cool concept, it's cool graphics, it's very nice stylized, and the art is amazing. But yeah, I think you would be pushing it, considering games like Frostpunk. Games like Frostpunk would be. Well, it's difficult because in South Africa our prices are very different to yours. But I think I paid for Frostpunk. I paid $20. In South African terms, it might have been $25 or $30. Indie titles tend to be between $20 and $40 for a game. So I would argue this is probably going to be similar to that, like 20, maybe 25. 15 might be a little low, but it all depends.
Cool. So I am going to advance to the next.
No, I don't know if they've announced the price yet.
It does get grim a bit slower when you're playing through it.
Yeah.
What can happen?
One of the things to do is to get you in a false sense of security.
Yeah.
What can happen?
Oh no, I've just given up.
It could be
giving you a chance to
it could launch at say $24.99 or some shit like that, and then go on sale rather quickly after that. Right. So you could do a sale very quickly, like a month after it, that drops it to 15. There's a bunch of games that do that. Their normal price is usually high, but then they constantly have sales. So basically charging what they actually wanted to charge for the game. But it's sort of like a marketing trick, right? Don't know if I want to buy the game for $24.99, but I will buy the game for $19.99. And it's constantly on sale, so I just keep buying, or people just keep buying it for the price that they wanted to charge in the first place.
I believe they shipped with no voice acting, but it was was it called Disco Elysium, the final cut?
Yeah.
Which is a big free update. So, yeah, if we get big sales, we could afford to do it. But it
this
is
game with
expensive
with voice acting would be really good.
Get, Ian McElhenney back. Okay, here we go.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I do love the music in this scene.
I mean, it is on Steam, so. Dude, look at what this fucking look at what's happened.
Can I waifu characters and then find them frozen to death in their cabins? You can try. Ooh.
Captain is gone now.
Wait. Why wait? Just eat the ice. Funny enough, that's actually they use the fuel to melt the ice to drink on the main expeditions. Which is the reason you can run out of food and still survive, but you can't run out of fuel because you'll actually, if you don't freeze to death, you'll die of thirst.
Can't really eat snow when it's that cold.
No. Ooh. Oh yeah, hey Nikki.
He fell overboard. Pretty sure the guy was so drunk he fell overboard and now he's dead.
Shaw. Captain's missing. You're in charge. I'll try my best.
I would have said good to you.
Yes, indeed. Scared, confused, it's your duty to keep them calm. So these two are having a disagreement. Hammond wants us pretty much just to go straight down to the boiler room and solve the massive problem that's threatening the ship. And as always, Templeton is worried about optics and panicking the crew unintentionally. And he wants you to proceed down in a calmly manner. And again, going back to our core design pillar, decisions.
Yeah, it is on Steam.
This is quite
it is on Steam, so.
Who do you want to side with? So, chat, do you want to go with Templeton or Hammond?
Who would you guys go with? I would go with Hammond, just because I don't give a fuck what the crew thinks. The problem needs to be solved.
Hammond is already my favorite, but we'll see. Hammond, cool. Team Hammond. Panic time.
Yeah.
Good choice. Good choice. Good choice.
Templeton. Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, Steam does take 30%. That's true. But if you're an indie game, Steam is really the only place that you can launch.
Oh shit, we're waking up the crew.
Look, what are you gonna do with an indie game? Have your own website and hope people find it there? It's never really gonna work. So for the 30% that you're losing per sale, you are guaranteeing that you're going to get twice as many or even 4 or 5 times as many sales on Steam than what you would get without Steam.
Grimly looks to you before darting off into the dark. Oh, that's great. Nice one, Grimly. Where's that bloody idiot running off to? Oh, to sound the alarm. Bloody hells.
What did the captain do? Why is there so much smoke here?
Cool. And this is actually one of the first accordion tracks I first spoke Jackson about. This is one of the 2 of like the 10 accordion tracks we have. This is one of the only 2 that he'd actually written before The Pale Beyond.
Oh, wow.
So he did this years ago when he was in music college. And, well, to be completely honest, I got very drunk and I messaged him and I was like, Jackson, your original music's really underappreciated. And then he was like, oh yeah, Thomas, it's really good to hear from you. So then Ram Ranch really rocks. 18 naked sailors on the Temperance. Beach episode. Okay. Ooh. Keep those valves pumping. So I'll go through this. Pick a valve.
All right. So there's emergencies that asks you to be a bit more involved.
The furnace looks like a face.
The actual IRL situation of what these guys have to do.
Our fuel is gone.
Slippy hands.
Yeah, just imagine it's that cold. You're having to man a pump just for just long period of time.
I should probably be injuring more people in this scene.
Yeah, let's get some people injured.
Yeah, okay, cool. Back up. There we go. Get me coal and turn those valves. You lift a sack of briquettes. So yeah, for the furnace and the coal, I can assign more people to shovel.
Yep.
And there they are. I now have a lot of coal. I can put that in the furnace. And that means I can assign crew to the valves.
I love the management system.
With enough hands working on the boiler, you begin to fight back the potential water hammer. Someone's going to have to hold the furnace in place. Who do we do? We'll do Runt's dad. Why not? Uh-oh. We shake the screen so hard we tore it.
There we go again.
Oh.
Fuck.
Well, he's fucked.
The hell happened there?
Templeton. Well, we certainly made people panic.
Brought help, holds accordion menacingly.
It's satisfying whenever you end the week, especially more later on when you've deployed people on scouting expeditions and things. You end the week, and well, getting your little log of all the things you've set out is very satisfying.
Like the look of the systems. Now remember.
But can you get more of something?
Never caused issues.
That's really the question.
No, I've.
That's a WoW joke.
No, I don't. I didn't over-design systems in this game.
We learned that lesson from the last one.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I put all of my system over-designing into the save system, apparently. But, yeah. Cool, so yeah, the hunt's gone, and you've barely survived. Templeton is coming in, and he's basically going to tell us that everything's screwed, and we need to now take up the mantle of captain. There's only one problem, and that is we need to be voted in, and that is not necessarily guaranteed.
Eh?
A reasonable deduction can be made. That would be Captain Shaw now, I take it. Not quite yet. A new captain must be selected by the crew. I would have expected the role to be inherited. Not quite. They will hold a vote as soon as possible. The accordion man, he is still loyal to Hunt, and many of the sailors will follow his vote. I can assure you the vote of myself and the scientists. Kurt and his crew are liked to support yourself. Unsure about the engineers? Well, Ward is hurt, so he's unable to vote. Civilians are a mystery. You've clearly given this a lot of thought, Templeton.
I need to pee.
You and I both understand the
But I'm
importance of
afraid I'm gonna miss something.
Oh, here we go.
If we do end up doing voice acting, I think that's it'll be a fun delivery.
Yeah. I have to do just Alan Rickman Templeton.
Expect dragons.
Okay, here's the big thing, guys.
Not
42
quite.
weeks. This game takes place over 42 weeks. Not all of them made equal, but or at least you have 42 weeks to reach the island, unless you.
I
miss
could
the
fucking pause it.
rescue.
Yeah, this is on YouTube. I keep forgetting it's on YouTube. I could pause as much as I fucking want. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I need to pee. Give me like 2 minutes. Not even 1 minute. All right. Yes, of course. Expect dragons. Of course. This is Raid for Angel. This is Balila's new game. Yes.
At the end, do you reach the Dragon Isles? Maybe.
Mike, yes, I washed my
Keep it
hands.
in mind. Here, you should have this.
I'm not
With
Asmongold.
a fancy-looking hat. One's hat. He left it behind in his cabin. It tells us all we need, doesn't it? Templeton's a wee goss. Take the hat.
I'm pretty sure our
Okay,
captain is
Templeton wants
dead.
us to tell them
This
the
is going to
captain
be a
is dead,
murder
and I'm gonna
mystery.
say, nah, I'm not going to lie to them. Leaders lie. Get used to it. Okay, so we're back. And yeah, we're just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Is there a limit to how early you can fumble things bad enough to just lose? There is one under the hood, but I'm considering lifting it because there's a lot. Well, this vote, a lot of people have tried to fail this vote by intentionally giving people scurvy on week 2 and 3, and I'm like, well, yeah, you just let them lose.
That would, yeah, we should do that.
Yeah.
All right.
There's everyone. And apparently a dog is in front of Cordell, so that is a bug on stage. Cordell. Sorry, Cordell, you got deleted.
Unlimited power.
Comedic remain, I feel.
100%. Oh,
Yeah.
A physical one too.
It feels like it's doomed already.
There's a hat. Cosmetics.
That's the real monetization. Captain's hats.
Okay, so we're going to do our first captain's vote now. And this is going to tutorialize one of the last mechanics we've not seen yet, which is the latent loyalty system, which triggers who votes for who. So a character can be loyal to you, which means they'll vote for you.
Abstain.
Or they can be loyal to themselves, which means they'll vote for someone else.
All right.
Or they can be loyal to another character, and if they're loyal to another character, they'll mimic that character's voting behavior.
So all Kurt's people.
Well, we
follow him
might
voting for
win.
you.
Yeah.
Actually,
And,
we
what's
might
important
not
about
win.
this is winning the loyalty of a character, kind of a cascading effect, depending on other characters' loyalties. And yeah, let's just say it's not enough to just survive the game. You need to still retain command of your crew, otherwise bad things will happen.
Yes, that will have an impact later.
I didn't even know what
Cool,
I don't
yeah,
even know
so
what
that's like-
Shackleton
that's
is
us
all
confirmed as
about.
Captain, what I probably should do is just jump ahead to a random week.
Yeah, let's roll.
Yeah,
totally.
yeah. So let's go to. I'll go to week 4. No, that we're on week 4. I'll go to week 5 here. Cool. So regular week of the expedition. It's the morning. Same again. You've seen this before. You take your requests, and now Templeton is your number 2. The previous week, we would have sent people scouting on the map, and we get the response of what they found on the map. And now we'll be able to send sledging teams out there.
Yeah, I suppose that's another mechanic we haven't exactly shown off much.
No, not hugely. It's really just stacking some of the other mechanics together.
Yeah.
That's fucking nice. They almost starved to death. A lot of stories have been based on it. Like this game from looks of it. Yes, this game is based on apparently about 50 years worth of expeditions to there.
In terms of what's probably worth showing off.
Yeah, I think for the rest, probably has to play yourself, which you can do over the next 4 days.
Yeah. And yeah, of course, if you find any issues or bugs, please just... we have a Discord channel, just send them in. I'd love to fix them. Cool, yeah. So we'll go to the map. And,
there you go. So now you can
because
send
we
out your
scouted,
expeditions,
we can
your
now,
scouts and stuff.
See opportunities to get different animals. So you see a sled, and you can assemble a scouting team using different characters. And depending on the number of people you send will dictate the number of resource cards you get. But because you're sending out a team over the course of the week, it takes you a week to get the response. And then, of course, it takes 7 dogs a sled team, so you can realistically only send out 2 per week.
Yeah. And like in terms of the overall game loop, so you'll sort of play a day, send off your orders, then over to the next week to essentially see how everything you've done has resolved. Because playing every single day of 42 weeks would be really boring.
Screw that. And then you can also see,
Wow. Did
how
they-
the ice changes.
They
over the
obviously
course of
left the
week
ship
that
there.
they come out.
Expect dragons.
It's pretty spooky eventually.
How far does the demo go? Week limit?
Territory 1 week. Territory 1 week 5, which is the 8th week of the game, I think.
And are we still on the Temperance?
It's up to you.
There we go.
Up to the player. They may or may not be on or off the ship by that point. And you can lose the demo. Everyone can just fucking die. You can.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
So
the real
I'm
game is
intrigued
launching
to
by
see
the end
whether
of the
anyone does
year.
that. But yeah, I think other than showing the ship and perhaps some of the issues or just the lighting changes that are kind of occurring.
Well, that's a fun thing because you can't just, paint the ship. It's all the different times of day. And, yeah, there's a lot of assets, a lot of game making in building a boat.
Yeah, man.
A lot of learning about boats too.
Oh, yeah.
And that's kind of where Lucas Pope comes in and just playing Obra Dinn.
Oh, dude, he read so many books on boats. It was
Yeah.
ridiculous. Actually, I told you I met that person who's like a galleon builder in the Basque Country.
What?
Yeah.
Of course.
Her mum works in the local film and theater scene here, but I need to hit them up about actually seeing some galleon building. That looks great.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, here's a good thing to end on. You can pet the dogs.
Aw.
So, give them what they want.
All right.
You knowingly nod at it.
But the world's still unknown? Yeah, now we need to start getting expeditions for the deep sea.
Cool.
That's what we need to start
do you have any
doing.
other questions, or do you want to go into a QA, or what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think probably hop to QA. I wonder, would it be good to find somewhere with like
Nice
little
music.
bit of music or something?
Ooh, let me see.
You know what? I'll leave that to Matt. He's production. Would that be a terrible idea, Matt? Nope. He says it would be great.
I'm gonna go to.
Of course, it's one of our streams, which does mean that Siri has, of course, interluded.
I like this bit of music, but
yeah, I think that's a good place to leave things.
All right,
Okay, I'm gonna take that off. Hearing echoes of each other. Oh man, turns your brain to fine soup / jelly. So, soundtrack when? Good question. Launch, I guess. We'll see.
We'll very likely do a digital release of the soundtrack.
Almost, Super Cider.
Just
Just
going to see about maybe doing a physical run of vinyls as well.
Just want to watch the Q&A.
I mean, I literally have no idea how any of that shit works, but it would be cool.
I know James
Steam as well.
James and
Like,
Jackson have
want to
actually
see
been,
what they're answering, because
putting
there's a
down
lot
some
of
the
questions that
Jackson
popped up for
presentations.
us
They
while
want
we
to
were
give out some
watching
of the
this,
sheet
and
music,
hopefully
and they want to
hopefully there's
some
some
of the assets up, see what people can do in terms of
answers there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it'd be good fun.
Nice. So, Hyper Anthony has a question. How long was your overall dev process from start until now?
Oh boy,
that might be a bigger question than you bargained for.
Yeah. Okay. Chronologically, this project specifically started in 2018 when we abandoned the How to Kill Monsters game.
Yes.
It started back when there were still only 4 people in the company. And since then, the studio's evolved into an actual, just like proper studio. We've all grown up a lot, and this first went through a series of iterations as a visual novel game. Then we pivoted to doing a bunch of other projects, got publisher funding for this, and basically turned it into the game that it is now.
I think some of that just goes to how you actually do indie dev.
Yeah.
So we made the demo for this game, and then it's at the stage of like, okay, we don't have the money to build this game yet. And then it's a question of we either go straight to the audience in a crowdfunding model, or we try to do things the more traditional way. Basically, our thought there was like, well, okay, we're a first-time dev. Feels... Because if you don't have a publisher, you're entirely self-producing, you're doing all of that, that's harder.
Yeah.
And I think... before any crowdfunding or stuff like that is a thing, we want to have a shipped game that's like all worked that well under our belt.
Yeah.
So that brings us to the stage where, okay, we're going to pitch this around. So me and Thomas will be going to Gamescoms and things like that. I think it was a digital Gamescom, actually.
Yeah, it was
got it for this.
It was the second month of COVID. I was in my room in my gym jams speaking to Chris White from Fellow Travelers.
Was it? Wow.
Being like, lads, have you ever heard of Snow? They've been fantastic.
Right.
And we've learned so much, like especially working with their production team, of just like how to run an actual game production. I'm super excited about this game, but I'm almost as, if not more excited, to hit the ground running on subsequent projects, knowing the entire pipeline start to finish.
Oh man, you learn so much.
And showing these guys more of it as well.
We want to tell you everything we've learned.
Yeah.
So we're at that stage then where this game starts. It started like a few months after the 2018, where we really realized Monsters was going nowhere, way more than we could, bit off just way more than we could chew. So then we're in this stage where it's okay, right? We need to get a publisher for this game in order to put food in the table.
We actually
basically.
got close. We did have someone interested. Yeah.
For just keeping lights on. Then what happens is, so there's local like economic development agencies. In our case, it's NI Screen, whose logo you will actually see in the demo. They've been great.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely situations where a company wouldn't exist, or at least would exist in a very different way.
KTM, you and me both.
So they were running a program of, I won't say the exact quantity of money, but it was enough for us to keep the lights on the studio side for like 9 months.
Yeah.
So in that period of time, we ended up doing... It was basically like 6 different game concepts. 2 of those were carried on a bit further. One of them carried on further than that. And if you poke around our website, you can see a little bit of art from that.
Expect Dragons? I imagine so, yes.
Then Thomas is doing the virtual Gamescom and things like that, which means this man he was wearing so many hats at that stage. Where, so on the YouTube side, like we're doing our BFA content. You're managing... doing the 6 prototypes that then goes, or the 6 concepts that goes into the prototypes, and while you're doing that, you're also on like calls, publishers and stuff. we finally get that deal across the finish line,
Yep.
and that takes us to development starting April of last year.
Yes. Yeah. that's
Yes,
pretty
this
bang on.
option.
And it is currently the 5th of May, meaning we have been in development for 12 months
Yep,
almost.
1 year.
1 year, wow.
Yeah, and it's like things are starting to accelerate really nicely. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing, you find your game as you make it in some ways.
Yeah, a lot of it is, especially with some of the systems, you set stuff up, you try to scope limit, and then you poke it, and it tells you what it
does,
needs.
actually.
It's just an extremely iterative process, and everything about us improving our production is just trying to remove obstacles to that iterative and collaborative process. But it's cool. Like, I'm super proud of the team, everyone, Eric, Noel, Jess, Katie, Ethan, Nadine, Jackson, James.
Oh, you're playing a dangerous game.
I'm playing a
aren't you?
very dangerous game. I'm going to get a lot of shit for this. But no, everyone's been fantastic. And I'm really proud of them all.
Yeah, so I guess that's how long it's been. There is still more to go in development. So I mean, like in terms of like don't worry, we know the ending, we know all of that stuff. The way that we at some point we'll talk about this more, but having a continuous delivery model for
Dave
development,
Farley,
yeah, because what can happen, and this is what killed us in the past.
Yeah.
Is, you know, you think, okay, what's the style, what's the gameplay, all right, you sort of go off doing that. Okay, the systems, you go off doing that. But you're in a situation where it's like, how long is it till you actually get a prototype of your game that you can fucking play? Because getting a slice of your game lets you see how the game you've made actually feels.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you can't, it's like trying to put on a play without ever doing the stage rehearsals. You need the tangible thing that you can intuitively react to. But, yeah.
Yeah, so that's how long things have been for the overall dev process.
Yep.
For another question, roughly how many endings, or does it not work that?
It depends what you classify as a different ending. If in terms of the macro, there's like discounting the multiple points where you can just die. So like complete failure of the expedition. There's about 6 or 7 of those over the course of the game. 2 main ending pathways.
I'm your heels. Thanks for the follow. Really
within
appreciate
those
that.
Ending pathways, depending on who's alive and who isn't. Lots of variability, and then a big final boss battle challenge. And based on how that goes, branching endings from that. So if I was to yeet out a number, 12 endings. Quote me on that. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Another one, you're still just asking about can we put demo playthroughs on YouTube? Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
If it's
totally.
if it's in the public demo, by all means, work away. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick look at the demo and just fix a few bugs. So you'll probably get some patches over the course of the week. But yeah, you should be.
Yeah.
Good,
Do we? There may be a few bugs in the version that's currently up. That is something we can like live.
Yeah, those will get fixed tomorrow. I think there's some controller bugs. I'll just double check that all the debug stuff is completely turned off.
There will be bugs.
I mean, it's a demo.
Thomas Anderson, there will be bugs.
The way it works in like the dev process is, I think especially smaller team.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of want to be as test driven as you can, but there's only so much. So
yeah, absolutely.
yeah, a little bit later will be like the really hardcore.
Yeah.
But before this, though, we did run QA testing.
Yeah, it was
and,
really good.
We caught so much.
That was fantastic. Yeah. Also, if anyone finds a bug, send it to me on Discord, and I will give you a surprise.
Yeah.
It's the
So Percival says, will there be a supernatural aspect to the story?
You could interpret it as supernatural, but yeah, it's we absolutely wanted to keep things relatively naturalistic because there used to actually not to spoil too much, but in earlier versions of the game we were playing around with putting more explicitly supernatural stuff in. But one thing we rubbed up against was that there was so much that was just so innately alien and weird and fantastical about the actual setting and source materials that it felt like you were doing a disservice to go, wow, look at this amazing ice phenomena that causes all of these things, and also something dumb we've just put up on top of it. So we've tried to lean more into maybe mythology and some folklore stuff.
Yeah, it's the feeling of actively participating in what will become myth.
Yeah, but you couldn't have put it better. Yeah, I watched a lot
That's
of the
quite
Leftovers.
cool.
It was great. I'm actually doing a panel tomorrow with our art director, which is adapting the past, bringing myths, folklore, and history into the medium of video games.
That panel won't be here, but there will be VODs of it.
Yes.
And in tomorrow's stream, which me and Matt will be back here for the WoW News, we will be able to direct you to where that panel is, or at least VODs of that panel.
Nice.
Yeah. Are there random elements in the game, or is everything deterministic based on your decisions?
That's a very good question. There is only one bit of RNG in the game, and I've made sure to tie it to the save file seed so that you can't save scum, and that is the random allocation of frostbite and scurvy if you fail to meet the resource checks at the end of the week. What we found was... it can work if you design for it. Like, Disco Elysium and actually Citizen Sleeper both do this, where they have a lot of distributed RNG that the player can then spend. The only RNG we're doing is punitive. But that's just because of the nature of the turn-based stuff.
That's a good way to look at it,
Be able to trace back a logical
That's what Blizzard does.
Choices in a chain as to how they found themselves.
If it
in a
works, it
situation
works.
that they feel responsible for.
Release the game now.
Of consequences.
And
when kind of random numbers come in.
Release the game now, broken as fuck, and then you make a big deal of the patch where you fix it. Cyberpunk did the same thing.
We've created this complicated
Patch 1.5 fix everything.
We want you to be able to use that to navigate through a deterministic branching game rather than feeling like you're lost in an ocean of RNG.
Yeah. Grick Rhymes
That's a good
asked, how long is the game? Like, we know it's 42 weeks in game time, but roughly the length in hours. So the first thing to say is that will depend on a bit of like one's own play style.
Yes.
So are you going to try to exhaustively go around, talk to every character, see everything? Definitely the way that I would recommend. Personally. So that will kind of make you a bit larger. We're thinking sort of 6 to 8 hours, maybe 7 to 9 hours. As like that would be the low end and maybe the average.
Yeah, it depends if you do,
Super Cider, of course not.
Replays or fail states as like additional game time or not as well.
Of course not. Bro, what are you talking about? No, people left WoW because Blizzard tried to go to Cosmic. But no, the bugs and shit, people were fucking eating that shit up, We all loved paying the game for 2 years so that we can get 3 months of good play. That was what we lived for, You pay to beta test the game, and then last 3 months, the game's good. It's rewarding on a very personal level, when you know you've put that many hours into beta testing the game and it all just comes together, right then you really feel that sense of personal victory. It's really what games is all about, if you think about it, So in World of Warcraft, you kind of get the personal victory of just playing the game and overcoming the obstacles, but then also the personal victory of seeing the game come together over the course of all the money that you fucking wasted on it. So really, it's a bold new way of making video games, but they really seem to want to go down that route, and I, for one, commend them for it. It's a bold move.
Yeah, so that's us talking about one run of the game. Now, we can talk a little bit about after the sort of New Game Plus-ish stuff. I wouldn't really call it New Game Plus. What you can do after you've
trolling
the game.
It's a beach episode.
Oh, really? Man, we need to do a beach episode DLC.
Let's do it.
So, yeah, I mean, if we go to...
Pay them to the job, pretty much, Kyle.
Right?
Yes.
So, in terms of the play time for the whole demo, that was between, 1 hour and 40 minutes and 3 hours?
Yeah.
And one guy clocked in 5.
One person clocked in 5. But I think they were actually being super specific with their feedback. Their playthrough was actually like super useful. So
awesome.
Props to them. But yeah, the I'd say between hour and 40 minutes, 3 hours for the demo. For the whole game, multiply that by 2.5, maybe? I don't know. Yeah.
Yep, some things will be pending because we're still building them.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, I want to follow what is right for the... I mean, production notwithstanding, follow what's right for the pacing of the actual
Mighty Random, what do you mean?
Not some sort of artificial time goal.
That's the thing. It would be very easy for us to inject a whole bunch of bloat, so we're targeting the best experience, kind of rather than like an hour, a quantity of hours. That being said,
I hate that people have this weird thing with games nowadays where a game should be 100 hours, otherwise it's not a good game. And it's like, no. Some of the best games I've ever played was 10 to 12 hours. You know, I go back to A Plague's Tale. A Plague's Tale is 10 hours, 12 hours at the max. If you're spending more than that, you're basically wasting your fucking time in the game. And just insane gameplay, insane story, such a good game. The other one is Senua's Sacrifice. Again, very short game. I think we finished Senua's Sacrifice in 2 streams, and it was 6 hours a pop, right? So within 2 streams, we were done with the game. But such a cool game, and everyone loved that playthrough. Games don't have to be 100+ hours or even 20 hours. If you have a game that is very much tied to story, your decision-making, and so forth, it's fine if that game is only 10 hours, 8 hours. If it's a good game, if it's fun, you're having a good time, you love the story that you're seeing, why do you need more of it? It's good. It does exactly what it needs to do. Most games, if you really think about the games that is 100+ hours, or no games are ever really 100+ hours, but let's look at the games that's 60+ hours. The vast majority of them isn't 60+ hours of gameplay or of story. It's usually 10 hours of story, and then about 50 hours of just wasting your fucking time. One of my favorite games is Onimusha, and it can be completed in like an hour or 2, depending on how good you are. It's always fun for me, fun to me for playthroughs. There's a lot of ways to make a good game, and not all games have to be 100+ hours or 60 hours. I guess WoW does get better after 100 hours. The raids is fun. The only game I actually spent that much time on is Persona 5. It's okay if you have a game that is 60+ hours, and it's only 60+ hours if you partake in all of the side shit, right? So if you partake in all the side action, then it can be a really long game. Witcher 3 is a good example of this. I believe Witcher 3, in terms of actual story, is something like 30 or 40 hours that will take you to play through the actual story of the game, including all of the side quests. But then if you include all of the map quests, because the map has its own story that it's telling you, then it goes over, I think, 140 hours that it takes you to actually complete the game.
20 hours of story, 50 hours of post-game. Single-player Final Fantasies are like this. Kingdom Hearts are like this. Assassin's Creed is like this.
Mighty Ranadin, but it all depends on how do you do it. So that's where it becomes important, because post-game stuff is fine if it's done well. The issue is, in a lot of games, it's not done well. So a lot of the Assassin's Creed games, the post-game stuff that you do isn't done well. A lot of it is just rinse and repeat bullshit of the exact same stuff that you've done before, just in a different area. So kill this guy. This is just a new building that you have to kill the guy in. But everything's effectively exactly the same. So if you do it well and you provide people with good, clean content, or even this is what Witcher 3 does. In Witcher 3, there's these markers on the map, question marks on the map. You go to a question mark and you get something there. It's either something that you have to kill, something that you can collect, or just a town that you have to clear a bunch of monsters out of. But every single one of those markers does a little bit of meta world building kind of story stuff, right? So even though it's not an actual storied mission, so there's no real voice acting there, it does a little bit of world building. The world becomes alive as a result of this, because once you've freed a town on the map, that town is now back in business. And you can actually spend money buying stuff from the town vendor and stuff like that. So, you know, you're sort of playing the map and making the map like free and safe again. So if you do stuff like that, it's actually cool. But then if you do stuff that's just kind of rinse and repeat crap just to make the game... So what I would say is a lot of companies do actually good post-game content, and then a lot of companies do post-game padding, which is just to pad their game so that they can hit that magical number of saying, we have 100+ hours of game time or gameplay in our game. It's like, well, actually, this is fucking stupid because more than half of what you have in the game is not actually gameplay. It's just boring. I definitely have well over 5k hours in WoW. I'm just glad it doesn't have a timer like Steam that reminds you. Spend 40 hours on ESO and Black Desert Online each. That's not a lot though, Dragon Slayers. I can still beat the original Jack and Daxter 100% in around 4 hours. Enjoy the game, play it, pick it up later.
For kind of like maximum
stealing shit.
Yeah. Game.
It'd be fun
so
gameplay, even if it's not super relevant to the main story. Disco option true.
Which, I mean, yeah, Thomas can demo a little bit. So we're not exactly sure what this is going to be like on someone's very first playthrough. We don't want to overwhelm and confuse people. But when you have completed the game, this will be fully opened up, and let's just say the background art will be different to what you're currently seeing. Narrative events.
No, that wouldn't be bad.
There is that.
Like,
which
I'm not talking for a second that I'm not saying for a second that spending 100. So I currently have over 280 hours in Cyberpunk 2077. On Witcher 3, I have over, I think, 700 hours already played in Witcher 3. So yeah, it's perfectly fine to spend hundreds of hours on a game, but then it should make you want to spend that much time in the game. It shouldn't be things that it's just busy work. Like half of the stuff. So right now I'm doing a Cyberpunk playthrough where I want to do 100%. I want to clear everything that there is to clear in the game, including all of the endings, because you can actually do that in Cyberpunk. One playthrough, all of the endings. Because after your playthrough, it actually puts you back at the just before the final mission. So you start your new game plus just before the final mission, and then you can choose a different path from there. So you can play all of the missions, all of the end missions. So I want to do that. The reason I want to do that is because I'm actually having fun in the world, and I actually enjoy the world very much. So I want to play through the game 100%, complete everything. But there are games like Assassin's Creed where I love the main story of Assassin's Creed. I hate a lot of the map of Assassin's Creed. Like a lot of the world of Assassin's Creed just feels like the first few times you do it, awesome. And then it just starts to grind to a fucking halt where I'm just So I'm going to get there. There's going to be a guy that I have to kill, so I'm going to sneak in, I'm going to kill a bunch of guards, and then I'm going to fight the guy, and then the guy dies, and then I get a bunch of resources, and then I'm going to go to another place, and I'm going to do the exact same thing again, just because that's what the game loop is all about. You know, the ship battles is a good example of this. After a while, the ship battles get really boring because it's basically the same shit over and over and over again. I think that smaller time games are more money efficient at times because you will be more likely to pick a game back up if you know you can beat it in a few hours instead of remembering it will be like 40 hours to do a Final Fantasy game all over again. But overall time doesn't always equal good. Yeah, that's basically the point I was trying to make here, is that people shouldn't look at it and go, oh my God, this is only 10 hours? Come on. It's like, dude, if it's 10 hours of great fucking entertainment, that's good. Example of hours drained saved. I played through Assassin's Creed Rogue. I played through main plot, then done nothing more. I doubt I would enjoy if I would have done side things, which didn't matter for me. A good example, actually, I'll give you guys a great example of just terrible implementation of world mechanics. Dragon Age Inquisition. So in Dragon Age Inquisition, the enemies on the starting map respawns the whole fucking time. So you're sent to a story area to complete the story. You kill a bunch of mobs, and within a couple of minutes, they respawn. And the map itself takes so much time to actually get through because you have to complete an entire area before those mobs will not respawn. So you can basically get caught in a massive fucking hour-long loop of just doing the same shit over and over again before you finally get to a place where nothing will respawn in this area again. You know, now the story is finally reacting to the map. That I've legitimately quit Dragon Age Inquisition 3 times because of the starting area. At least in the beginning. They kind of fixed it in later patches, but I remember when it just launched, I wanted to rage as a result of that.
Which will allow you to really like navigate all the kind of like different branches and ways that you played the game. But in addition to that, there is actually another mechanic, and I'm not going to tell anyone what it is without your express permission. There is another mechanic that for people who kind of want to dive in, play different runs, see different endings and stuff like that, that should kind of help them do that, because we don't want to just say, oh, there's 4 endings.
Disco Option, their idea was good. The idea wasn't bad at all, because the idea was you complete. So let's say, for example, so in one of them, there's an outpost that is completely taken over by like raiders have taken over the outpost. And you clear the raiders, right? So in order to go do other missions, because the raider outpost mission is quite later on in the game. So you go do other missions, and then you kill a bunch of raiders on your way to that mission, and then you go back, you sort of get the next quest, but then all of those raiders you've just killed have respawned until you get the mission to go clear out the raiders in the sort of outpost. Now, it could have been done well if the raiders that would respawn would be different raiders, maybe different classes, maybe play around to make the player feel like this is just the raiders sending out new reinforcements. So they're just basically sending out reinforcements again. The issue is it's the exact same mobs that just respawn every single time. And it breaks that immersion that games like Dragon Age is all about. You know, the idea that killing someone is final, and it should be final, right?
Games, 8 hours, therefore 4 times 8. Or, you know, if it's technically 12, so we don't want to say that. You'll be able to experience like lots of different endings and things like that.
We're trying to respect your time as much as possible, I think, and our own time as well. I think that's the humane thing to do.
Indeed. So Voxlers and Akalon asked about DLCs and things like that. So we have joked about a beach episode.
No, I'm not joking. This is my serious face.
It's a serious face. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a beach episode. Currently, I would say this is a world that we have plenty of ideas what it looks like. We know of some other locations.
Yeah.
We could potentially even know of other games or things we could do in this world. We're very much not in a state where we want to just like say, oh yeah, we're going to do 3 games and a kart racer or something like that. You know, like Doggy Dog. Right now it's basically TBD. We want to ship the game first.
Yes, and
also the beach episode.
Absolutely, and I think tonally the team, not to put the cart before the horse, but the team would like a palette cleanser, whether that's beach episode DLC or just an entirely different project beyond this. I think. I think that's that. Any other questions?
Oh man. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. What did you learn most from this game?
Probably the most useful thing I've learned, aside from all of the, personal life lessons and more kind of things relevant to my own, specific life, would be some fundamentals about design and the chasm between the intended developer experience and the subsequent actual player experience. And probably the biggest thing is that if you can't articulate an aspect of a vision to yourself and to your team and quantify that in terms of a production and timescale over the course of a production, then the chances of that vision going through those various sieves and filters and making its way in any way intact to the player is very small. So yeah, if you can't articulate it to your team, you're never going to be able to articulate it to the player, and that only gets more difficult. And that comes to things that you think of as like opaque problems that you've yet to have articulated answers for. So like, how exactly does this system work? How do we get from A to B here narratively? How does this gameplay feel? Other than that, in terms of things I've learned a lot about the Antarctic. Yeah, just like some technical stuff, how to properly scope a branching narrative, how to do a lot of UX specific stuff in Unity, how to manipulate save game data properly, how to develop potentially for other platforms has been a big learning experience for me.
Big one.
Oh man, I have so much psychic damage from that. Yeah, and then the other side of it's just like creative collaboration with team members, trying to do that in a way that is effective but also responsible. You know, trying to not push anyone too hard, but trying to also give them the sort of the drive and the creative freedom to...
I have been working quietly on my own game in the background, like basically just story outline. So seeing Balila's game come to life is quite cool, even though I know I'm like years away from being able to do that myself. But it is something I'm fucking... It's fun to see.
Really put their best into their part of the game, and I think the team's really sort of stepped up to the plate and delivered very well.
Yeah, man, it is so toasty up here.
Oh yeah, I'm
Holy shit.
sweating.
Oh yeah, I haven't had any food since like earlier,
really?
so I'm not sweating.
I'm
I'm
really
lightheaded.
nervous.
It's very pog. I think from what I learned from, at least as far as my capacity in all this has been, essentially continuous development. Like 100% that, which, you know, I would say some of that's been, it's kind of like looking at our own failures, looking at
BCL on to you now.
Doing a lot of analyzing of other live games, one MMO in particular, and it's kind of thinking about like what are assumptions in a design, and it's that sort of thing of like, you don't want a situation
Pussy
where
slider, actually.
It's very easy to have things not be talking to each other. So a good example in the previous game, Monsters.
Yeah.
You know, we had all of these ideas for what the roguelite-ish bit of it was. So like mock-ups of maps, of an almost like a board game-like loop of like you and the kaiju and stuff. You know, so we had all of that. And then the art side was all going, and then the gameplay prototype side was all going, but they weren't talking with each other because it was one of those things where it just ended up being like, okay, for this to be successful, in 12 months, the combat bit's got to be good, this bit's got to be good, that bit's got to be good, and then we have to smoosh them together, and then we'll see where it is. And that's almost the stories that come out of like BioWare magic of the whole, right? We all just go
and no
have our
ass.
Blinders on, work as hard as we can, and fuck it, it'll come together in the end. Where in this, we very quickly learned, nope, that's not the way to do it.
No,
you
you
make the smallest fucking slice of this that is wholly representative of a final thing that we could ship. And from that, you learn so much more about your design. Such that your systems will change, your content will change, the way you do art will change. A really good example, some of the boat navigation used to be first person. And I don't mean first person like an FPS. I mean, you know, click and you'll walk forward to over there, almost like a Google Street View. But we just ended up being like, okay, well, A, that would be way more expensive. B, that wouldn't really mesh with what it's actually going to be like when you're on the ice in camp. It would cause a bunch of issues. And also, it would just be like too many clicks. Turns out, if you are immersed in the game as the captain, having a more RTS-like camera style doesn't break immersion at all.
No. And then the other side of that is leaning into the isometric artwork. And again, going back to the chasm between what's difficult to develop and what is perceived as complex. When it comes to the isometric artwork, mostly because I think of the genre associations with RPGs and a lot of those old sort of, you know, Baldur's Gate-esque type of things. Isometric art 2D especially is often associated with rich story and rich RPG mechanics. So something that is ironically easier to produce and less intensive on the team ends up giving us way more maneuverability over the game mechanics, and then simultaneously is perceived as being part of a more aligned genre with what we want the game to kind of be marketed as. Visual novels can be harder to paint, but people don't think they're harder to make. So it's funny. But
there's just a lot of things you kind of only really learn once you get into it. And it'll totally, like, it has totally changed how we think about future projects.
Yes.
Yero, how you doing, bro?
Our own way that we want to do games, which I mean, not to say too much, but a part of it's like the idea of, okay, we'll take the core framework tech of the way we've done Pale. We'll add one or two things.
Yeah.
It was like one of Ethan's contributions to thinking about what we do
Change
next.
one thing, Thomas.
Yeah, it's like, okay,
Don't
maybe
change
we
two
do
things.
this and your character moves about. Or we do this and that. And it's that just kind of way of... kind of just, it's like, what can our team do? I guess an inspiration there
I'll
is,
tell you. I'll answer that in a second because
right,
it's
from
weird.
Bastion all the way through to Hades now and the incredible work.
Oh, Supergiant.
Supergiant.
So does Gallagher, how you doing?
Completely different. Yeah, I'm very silly. Val asked, what about monetization? Indie box price plus soundtrack / art DLC. So, box price. Soundtrack DLC.
Yep.
Other things are, I guess, TBD. I would really like to have a physical art book, but those are also quite hard to do.
Yeah, there's also other possibilities like doing bundle deals with other games that are thematically similar. I think longer term we're planning on maybe doing some merch stuff, and then potentially a physical soundtrack release would be fantastic.
Yeah, I would love. Oh man, just getting vinyls out.
That'd be cool. That'd be very cool.
Even just to do it would be cool. And then other things like we can make things like pins, the likes, and certainly if I can.
Yeah, it would be
If
expensive.
I could get, not necessarily a collector's edition, but like a little collector's bundle, and we can make like a nice little box for it and have some nice goodies inside, that would be an awesome thing to do.
Yeah.
But, TBD, because we do have to make the game first.
Other questions?
Well, one here from Bunny Beast. The art is great. Will there be Steam trading cards, wallpaper, stuff like that?
There should be. There's definitely going to be Steam achievements. I need to look into the trading card API properly.
What games, if any, inspired?
A lot of Lucas Pope's work. Yes, Your Grace was quite influential in some areas.
No, Mob.
Some of the work of they made the Banner Saga. What are they called? Stoic Games. Yeah. Of course, Inkle Studios, the guys behind the branching narrative language.
Yeah,
big inspiration.
They're awesome. If you want to play a game like one of the, it's actually on Steam as well. 80 Days, one of my favorite. It's fucking awesome.
Overboard's great
a
as well.
game they put out recently, which I think they made the guts of that in 100 days.
Yeah, they just did a Spanish translation yesterday.
No. Okay, so this guy is the co-creator of the studio. So Bal and this guy, I can't remember his name now, but they founded the studio together. So it's basically the two studio heads discussing. Matt is literally just there. They were talking to Matt earlier about sound issues. Remember, Matt is part of the YouTube team that sort of does writing and stuff. And then also I think Matt works on the game too. But they're basically the leaders of the studio that's sitting there just sort of talking about the new game that they're launching.
As well, it's nuts. In terms of other games, there's a lot, like across the team, there's quite a diverse range of tastes as well. I think in terms of like art direction, I think we've maybe taken more inspiration from other mediums in terms of like classical paintings and things. Obviously all of the inspirations from the actual expeditions and Frank Hurley's photography, and trying to get as many like primary sources as possible.
Okay, there are other questions. On the cross-platform thing, I think right now we are announced for PC.
Yes.
Are we announced for Mac?
Yeah.
It's the sort of thing we can play it on a Mac.
Yeah,
it's just before we like officially, because it's like, does the game run on Mac? Yeah, totally does. But for us to like officially announce that for Mac, so I very much like it.
There's a Mac demo build available right now.
Yeah.
There might be an aspect ratio bug I need to go and fix tomorrow. But it should fundamentally work and be playable from start to finish. It's being developed half of the time on one of the M1 chips. They're great for Unity at the moment. And
I guess for other platforms, it's like, look, if we can get that onto others, that would be awesome.
Yeah, we're doing our best on that front.
It's just, it's busy times.
It could easily run on mobile and Stadia, fucking Stadia.
All right, so other things
and Steam Deck.
We'll keep everyone alive. We have to lose a few.
No, you can keep everyone alive. And technically any combination of anyone can die.
Yeah.
Oof. including you.
He's grizzly.
Yeah.
Kind of going through other ones. Any word in pricing? Not just
Not
yet.
quite sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it can run on Switch. The game doesn't have, well, Switch and those things run PC games these days. So
Very sweet.
they haven't announced that it's going to be on any other
Anyone who did
console or
playtesting,
platforms,
thank you
but
so
it
much.
could.
That's like super invaluable to everything that we've been doing.
Well, that is a fun one for you.
And let me know if I've accidentally doxed you in the credits, and I will change your name.
Without spoiling the ending, is there a possibility of a direct sequel if it does really well? I love games that have an ongoing narrative across multiple installments.
I would love to. I would love to go do other games and then come back to this. If we did a sequel, if it's a bit crazy, if the guys let me do it, I would want to carry forward the possibility of the expedition entirely failing being a valid entry point to a sequel that involves different characters and actual follow-through.
Yeah, ideally, same world, you can import your save.
Yeah. And I've been reading a lot of books about cults for a potential Pale sequel, but that's a long way off.
Yeah,
that's a long way off.
Are there Steam achievements? Are the Steam achievements hard to get? Don't know. They're not made yet.
No. We still have to make them. Yeah, trying to balance those based on the final version of the game when it comes through. I want to put a lot of silly stuff in there as well. So like, failing the expedition as soon as you possibly can, being an asshole to certain people, certain funny dialogue options, remembering things. Anything that's like interesting content that we've hidden away, I'd love to sort of incentivize it with an achievement. And then obviously to be a bit, cold and heartless about it, there's a huge correlation between statistical replayability on Steam and achievement placement. According to back-end metrics of other developers. So it's like, well, fair. Guess we're making achievements.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
People love achievements, sadly, but
a few fun things in there.
Every game now has achievements because people love those shit.
Yeah, it's that thing for me. There are so many 1,000-hour games out there. I'm totally down for a good 1,000-hour game, of course, but maybe it's just kind of as I get older. What you kind of really sometimes crave for is just, I want 8 to 10 hours, 8 to 12 hours, whatever. I can play something over a weekend and just be immersed and kind of come away at the end having finished it.
That's true.
It's one of the things I actually like about the way miniseries happen these days.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, devs, that made for a fun weekend that made my brain feel funny. But, it's not like a 9-season-long sort of massive commitment.
Yeah.
It's interesting that I don't...
I agree.
Farron, it's interesting that I don't care about achievements at all. I just find it interesting. Everyone loves achievements, and I am one of those people that I could play a game with no achievements and not give a fuck. Like, I don't even know what achievements games have. No idea.
The South Pole. It is so not on Earth.
Yeah, it's the South Pole of a fictional fantasy planet that is yet to be named.
Yeah, we could tell some stories there.
Yeah.
They involve, a chicken pakora, a university project to remake the Game of Life, me and Thomas watching Sweeney Todd on YouTube while eating said chicken pakora from Guacamole, and if you're in Belfast, you know what that entails, and you know it's a bad move.
Oh my god.
I think maybe a few little roots happened there, and yeah.
This man got heart palpitations drinking too much Monster Energy during, was it?
It was
Warlords of Painor. You were.
Yes, it was during. That was during our final project for uni.
Jesus Christ.
Basically, I've been playing a bit of EVE Online at the time, and we were doing.
I've known you for too long.
We were doing this like solar system simulator. In just like in
my code got broken 10 minutes before submission.
But the thing that I was doing was like planet generation and stuff, which really cool to do. Other people do it a lot better than me. But I drank so much energy drink, and I just decided that, I could repurpose all my planet code and then do virtualization on the GPU to make asteroid fields. So I did all of this. It popped out in 90 minutes. Then I started getting heart palpitations, so I stopped that, and I logged into EVE and I just did some mining for a bit in EVE Online to calm myself down. And yeah, then I think we went to the chippy.
Yeah, you can stop this at any moment, Matt.
No, I love this. Keep going.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Coffee Box MMORPG confirmed. Hey, if you have 200 million, we'll fail to make it.
We'll do a mud. We'll do a mud. We'll do a, what do you call those, multiplayer thingy dungeons, the text-based. Yeah, we'll do one of those.
Have you tried it with Proton? No.
Okay, man, I'm an old fuck.
Actually, our systems,
Proton's awesome, though.
I tried it once, I
systems
didn't
programmer has
like
for
it.
different projects.
Cool.
But inkle branching narrative multiplayer stuff's a bit awkward. It's they brought out parallel story flows recently, so that is slightly more viable. But I don't know. I'm not hugely versed in client server code on Unity related stuff. But
So Void Sparks really got it for us, saying beach episode. What about hot springs? There's volcanic activity down there. Heck, imagine exploring the various ice caves formed by the volcanic activity. Man, this beach episode's getting better and better.
He has actually accidentally spoiled something for himself, but yes.
Good. Well, I guess
exists.
maybe our first crowdfunding project will be, I don't know, the Beyond the Beach episode.
The more people you can get alive to the game's final territory, the more boys you can put in the spring. Yeah. Fuck's sake.
Asheron's call. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Where can we report bugs, and if any? Twitter is good. Discord is good.
Twitter, Discord, yeah, or messages of any kind.
Here's the real one. Will we be shipping the game on Ouya?
Oh, what?
Remember the Ouya?
The fuck is the
forgot
Ouya?
about the Ouya!
The fuck is the Ouya? What is that?
It was a tiny little Android box. It was supposed to be the future of gaming. It was
Oh
one
my
of the
God, the Ouya!
Yeah, it was one of the biggest crowdfunding success stories until it all went very south.
We were meant to ship our first ever mobile game on a Windows phone. That was a contractual
Oh, the whole
obligation.
Windows Phone story, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, Windows. You know, with Windows Phone, they had a few good ideas that were really cool.
I don't know if I agree.
Neocron. My first MMO was WoW.
Oh, man.
And for a long time, it was my only MMO. Like, I tried different ones here and there. Rift, I tried. Tried Guild Wars 2 right in the beginning when it just launched. ESO when it just launched.
Finally, now there's a demo, people can play it.
But
I think we got our first wave of that.
Yeah, WoW was my first MMO.
QA testing.
Definitely. It feels... the game feels like its own thing separate to us. It feels like it exists out in the world, and it's like a shared thing. And like, I'm a big proponent of sharing your games with your player base. You know,
it's not so much about being young or young variant. It's about South Africa did not have internet. Even at the launch of World of Warcraft, South Africa did not have internet. So we got internet that could play online games, so proper ADSL, right at the tail end of Classic. And that's also when I moved in with my friend whose father actually got us ADSL. And his dad was playing like Classic at the time. So I grew up in Polokwane, which is a like it's a city, but it's backwater as fuck. So there, the only internet you could get was dial-up. And then I moved to Pretoria, which is the capital of South Africa, to go study. And me and my friend moved in together, and they had ADSL. So his dad actually got us World of Warcraft. Just to sort of like, because he was playing it and he wanted us to play with him. So he got us World of Warcraft, and that's when I started playing WoW, was when I could finally play it. So I'm assuming some people, specifically in Pretoria, could have probably played World of Warcraft from launch, but in Polokwane, where I grew up, there was no internet. Like until the first time we got internet, like dial-up in Polokwane, I was 16, 17, thereabouts, and then like years later, they would get ADSL.
Ethereal Tent's great and all that, but like, you know, fundamentally someone's giving you their time and they're sitting down and trying to engross themselves in this world. And I think by virtue of being an interactive medium, I think games is a lot more collaborative with the player. But yeah, no, it's been really fantastic to finally get the other end of that deal and have people reacting to things positively, negatively, just actually like, you know, having emotional reaction to it's just really gratifying.
Yeah, and I think the timing has probably worked really well too.
Yeah.
Because we're going to learn so much over the next few days. And of course, there's all the content you are building and
Yeah,
your team
yeah,
are
yeah.
building right now, which, I mean, certainly having this, like, wave of public feedback, I
Oh, it's great.
imagine will be extremely helpful.
Oh yeah, like the game's never going to be perfect, but I just want to give it a chance to evolve around the player response somewhat before it's like rasterized forever.
Yeah, and so Terrible's got a question. Is the voice acting from the reveal trailer being carried across? Same VA. So I think grabbing Ian for the whole game would be, that would be cool if possible.
That'd be expensive.
Right now, Ian McElhenney, he's Barristan in Game of Thrones. He's a Northern Irish actor, so...
Grando Joe and Derry Girls.
Yeah, and I mean, I wasn't there in the studio, but...
He was great.
It was really cool just that day, like, oh fuck, Thomas is going to go and do voice work with Ian McElhenney. What the fuck? That's really cool.
He was class. He turned up, he drove himself there, he nailed it in 2 takes, and they just chatted shit for 45 minutes, made himself a cup of tea and left. And you're like, good man. That's consummate professionalism right there. Yeah, I'd love to work with him. Like, he is open to it. It's just a budgetary thing, and like, whether voice acting purely is just vocal foley, so like, ooh, or like actually full voice lines of dialogue. There are other fellow travelers games that have been able to kind of have their cake and eat it too by not doing a fully voice thing, but be quite strategic with where they place those lines. So I'd be open to investigating that as well.
Yeah, it's like, so the ways that can go are interesting. Like, one is every single line in the game is VO. And in that world, the game is a lot longer, because that's just what it's like with VO.
We have more animal VO than we have human VO, because James raided the BBC archives for commercial use of like penguin noises. So we have
noises are so cool.
We have a multi-instrument and F mod of baby penguin sneezes.
Yeah,
they're great.
Wait, there's
if
baby penguin sneezing sounds.
Play the penguin.
Jesus.
So for other things, the other way of doing VO, of course, is like in Final Fantasy XIV, where they have different levels of scenes, right? So, not the entire MSQ is done with voice acting. That's a more feasible thing that might actually make for a better game, because maybe everything being voice acted is too much.
No, you get burnt out. It's the same as there's scenes that feel better played isometrically than as full background scenes. Yeah,
and that's the sort of thing, and it's.
I actually think that's a good point, because I was just thinking about it last night after we streamed. While I would love if every single quest in FF14 was voice acted, at the same time, can you imagine how long the MSQ would become if every single scene was voice acted? Like, the MSQ would suddenly probably be twice as long as it is right now, because every scene is now voice acted. And I feel like you would lose a lot of the sort of special feel of it. ESO is like that, but there is a difference with ESO. If you count the pure number of words and sentences in FF14, I don't think there is a single game on the planet that has the same voice count or dialogue count. Like, the amount of dialogue. So ESO will oftentimes they have great dialogue, and the way they present the story is very good. But the dialogue is very rarely nuanced in the same way that FF14 is. It's not as nuanced. It's not as conversational always. Like, sometimes it's literally just the NPC giving you the information that is required for the quest to be completed. Not so much, the back and forth and the sort of needless dialogue will not always be there, but that dialogue is what builds the world.
That's why it's good to not have everything be concrete before you go.
Yes.
We didn't know that when we started.
No.
We only discovered that when we played.
Yeah.
So the thing with voice acting, not there for launch. We may have some, vocalizations, like sort of grunts and stuff as you're going through. I'd say if we get, sales, right? Like, if sales are good and it's the sort of thing we could afford to do, it's certainly the sort of thing that we'd be open to. It's just kind of impossible to say right now, other than we know that the cost of doing voice acting is really high.
It's expensive as fuck.
It's also quite a lot of work to implement it.
I'd say the integration is actually the bigger challenge than recording the raw audio in the first place.
So cool one here from awesome Rashgroth. who's been playing Suzerain lately.
Oh,
which we forgot to mention is like partially
games.
partially in our list of games we've been
Yeah,
looking
those
at.
guys are class.
So Suzerain was actually published by Fellow Traveler,
Yeah,
our publisher.
they're great.
And it's an awesome game, which again would recommend you guys check it out. So yeah, he's just saying, I've been playing Suzerain lately, which is like 4 to 5 hours, but I already finished my 3rd playthrough.
Oh, nice.
And like, that's awesome, and certainly it's the sort of thing, if we could tap into that.
Let us know where you ended up on the political compass at the end, because it charts you. It's great. Yeah, no, Suzerain was a great game to look at when we were in the early stages of this. Yeah.
Are you worried about the streamer problems other narrative games are having? I guess like people fully playing the game. It's challenging. On the one hand, it's like it's more eyeballs. On the other hand, so there are some games where a streamer plays it and it's a really successful thing for that game. There are other games where a streamer plays it and their whole audience has experienced the whole game, and you look at the the sales or whatever in Steam, and it's totally flat.
I'm
so who knows? I guess all I can say is we would appreciate it if you bought the game and played it yourself.
I don't think so. I think that's rare whenever a streamer will play a game and that streamer playing the game will be destructive or anything like that. Because if a game has a truly good story, I can absolutely watch the streamer play through it and then go play it myself as well, because there is a difference. There is a marked difference between watching someone play a story and actually playing the story. And I feel like, especially with games like this, where you do have different endings, different decisions that you can make, people are probably going to buy it anyways, just because they're not going to necessarily make all the decisions their streamer made.
Yes, I'm in two minds about this. I think the onus is on us to make the interactive experience fundamentally better enough that you get more than just kind of watching someone play a streamer playthrough. But then that's a valid way to digest content. I don't know. I know like Bennett Foddy, he did that whole thing with Getting Over It, where like he has a message in the game to be like, "Yo, can you stream up to this point and not spoil this very last thing at the end?" So like there could be, maybe we could put a message in like that or something. But I don't know. I'd be more worried about people accidentally spoiling the game for themselves than someone watching a playthrough who maybe never would have played it otherwise. But hopefully the choices and the branches are interesting enough that someone goes, I wish I could have made a different choice. I'm going to buy the game and go do something else.
I think fundamentally for the type of game it is, like, I would recommend not experiencing it through a streamer purely because of the importance of immersion. And I think when you're kind of in there, good headphones,
no, Michael, they're watching us stream the game.
Shit. There we go. We just ruined it ourselves. I think that's the ideal.
I'm the same.
Experience it however you want. Like
there's a shit ton of games that I have experienced.
But I think
first seeing YouTubers or Twitch streamers playing them, and then going, "Fuck, I would have done something different there. I'm gonna buy the game. I'm gonna do the something different."
Good one, as for why Guacamole, I don't know. We were young and stupid.
Oh man, it was the only place that delivered takeout past 3 a.m. and we were crunching our university projects because we were glue bags.
But couldn't your team do the voice to begin with an upgrade later? Not really, because it's the sort of thing, if we were to voice, number one, we're not all voice actors.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a good example, so for doing the grunts and things like that could be there. I'm specifically not doing that because you hear things that go through these vocal cords a lot. And, me going, or, you would know that, and then ultimately be thinking about some dickhead, not the game.
Yeah, we did record a lot of the team for just like Foley voice stuff, but it's not like acted, it's not performative. But
yeah, so it's the sort of thing where we
can't stream beyond this point because they should not have a say over what you do with your purchase.
Who the characters, without.
I don't think there's many companies. So I'm gonna end the Q&A here. For those of you that want to continue watching, you're more than welcome to do so. But I still want to play some Final Fantasy XIV, and they're basically talking about just, towards the tail end of the Q&A anyways. But I will say, Disco Option, I don't know of a single game that does that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know of any game that does that. Like, tells you that you're not allowed to stream past a certain point. What game does that? Tsukimi, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. All right, I would have continued watching, but if we continue watching, there's definitely no, like, I'm not continuing with the Final Fantasy stream. And I do want to do the Final Fantasy stream, so. Sorry, I'm just quickly uploading this for Alex. I'm not watching whatever the fuck is on the screen now, so don't worry. I'm not getting spoiled. I don't know what's going on OBS on this side. I just see movement because I'm just focusing on getting this to Alex so that we can actually edit it and get it up on YouTube. All right, that's good. All right, that's fine. Okay, we can upload. What the hell is going on? Why are you doing stupid shit? We'll just wait for it to happen. It's really full of spoilers. There, it's gone now. No more spoilers. I'm just waiting for. Why would you not? Oh, fuck's sake. Let me just reload because for some reason it's being stupid. Why are you being stupid? Sorry, guys. Just. Wait, what the fuck is going on? Why can't I upload? Okay, hold up. I need to figure out why I can't upload to G Drive at the minute. Okay, there we go. That fixed it. All right. Yeah, that fixed it. Something I ask myself every day. No, but G Drive should be working. For some reason, I have to exit the browser entirely just to get it to work again. All right, I'm quickly going to go bathroom, 2 minutes, and then we continue with the MSQ. Be right back. All right, here we go. All right, I'll turn the sound on now. Just want to quickly fix this. All right, let's get the sound back up. Can you guys remember, was it like 75 is fine, right? All right, here we go. Let's see how far we can come with freeing Mhigo. There is something to be said for a home-cooked meal, is there not? We must cherish these moments, fleeting as they are. The fight will always be there, waiting for us to return. Yep. Wait, am I allowed to fly now? Is this me allowed to fly in the fringes? Bro. The only thing I still have to do is the peaks. And I don't know if there's one more zone that I've not yet seen at all. But all right. Okay. I trust you are well rested and refreshed then. Then let us return to the front. The greater part of the Alliance forces should have advanced into the peaks by now, but I expect we will pass many of our comrades on the road east. There is a checkpoint along the way, as I recall, but we will need only to identify ourselves to the soldiers in order to pass. Full in the map? What do you mean full in the map? I can finally fly, bitch. What's this blue quest for? What is this about? Accolon, might I trouble you for a moment of your time? In recent days, a young seeker of the sun has seen fit to issue me several challenges to combat. Andy, thank you for the raid, dude. Really appreciate it. How was your stream, brother? I can only assume he means to assume the role of nun and leader of our people. Tradition dictates the strongest among us must take the position. So I will gladly face any who believe they are fit to lead. The problem, however, is this challenger is decidedly weak. Yet, no matter how many times I put him down, he refuses to concede. His invitations to deal were a mild annoyance at first, but I've come to find his single-minded determination to be intriguing. In fact, I was hoping you would consider training him. I realize how absurd it sounds to help my rival-to-be, but I am curious of his potential. If you would take him under your wing, he's likely loitering about in Verjala. Safe travels. Talking about, did literally all content in the game, nothing to do. I'm best now, except one item, and I have to wait for lockout. Shit. Alright. I mean, I can fill in all parts of the map later. Probably not gonna do it now. So where in the hell is this guy? And why is he constantly trying to become leader? Alright, boy. What's up? You're that adventurer that's been sauntering about the village. What do you want? Miraz asked you to train me? I don't need his pity, and I certainly don't need you. And I'll prove it. After I beat you bloody, I'll defeat Mars and take my rightful place as none. Wait. Damn it all. Why am I so weak? Then I didn't even have to fight him. He just fucking, fell over? Alright, fine. If you mean to train me, then get on with it. That's what you came here for, isn't it? A scat boy, you're either a soy boy or a giga chad with a harem. I guess. Good. After a few lessons from you, Miraz will wish he never sent you to me. I refuse to end up like my father. I will become stronger, even if it means accepting help from my enemy. Why am I his enemy? Where were we? I should probably introduce myself. You can call me Mazet. I don't know how to pronounce these fucking names. Now, how about you show me what you can do? Hold on a minute. I didn't mean I want to fight again. I want to observe, preferably from a safe distance. A gazelle would make a good fight, and they graze nearby. He's sending the Warrior of Light to fight a gazelle. Okay. I guess. You think it's pronounced like cunt? I don't think it's pronounced like cunt. Where the hell is this? On the other side of town. Is that gonna know? The first letter represents its tribe. I don't have a clue.
Didn't even merit a fight. And he's talking about the nun who told you to help him.
Yeah, I know he's talking about the nun who told, who sent me to him. I'm still confused as to, what exactly the point of this is. Why does he want to be leader so badly? Alright, let's see. That's a fucking gazelle? Alright. But more of a challenge than I thought. Oh, fuck him. Never mind. Done. Maybe he just wants the chicks? Well, now I can see why my beating earlier was so swift. I feel stronger just for having watched you fight. Maybe I can put some of those moves to use against Miraz. I need a moment to think. I don't think that's gonna work, but okay. Okay, so do you say the M or do you not pronounce the M? What's the idea here? Is it just Zetia or is it Mzet? Mzetia? I don't know. All right, I think I'm ready. The title of Nun is as good as mine. He's gonna go just die again. Oh my fuck. I mean, he's almost guaranteed just gonna die again, right? He just watched me fight, and now he's going, I've got this. Oh, there we go. Already down on fucking ground. Not again. The M, like you would pronounce the Y in your Stola. So, Mazet. Mazetia. Why am I so weak? Do you not tire of this fool's errand? Tell me, why is it you seek the title of Nun? My father was Nun of the M tribe, until his title was stolen and we were driven out of the village. Then, just when I thought things were at their worst, he abandoned me. This is your fault. If you hadn't taken away his title, he'd still be here. I'll rip you limb from limb for it if I have to. You wait and see. Huh. His father was Nun as well? There was a time when the Eng tribe was lived by 2 nuns. In the common tongue, it is often interpreted as chief of the tribe. But first and foremost, we are a father to our people. When our hunting grounds are vast and children many, it is sometimes necessary to have a second nun, as we once did. After the Galileans invaded, however, our lands diminished, as did our numbers. We agreed only a single nun was needed. Under normal circumstances, we would do battle, the loser abdicating their title. But his father relinquished it willingly and left with him from the Peering Stones. We never heard from him again. Mazet, son of Mat. After all these years, he returns. But why would his father leave him to survive on his own? Perhaps there is someone among our people, or the Ananta, who would know what became of him. Take Mazet with you and see what you can discern of his father's whereabouts. You're like to find him near the southern edge of Virjala. Dropping the tribe later is a sign of being closer to someone? Oh, so I'm not allowed to drop the tribe later unless we're very, very close friends. Wait, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I was almost going the wrong fucking way here. Some Grahatia. Oh my god, I almost forgot about Grahatia. Well, I'm the Warrior of Light, so I could just not say the tribe name and they can't do shit to me. I'm fucking strong. I wish you hadn't seen that. What a bloody mess I was. None of this would be happening if my father were still here. It wasn't easy growing up on my own. Once I become nun, though, I'll finally get the respect and admiration I deserve. I beg of you, help me defeat Miraz. The ban has chicken wings? Of course it does, Ginger. Are you ready to whip me into shape? I've been thinking about how I need to improve, and I'm fairly certain fending off attacks is my weak point. After all, both you and Miraz bested me with a single blow. I think I have just the thing to practice defending myself. Follow me. But am I not supposed to take him to actually go... Never mind. I'll just follow him. Why am I not telling him about his father and that his father just gave it up? This is a chocobo, Jinjana. And racing with chocobos, coolest thing in the game. Well, but... Yeah, I don't know if being a nice guy is really... It feels like a waste of time to be a nice guy here. How many fired chicken buckets one chocobo can fill? Fried chicken buckets. I don't know. Probably a lot. Those wings would be fucking fantastic. Look what I found. Mark XL2 grenades left behind by the Galeans. Can you believe it? Word has it, you've dealt with them before. So I'm sure you know what these can do. They'll be perfect for practicing my guard. Kakai just wants to be Cat King and get all the cat girls. The lazy is, I mean, not a bad plan, but he's not very good at fighting, and now he wants to fucking practice with live grenades. Now, take these grenades and throw them at me. No need to worry. I've already emptied out most of their explosive powder. Should have emptied them out a little more. I mean, that was nothing. Go ahead, toss another. Dude, you're a moron. Oh, I think that one had more powder than the last one. Well, why are you... Not that it's a bad thing, mind you. Hit me with another. I can take it. Oh my god. I must have forgotten to empty out the powder. Dude, this guy is stupid as shit. Can you just give up already? But that just means the training will make me tougher. Why? I bet I could defeat Miraz right now if I wanted. Or perhaps after a short break. Alright, so chat, let's settle this. Cat goals or dragon goals, go. Like that is even a question. Cat, yes, both. Bunny, you can't say both. It's either or. Those grenades took a toll on me, but I'm feeling much better. My ribs have taken an unusual shape of purple, but I bet that means the training's working. I couldn't have come this far without you, though. It's only proper that I ask you come and see me finally take down Miraz. What do you say? This guy's gonna get fucked. Not so much goal, personally, but dragon? Of course. Bad gamer. Thanks. You don't know how much this means to me. Let's head to the Peering Stones then. Miraz won't know what hit him. He didn't dodge a single fucking grenade, and we're going back in. I would have to say, if I'm gonna choose, cat goal. Dragon goals are cool, but cat goals are cooler. All right, let's see this fight. Mazette, have you come to challenge me once more for the title of Nun? I have, and this time I will defeat you. Very well, let us reconvene at the valley to the southeast. Reconvene? Are you afraid I'll shame you here in front of your people? No matter. Well, it looks like we're heading into the valley. Fierce Gaming, how you doing, brother? Ysera's dead, bro. Like, no point in even voting for Ysera. You can't have her. She's no longer with us. Alright, let's see this. There you are. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show. Your time as Nun of the M tribe ends today. Before we begin, Mazette, there's something you must know. What now? A terrible tale told to me by the Vera. 20 years ago, a Mikoti of the M tribe traveling with child happened upon their people. He claimed to be a nun who relinquished his title to avoid creating discord within the tribe. Though no longer one of them, he planned to watch over them from afar. One fateful day, the local wildlife were afflicted with a strange illness that drove them into a frenzy. It was as if they were possessed, forming a monstrous herd storming towards the Peering Stones. He could not stand idly by and watch his former home be destroyed, and so he chose to face the beasts alone, leaving his child in the Ananta's care. One after another, the beasts fell as he drove them into a nearby cave. Yet, he would not escape unscathed, for one of the creatures struck him with poison that would soon turn him to stone. His limbs growing stiff, he used the last of his strength to collapse the cave entrance. The remaining crevice that would have allowed their escape was blocked by his cold, petrified flesh. That man was Mutt, your father. There are those who called him a coward for leaving, but in truth, he was the bravest among us. Do you recall this blade? It has rested here ever since that fateful day your father gave his life to save us. My father's blade. So it's true then. I hated him for so long. Be strong, Mazette. You are your father's son, and one day you shall make a great nun. Is it nun? Nun? I don't know. Forgive me. My memories of childhood are hazy, but I do recall being taken to an Ananta village shortly after leaving the M tribe. Now I know why he left me all those years ago. He was a hero to the bitter end, fighting to protect our people. And now I would protect them too. I need to speak to Miraz. Well, that's easy. Dude, I love how even the small side stories have, like, actual cool stories attached to them.
Based on an FF7 storyline.
Ah, you are returned. Miraz Nun, I want to apologize for the disrespect I've shown you. You're not to blame for my father leaving. I realize that now. So why nobody does side quests in FF14? Way too long? But, I mean, it's a cool story. Why would you not want to do it? You needn't apologize. We are men of the M tribe. It is only natural that we might quarrel in one way or another. Now that you know the truth, what will you do now? If you would have me, I wish to rejoin the M tribe as a Tia. I will become stronger and one day carry in my father's footsteps. Opinion time for what? I love doing all the side quests. Gives the world more depth. Just me, though. By his blade, I swear it. And other people who do them with alt jobs. Very well. I welcome you once more as Mazette Tia of the M tribe. Train hard, young one, and become the man I know your father believed you could be. I believe WoW doesn't utilize extensive content properly. Well, yeah, that's true. I would also hold a memorial service to honor your father's sacrifice. We do not have his remains, but I pray his soul will at last be at peace. Thanks for all the help. I might have never learned about my father if you hadn't shown up. The next time we meet, you'll be addressing me as Mazette Nun. At least I hope so. I also expect a rematch for that first thrashing you gave me. I should get going. I have to reintroduce myself to a lot of people till we meet again. So one of the things, Shahrazad, that I would actually agree with you on is thanks to Final Fantasy's design focusing on a single character being your character, words fail to express my gratitude, adventurer. You will make a fine nun someday. When his time comes, I hope you will offer him support again as you did this day. So thanks to that design, it really allows them to dive into their world with a lot more sort of further than most other MMOs would be able to do. Since most other MMOs really focus only on like the world being played by multiple characters. So if you make the world too expansive, no one's going to do the entire world on multiple characters. So you basically want to make the world doable on as many characters as possible. Whereas Their design allows them to really focus on the world. Ah, what fortuitous timing. I would ask a favor of you. I spoke again with the Vera regarding the death of Matt. I heard a disturbing rumor as to why the beasts of Erdala ran amok that fateful day. They believed the Qualiana were behind it. It's hard to believe such a reclusive tribe would do such a thing, but I would be foolish to doubt the word of the Vera. We must be certain, which is why I ask you to seek the truth at the heart of this matter. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, but the Qualiana have been acting strange of late, leaving their borders to venture into East End. An ill wind blows across the fringes. Please, you must find out what they are up to. XP would rested. I've gone done the Lakshmi part yet. The human robot, how you doing, brother? Yes, we've done the Lakshmi part already. Sri Lakshmi. We've done that. And now I'm just doing a weird side quest of some kind. And I think this is going to end in me actually sort of helping find the stone guy. Man, so that's another way that you can do it. You make it very detailed, but then you sort of make people... You make it possible for people to skip over much of what isn't needed. I prefer, actually, the bold that they're doing now. I love doing side quests. After 4.0 side quests with MSQ timeline, let me know more deeper in world building. Well, even these side quests, like a lot of the side quests in Stormblood is really cool. Granted, I haven't done as many side quests in Heaven's Ward. Wait, why is Tala here? Tala, what the hell are you doing? Fuck it, we'll just go. Why is Tala Molka here? I thought she left already. Griffin's Bane. Oh, thank goodness you arrived. Twice now, you've saved me from the certain doom. After completing my reports in Gridania, I thought it prudent to return and learn more about the history of this region. I was especially interested in this tree they call the Percipient One. It is revered as a source of great spiritual energy. I was told this was a place of beauty before the Galeans arrived, yet an air of gloom hangs over the place now. I plan to investigate the degradation of the area, starting with this tree when I was assaulted by the Qualiana. But what brings you here? Some of the gear and food they sometimes give you? You suspect they've been driving the beasts of Ajala into a frenzy? Perhaps it's related to their strange behavior of late. At any rate, we should have a look around. There has to be a reason why they came all this way. If the Faints are kind, they'll have left us a clue. You shouldn't phrase it like that. You would end up spoiling it if... I don't know if that is really, like... Just saying a name. Would saying a name be a spoiler? Foul odor assaults your nostrils, but you find nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps then, like, an odor is not a good thing? Yes, names can be spoilers. Only if you know what the name is or means. Strange fumes are emanating from the roots of this tree. Here we go. Here we go. Did you find anything? I recognize these markings. This is a container of black rose. 12 help us if any more samples yet remain. You don't suppose the Qualiana hit this year, do you? What could they possibly want with it? I think we're about to find out. Akalon? Are you unharmed? Oh, shit. Alright. There's more Black Rose. Don't look so surprised. Shooting a few arrows isn't that difficult, even for me. But that's not important. I come bearing news from Miraz Nun. He went to meet with the Vera to offer them thanks for taking me in after my father's disappearance. It was there he learned an awful truth about the incident that claimed his life. The Qualiana used a strange fruit to drive the beast of Virjala mad. The stampede was meant to drive out the M tribe so they could claim our lands as their own. Strange fruit? Of course. The percipient one. This is only a theory, mind you, but if the content of that container leaked into the soil, it may have had adverse effects on the plant life here. It would certainly explain the condition of this tree. Now that the Galeans no longer move freely through these woods, the Kaliana likely saw this as a chance to harvest the fruit and finish what they started. It's a plan that reeks of their people, never wanting to sully their own hands. Thanks to you two, we can ensure it won't come to fruition. Be surprised at the amount of people that get pissed at things like that. In general FF chats, no idea why. I don't mind names. Names don't really fucking bother me all that much. What would bother me is if you just told me that, oh, by the way, this is the story. That would piss me off. But names? Nah, that's fine. What's funny here is how this side quest links to a quest we did earlier for flying. I'd love nothing more to avenge my father here and now, but I know that's not what he'd want. I'll take her back to the Peering Stones. Miraz will know what to do with her. I better go and contact Serpent Marshal Brookstone. We need to get men out here and dispose of that container. Thank you again for all your help, Akalon. I hope our next meeting is under better circumstances. Yeah, so too. Why not? What about, so, question for all of you. These quests here, right? So the normal gold quests, are they worth doing? Do they also tell stories, or are they truly just like your bog standard side quest? This is like your normal MMO kind of kill X, bring back, kill X, bring back. Mechanically, they're bog standard, but there are minor story arcs there. Alright, zone background. Okay. So they tell more individual stories.
Like that all over the zones.
Storyline like that all over the zones? They're bog standard, story-wise quite a few with major arcs and connect to other expansions and lore bits. Welcome back, my friend. Tell me, what did you find in East End? Most side quests sometimes give some context, but that's quite rare. You can do some side quests with picture on it. What do you mean with picture on it? There are some genuinely cool little story quests. Also, the more side quests you can do open up more MSQ dialogue options. Not always, but a few. Well, depends. Some are jewels in the rough. They have story lore, but there are also gather stuff, kill stuff quests. My word. So what the Vera told me was true. I never thought it a concern that the Quilana should seclude themselves. They always seemed so peaceful. Yet our carelessness nearly brought about the end of the M tribe. Well, we will not make that mistake again. I will deal with the Quelliana you captured after they tell us all they know. I'm honestly surprised to see Mzetia chose to seek my counsel rather than deal with them himself. There is hope for me yet. Again, we find ourselves in your debt. I foresee great things ahead for the M Tribe, and I'm certain you have helped us on the path to lasting prosperity. The side quest, for Alamigo. Well, I am doing them right now. Greetings, Aklon. I am glad to see you looking hale and hearty. We're fortunate that you returned unscathed from that business involving the Percipient one. Thanks to you and Mzetia, the Quelliana have been keeping away from it. Speaking of the Ananta, a messenger from the Vera came by not long ago looking for you. Sharisha has some matters she'd like to discuss with you. Perhaps you could pay her a visit. I could do that indeed. That have pictures in the quest description are usually quite good. Ah, okay, so that's how you know. Well, I'll probably, after we've done the MSQ, I will most likely come back and do every single quest on the map at some point. I don't know what that is, Shep. Welcome, Aklon. Allow me once again express our gratitude for your heroic deeds. Your vanquishing of the Quelliana's vile simulacrum of Sri Lakshmi is worthy of the utmost praise. While I am reluctant to have to ask for your aid yet again, there is a matter of personal importance I want to discuss with you. My beloved daughter Alpa is a member of the Resistance. Though she is young and unskilled in the ways of war, she labors tirelessly for the freedom of Garabania. Now that the Galeans have relinquished their grip on the region, many Vera who serve in the Resistance will be called back to Vera Nelia. As my daughter, Alpa's presence is required above all others. One day, Alpa will inherit the mantle of Broodmother, and there is much I must teach her. Despite our newfound freedom, many trials await in the days to come for all the peoples of Garabania. We need not only strong leaders, but able successors to lead us into the future. I have written a letter for Alpa explaining why she must return to Vera Nelia at once. However, I anticipate that her superiors will be against her leaving on such short notice. As a friend to the Resistance, you would be able to persuade them to release her from service. Will you grant us your cooperation? Snubby, how you doing? In the step that's worth to do before going to Shadowbringers, I'll handle this. Alright, I tell you what, before we go to Shadowbringers, you guys can tell me every single quest I have to do before we go there. Your selflessness knows no bounds. Please give this letter to Alpa. She is stationed in Ralgar's Reach. I pray for a satisfactory outcome. Alright, where the hell... Well, I can just fucking go there, right? I don't have to. The raid series is a must, in my opinion, at least before Endwalker. So, raids we're gonna do anyways. So, once we get to, like, I do part of my sort of patch content, I do the raids and stuff, and I do the trials. Like, I tried to do all of that shit. So, you don't have to worry about those. Those we will do. I'm talking more about, like, side things that I wouldn't necessarily have to do, but that could be cool later on. Yes, I am Alpa. A missive from Mother, you say? Shadowbringers Trials? I don't like Stormblood Trials. Four-Lord Trial series like Warring Triad? Is that... Where is that? Is that Stormblood? Let me see that. Gonna be wild. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. She wants me to leave the Resistance and return to Vera Nelia? This is absurd. I'm pleased that she has such high expectations of me, but I've still got work to do here with the Resistance. Oi, calm down, will you? First things first, haven't you got anything to say to the one who brought you the letter? You're right. Where are my manners? I am very grateful to you for delivering this message. Ah, you're Accolon Acronium, conqueror of Castellum Volodina, aren't you? Of course, I recognize you straight away. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. My name's Jolman, and I report to Alpair, believe it or not. I suppose I should explain why I don't want to go back, seeing as you've traveled all this way. Although I have assumed the title of Battle Maid, fighting isn't exactly my forte. I'm much better at metalworking, and since joining the Resistance, I have been placed in command of a small group of blacksmiths. While the others were out capturing Volodina, I was here in the Reach, crafting armaments. If only I could I could have been there with them. I am proud of the work we do supporting our soldiers, but I want to be more involved. That's why I've come up with a plan to turn Castellum Volodina into a Resistance fortress, with the newly formed Volodina gatekeepers in charge. Alpa went straight to our commanding officers and volunteered for the post of captain. It was certainly a surprise to hear they'd agree to it, but she was only given permission on the grounds that I be assigned as her second-in-command. You're still technically in the first zone of Stormblood, and hope you're enjoying the ride so far. Darthshade, loving it. And she's been nagging me constantly ever since. Anyway, my blacksmiths are mainly made up of Ananta, since we excel at forging weapons and armor. On the other hand, most of the frontline units include both Ananta and Striders. Our superiors were concerned that even though I'm a member of the Resistance, I've spent most of my time among my own kind. Jolman's here to teach me the ways of the other peoples of Gir Abania. Although officially, she's the one leading the unit. I'm here to act as her mentor. She's still got a lot to learn about us Striders, though. The other day, she tried to take off my uniform. What? Wow, the Ananta fucking kinky. Are you still going on about that? I thought you were getting ready to shed your skin, so I tried to help you out of your clothes. How many times do I have to tell you? We don't molt like Ananta, you bumbling ninny. I just had an itchy back, that's all. And I'm quite capable of getting undressed by myself. Let's not get into all that again. So, where were we? The letter. I will send word to Mother to tell her why I'm not going home. I'm sorry to have involved you in all of this. I had it when my skin molts and the catgirls tried to undress me. Dude, the catgirls aren't trying to fucking undress you. Wait, there's one more thing. While you're here, there's something I'd like to ask you. Would you be able to meet us at Volodina? Thank you so much. Jolman and I will wait for you at the Castellum. Look, I can tell you right now that the catgirls are not undressing you. You are high as fuck if you think that is happening. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can't fucking fly here. How do I leave this place again? Is it through here? No, that's a dungeon. I can't remember where I leave. I can always just fucking teleport there, right? Belgos Reach is a no-fly zone? Yeah. The problem is I can't remember what way I'm supposed to really go out of, so we'll just fly from here. Faster anyways. Yeah, but you can't exit. Can you exit to either? No, you can't exit to either side. Because this is Alagana. Wait, I've been to Alagana? When? When was I there? You're here. I hope you had a safe journey. As I mentioned earlier, the Resistance wishes to repurpose this place as a new stronghold. The bridge is very important, strategically speaking, and is mainly used by Allied forces going to and from Gridania. But now that the Imperial forces have been driven out, we can expect more civilian traffic in the future. That said, if 10 score legionnaires suddenly showed up and demanded their bridge back, we'd be hard-pressed to hold them off with the forces we have stationed here now. Tell me, Akalon, what do other peoples do at times like this? The Grand Companies recruit fool adventurers like me. In Ishgard, the Temple Knights petition adventurers to undertake lives. What a fantastic idea. Adventurers could cover our lack of enlisted soldiers, at least for the time being. Let's spread the word that the Veladina gatekeepers are offering work. There's not a moment to lose. You're an adventurer. You'll sign up to help, won't you? I suppose I can lend you my strength? A thousand blessings upon you. Let's begin by... Ah, someone's coming. Wait. Is that who I think it is? I don't know. Who do you think it is? Oh, shit. Mother? I read your message, Alpa. You have formed the Valadina Gatekeepers and have been made their captain? That's what I wrote, isn't it? You've got an important assignment, and I intend to see it through. Oh. And what is this important assignment of which you speak? I'm responsible for converting this place into a full-fledged resistance fortress. It's vital to the defense of both Gridania and Garabania. Alpa, you possess many virtues, but strength in battle is not among them. Yet you believe you are capable of leading this endeavor? Very well. The entire region stands to benefit from strengthened borders, our village included. But remember, Alpa, you are my heir. You cannot shirk this responsibility forever. You may remain here on one condition. It will soon be time for me to shed my skin. When it is over, I shall return to inspect this stronghold. If your work is found to be unsatisfactory, nothing you say or do will stop me from taking you back to Vera Nelia. Fine, have it your way. When you see what I've done with this place, you'll regret ever doubting me. I look forward to it. Until we meet again, fare you well. It seems my debt to you continues to grow. Please, grant my daughter your counsel. Though she is rash and impulsive, her spirit burns brightly. Wait, where Elise got dabbed on. Didn't she get fucked inside Ralgar's reach, though? So, if we succeed, Valadina will provide Vera Nelia with greater security. If we fail, the village gets its future successor back. Your mother certainly knows how to negotiate. We won't fail. I'll do everything in my power and more to succeed. If you say so, Captain. Right. What needs doing first? If we're going to hire adventurers, we need to choose the right person for each job. We need to think about payment too. Got it. I'll tell Ishana, Madura, and the others to start getting things organized. I knew I could rely on you. There's still a good deal of time before Mother sheds her skin, so let's use it as best we can. Put up the banners. They'll show everyone that this castle is now under the jurisdiction of the Valadina Gatekeepers. I hope we can count on your help too, Akalon. Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay, I remember. I remember exactly what area it is. Okay, thank you. Yes. That's where the people refuse to fucking help us. Okay, I remember now. See, this is what I love about Final Fantasy XIV. This is the second time now Gatekeepers have taken command of Castle and Villadina. This is the second time now So you get a bunch of quests, which tells an incredibly cool story, and then it opens up this sort of, first and foremost, it changes the entire area. So it actually puts up some visual fucking progression in the area that you're in. So there's now actually visual progression. Does it fit with the castle? Not so much, but you know, but let's not criticize the decor. And now you have these quests that you can do, like dailies. I'm assuming this is sort of a daily sign of some kind. Ramika, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you. And so you're actually unlocking daily in-game kind of content through a story. So it's not just like, oh, you're max level now, congratulations, go grind your fucking ass off. It's more a case of, so you did this story, they give you a reason why this story exists, and obviously if you're max level, this is now what you're going to be doing, right? This is what you're going to be running. You're going to be running these quests, grinding for the cosmetics or the rewards that might be in there. It's such a cool way of doing sort of repeatable content, because you now have an actual reason why you have to do it. Now, my question to you would be, chat, is there any more visual, shall we say, upgrades that happen as you move up from friendly to revered or whatever the other things is? Like, do you see more visual progression as you continue going? See, that's what proper world building is all about. And this is the thing that I've spoken about how much now with World of Warcraft? Where you will grind out to Exalted in World of Warcraft. The quests don't change, the types of quests don't change, and nothing about the world changes. You're told at the end that now you've done the big quest and you can now like kill the big boss, but even after killing it's all the same. Like, none of that's ever going to change. It's going to be exactly the same place as it has always been. The stories will always be there, or the quests will always be there. The same mobs will always be there. Nothing changes. And that makes a world feel really empty. It just... Because you can imagine if you're doing a bunch of things every single day, you want to see some kind of change. You know, you want to see some kind of change, some effect that you're having on the world around you. World of Warcraft's world is kind of like imaginary. You do a lot of things, and then you have to imagine that those things actually played a part in how the world is shaped now. Even though it isn't. Okay, just repeat. When you get maxed? Well, of course they will just repeat because it's quests, stuff to do. But the visual progression is what I talk about when I say... So you have, if I open the map now, here's how stories work. In here, we have the main storyline. Yeah? This is main storyline. Everyone agrees with it. No problem. This is what tells the main story. Then you have these, which, as you guys have informed me, these are sort of zone quests. Some of them is just basic, boring side quests that you get in almost every single game. You know, just kill a bunch of stuff, bring it back. Maybe there's a reward, maybe there isn't. Some of them actually have some really cool, cute stories in them that you can play as well, so it really depends, yeah? Then you have, if I could find one of those blue quests, not sure if I will, but I don't think I have a blue quest in this area, though. Not right now, anyways. But you'll eventually get some blue quests. I guess I have to be in the zone to see the blue quest. But you'll eventually, you'll have blue quests. Those are, like, story quests that unlock things. So it will unlock your dungeons, it will unlock flying, stuff like that. Blue quests, again, not really a problem. And then you have something that a lot of games don't do at all. This thing that you see here, this is also a quest. This is also a story. This entire map is a story. Your world needs to tell its own stories. If a world doesn't tell a story, then what is the point of having a story in the first place? Because your main quests are going to tell a story, sure. Your side quests are going to tell a story, of course. Your zone quests might tell a story. But if the world itself is not involved in that story, then all of this becomes superficial, artificial, and very difficult to believe. If I'm going to kill someone, and that person's death isn't going to have any notable effect on what I've done, what is the point? So in Final Fantasy, I love the fact that they kind of... So even with repeat content, they try to find ways of explaining the repeat content. So I love this specifically with the primals in the ARR experience, where when they give you the harder primals, they actually explain it with the beast tribes have gathered even more crystals and are now ramping up their summoning of their primals because they're feeling more and more under threat. Every single time you kill one of their primals, they feel more threatened and then they'll summon even more primals. So they're trying to explain why certain things keep happening, right? And why you could repeat something so many times and it would not break the lore in any way, shape, or form. Now, I realize they can't do that with everything. Although, speaking of the Alexander raid, which is the only real raid that I've done so far, they put the Alexander raid inside a time loop, which explains why you can consistently do the Alexander raid, because the time loop just consistently loops in on itself, right? And so it's kind of like they really try and focus on not breaking immersion at any given point in time. So regardless of what they put in the game, they always try to stick to some kind of immersion needs to remain. And it's fantastic. This is what you want to see. Yeah, I did Heavensward. But this is what you want to see from games. It is that sort of world-building idea. The idea that the world itself is a story that wants to be told. It's the main reason I get so fed up with World of Warcraft, because in WoW, its world no longer tells a story. All of this stuff in WoW is slapped on top of the world. The world simply serves as the plate that it is slapped on top of. Like, those things can be completely interchangeable and it wouldn't matter. You can take any world quest in World of Warcraft, put it in any zone you want, and it would be fine. Doesn't matter. The world quest in the zone, it's busy work. In the best of terms, it is busy work. Which is so fucking annoying. Quest affect the world in WoW? Or is it just like person in year because they need a quest? So, Rumika, to answer that question, does the quests affect the world in World of Warcraft? Yes and no. The quests affect the world insofar as, again, you have to imagine it. So you imagine that the quests... so I'll give you guys a great example. Orgrimmar went through an entire war, and after it, they were sort of rebuilding Orgrimmar. The story of Orgrimmar's rebuilding is non-existent. Just for a few expansions, Orgrimmar was still being rebuilt. I don't know if Orgrimmar is fully built now, I can't remember. That's how little it matters. But it was literally just a bunch of scaffolding, and you kind of just had to wait for for Orgrimmar to be rebuilt. There was no visual progression, maybe saying as a developer, look, we're going to take 5 expansions to rebuild Orgrimmar the way that we want it. And we're going to have the player, with every single patch for those 5 expansions, do a small little quest line that gets another part of Orgrimmar rebuilt. So, if you respect your world, this is what you would do. You would involve the player in the rebuilding process. Because, I mean, it's part of the world. The players in that world, they should be part of the rebuilding process. And those people that don't give a fuck about it, of course, let them not give a fuck about it. But for those that care, let them actually do it. Let them actually be a part of it, you know? In World of Warcraft, the quests matter, but not the world does not reflect the mattering of quests. Because quests will happen, they'll tell you, oh my god, thank you so much for saving us, and then that's the end of it. Nothing is updated. Visually, there's no progression whatsoever for the world. There's been a few times where there's been some world progression, so Suramar is a great example of some progression in the world actually happening, but that's few and far between. Like, getting actual places that reflect your progress throughout the world is very rare. Very rare. And yeah, you have the Doman reconstruction, you have the Ishgard reconstruction that apparently players also managed to see. You also have the Rising Stones that I apparently no one really have footage of the original Rising Stones, but the Rising Stones was an actual thing, you know. So there's a bunch of examples in FF14 of them saying, wait a second, if we're gonna have these quests that sort of build our map, then the map needs to reflect what we're doing in the quests. The maps can't just be slapped on top of it. That's not going to work. We need the world to actually display what we're busy doing here. And it's sad that it doesn't do that in WoW. Housing in Ishgard is tied to the Firmament and the rebuilding of the crafter side. I haven't done that yet. Scions! A pleasure to have you with us again. You'll be happy to hear we've taken Alagiri and have already begun fortifying it as the new base of operations in the peaks. Give us a shout to give a shout to the lads as you pass, eh? But is it already rebuilt or is it yet to be rebuilt? Because I know the one in Heavensward, that town that you could rebuild in Heavensward, that was already rebuilt by the time I got there.
I remember how they laughed. Alliance and Resistance soldiers, eager for battle, trading jokes as we marched east towards the peaks.
Awesome.
Beyond this last line of defenses lay the locks and the city. Breaching it would be no small feat. But we beat the Imperials back, just like that. And we liberated a village, the first of many.
Yep. But how exactly are we going to take the fucking main city, bro? This is where things might get challenging. Alright, here we go. As you can see, this part of the peaks is much higher than the northern reaches. Hence why the Imperials built Specula Imperatoris where they did. See those three towers to the east? That's her. Sits right on the edge of a cliff. So attacking from the north is a fool's errand. From the south, on the other hand, she's no different from any other Imperial installation. You see now why Valadina was so important, eh? Right, then come along. They're waiting for us in Alagiri. Yeah, we could just blow it up. This is where Black Rose would be very helpful. Like, this is where we could use some Black Rose right about now. Like, just release Black Rose in there. GG, easy does it, we win. Fun, this reminds me a little of opening the gates of Anchorage. This is another one of those fucking... What the hell is that blue shit? Like, are we sure we want to free Mhigo? It's very deserty. I'm sure the Alamegans could find a nicer place to fucking live. Genocide, though, Akon? Well, I would be more than happy to commit genocide. we could just release the Black Rose. Easy does it. We don't even have to sacrifice any of our own troops. Good stuff. Dude, why would I stop committing war crimes? If it saves me the trouble of having to lose friends, because I'm almost fucking certain I'm losing another friend at the end of this goddamn story. You can already feel it building. Why not just use the Black Rose and be done with it, you know? Easy does it. Everyone is happy except for the Gauleans, but who gives a fuck about them? Here we are, the new base of operations for the Alliance and the Resistance. This is an impressive city. Ah, there you are. Greetings, General. I see you have been quite busy in our absence. Less than you may imagine. The Imperials fled at our coming. We took the village without a fight. That's not good. Why would the Imperials leave without a fight? Your timing is impeccable. We were about to discuss our strategy to seize Specula Imperatoris. Though we are fresh from the road, we should be glad to attend. Good. Take a moment to gather yourselves and join us when you are ready. No. Listen closely, chat. Let me explain. So, I am gonna release the Black Rose, yeah? But when I do, I'm gonna be on my chocobo. And I'm gonna fly as fucking fast as I can against the wind away from the Black Rose. Yeah? So that's what I'm gonna do. Just fuck off. And then make sure that no one else is around. So it's only Gaulean troops getting fucked, and Fordola as well, because fuck her. Yeah? So Fordola, Xenos, all of them get fucked. Why? Because Xenos is pretty OP. Fighting that guy it's not gonna happen. He's very strong. So it's better to just poison the cunt and be done with it. Because I would like to see what his blades can do against Black Rose. I think it's pertinent that we use the Empire's weapons against them. That's the plan. That's what I'm doing. Well, you heard the Flame General. Looks like we've got a meeting to attend. You guys know that any one of you can clip, right? If you're so desperate you want to clip something, just fucking clip it yourself. Jesus. Any single person in the chat can clip. Gonna wait for him to get more content. So many good quotes. Actually, Budgie, what do you mean you don't know how? Like, let me see. Ah, God, I'm in the moderator. Weird window here. There should be. My window is weird, so it's difficult for... I can clip it on my dashboard, but you're not going to be able to clip it on your dashboard. But there is a way to clip basically whatever the fuck you want. Although, yeah, my view is different. Oh, you could just use Alt-X. That's another way of just doing it. So I'll quickly show you. Hold up. Because it will work with Alt-X. So I'll show you. So if you're in this screen, right, you just go Alt-X, and then it's going to open this. And then you can clip whatever part you want. I don't know how far back you can go, though. You could probably go as... What is it? It's like 2 minutes or some shit. Or a minute that you can go back. So you can clip it as soon as you can, or you can watch it afterwards and then clip it there. But yeah, anyone should be able to clip. Yeah, I think you have like a minute to clip something. And then you can clip as many things as you fucking want. Twitch, of course, doesn't do shit with it, even though they could. They don't. But yeah. Clips are great for the channel, by the way, because we upload a lot of those clips to Reddit. You're welcome to upload your own clips to Reddit if you want. Just share them on there, and we'll react to them. We do actually like when people clip shit, because those clips become YouTube content and crap. Jailer is the Shadowbringer's most biggest baddie. Well, the Jailer did plan the whole of Final Fantasy XIV as well. I have that on good authority. The dude's really, really smart. That everyone? Then let us begin. Alagiri is ours, and for a mercy we took it without losing a single man. But we dare not grow complacent. Specula Imperatorus will not be so easily won. If I may, General, should we not pause to consider the Imperial's motivations? For Xenos to surrender a fortified settlement of strategic importance without so much as firing a shot is inexplicable. Finally, someone is asking the right questions here. We searched the village and found no traps or other signs of sabotage. Suspicious though it may be, I will not refuse this gift from our enemy. The path to Mhigo is through the east, through Specula Imperatorus and Castrum Urbania. It bears repeating, however, that the latter is home to a massive cannon of unparalleled range and destructive power. Which means that we will need to strike Specula Imperatorus quickly, both to limit their ability to locate our forces in the field, and to utilize the installation as a shield against attack, as they would doubtless not risk damaging the towers. I see. Then we have no choice but to accept what we have been given. Aye, that's the way of it. I've no doubt that Xenos has got something planned, but we'll just have to deal with it when the time comes. Nasty Ultimate, Zuval is a secret final trial of Endwalker. Kill the Jailer, I cried so hard. Why, Monley? Do you have a taco on your beard? Taco? No? To the assault then. The main host will commence a direct assault on Specula Imperatorus. During this time, I would hold the Scions in reserve at Alagiri to deal with any Imperial forces that may be dispatched in response. Understood. Wait a minute. We should be fighting with you in the Resistance. I understand you don't want to rely too much on Aklon after what he's been through, but at least let the rest of us do our part. If she wants to fight, I say let her fight. Thanks. I knew you would understand. Mayhap, it would be best if I accompanied you. Alice can stay with Akalon. Oh, go if you must. The two of us can take care of ourselves. Oh shit, we're staying with us, Alice. FBI, open up. You have your orders. Dismissed. Are you guys ready? Xenos is coming for us, I'm pretty sure. I think I know what the Empire is planning. When the main host is moving to take whatever the fuck that place is called. Wait a second, here we go. Oh, Fordola. We're gonna see what happens to Fordola.
Interesting thing I just found in FF14 you can change the currency displayed
Oh, no,
on the
wait.
HUD.
What are they doing with Kryl?
My head.
What the hell is going on? Dude, this is bad.
Let us see. So, she lives. Impressive. Or merely lucky, though that too may prove a useful trait.
My lord, what have you done to me?
What indeed?
Though we Guardians are intellectually and physiologically superior in almost all respects, we lack the hereditary traits required for the reliable manipulation of ether, hence our unique inability to wield magics. This deficiency, for want of a better word, saw us subjected to decades of oppression by the lesser races, and we were eventually driven to seek shelter in the cold northern reaches of Ilsabard.
Wow, that's
Fortunately,
interesting.
said region was replete with vast deposits of ceruleum, which proved instrumental in the development of Magitech, a revolutionary technology conceived to compensate for our disadvantage. It was with Magitech that we grew strong, that our nation became an empire. Yet, ultimately, this was an extrinsic solution to an intrinsic problem. What I wanted was not a crude device to be used in lieu of magic. Through modification of the Garlean genome, I argued that it might be possible to enhance a subject's ability to manipulate ether, effectively empowering them to wield magics. Alas, my theories were met with consternation in the Imperial Court.
The fuck?
Only Lord Xenos, with commendable foresight and wisdom, deigned to support my research.
You gave me this treatment, but I'm not Garlean.
Alamegan, through and through. What you have been granted is far greater than mere magic. Before that lesser light, it is as a second sun.
I am informed that Alagiri was recently occupied by the Resistance, and that an attack on Specular Imperatoris is considered imminent. This could provide an ideal opportunity to test her performance in the field.
Dude, what the fuck?
Your skulls, was it? They have joined the garrison at the Watchtower?
Yes, my lord. By your leave, I would rendezvous with them and lead a counterattack against the insurgents.
No. Even were you to leave now, you would not arrive in time. There is another duty I would entrust to you.
She's so angry. What the fuck, dude? Oh, Thancred saw the whole thing.
Found you.
Wait, she's gonna... Dude, she's gonna kill Thancred. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. So full of fire and eager, weren't they? Well, I wouldn't worry too much. They're strong and they have each other. At least he spared me the trouble of having to speak up. I wasn't about to let Lys go alone. Always the creeper. This is Thancred. I like how they give just enough information just for you to ask more questions. Naomi, how you doing? This is true. I have many questions in this game. We have a fair bit of ground to cover, so we should split up. If you come across any Imperial soldiers, you know what to do. Oh, and so you know, I sent word to Arenvald's squadron. They are already searching other nearby areas, so we have allies in the event we encounter anything beyond our means. Well, if we encounter that other bitch, we are absolutely encountering something beyond our fucking means. Did they actually perfect giving the Garleans Magitech, or magic? Because that's what that scientist was working on. The ability for non-magic users to actually be able to wield magic. even more interesting than that is the amount of information I just got thanks to that little cutscene. Why the Gauleans ultimately became obsessed with Magitech. Light Sedation, how you doing, bro? No, I'm assuming it's a risky procedure. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But this gives me information about the Gauleans and why they ultimately became the empire that they did. Before they were like bullied. So they're basically like a child that got very strong in high school and is now beating up all the fucking bullies, you know? Alright, that's that, and then this part. Are we the bullies? Well, I don't think we're the bullies, because the Gauleans would have settled very far away from Eorzea, right? He said Ilsabad, I think. Ilsabad or some shit like that is where they're, like, that's where they settled, which wouldn't be anywhere near Eorzea. So it was basically other races that could manipulate ether that bullied them, and that meant that they moved away because obviously, you know, don't want to suffer, life's hard and shit. Ooh, ether current. Might actually be one of the reasons why Gaius van Balzar never viewed the Eorzeans as beasts. Because they view all others, like the Alamegans they view as beasts, the Domans they view as beasts, but for some reason not the Eorzeans. And it might be because the Eorzeans never actually bullied them. It wasn't the Eorzeans. And by the way, not there yet with my alt. I need to hurry a bit. How far are you? In the west of Ilsabad, I mean? Yeah, I don't even know where the fuck Ilsabad is, so... Northeast from here? Yeah, Monday, that helps. Okay, so wait, am I now marching on this place as well? But why give Fordola the treatment? Maybe because they wanted to see if it works. And it seems like Xenos is taking some kind of pity on her. But it could also not be pity. It could legitimately just be curiosity. He didn't want to risk a Gaulean soldier going through that. But then again, he kills Gaulean soldiers as much as he fucking wants. So it could be the anger within her. So seeing that anger within her might be something that he recognizes in himself as a younger man. And he sort of believes that he can foster this into a great weapon. Ah, give me a moment, Akalon. Because he did also like Yotsuyu for the same kind of reason. Say that again, if you would. No, maintain your distance for now. Understood. Keep me apprised of any developments. That was Arenvald. The bear was just spying on us in the fringes, has followed us here. I always figured he loved her pure vengeful anger, and as you said, someone with potential to become a Giga Chad? Pretty much. I think Xenos likes her because she's so passionate. Well, they did say, right? They did say that basically she doesn't mind spending her knees, you know, on the floor for promotions and shit. I don't know if you remember, there was a whole cinematic where they kind of said she rose up through the ranks rather quickly. So, you know, I don't think Fordola is against sucking cock for some promotion. could be, right? Watching your vids on YouTube. Dragon Slayer, what do you mean? What about you, Aklon? Any trouble? They'll recognize potential for destruction. Strength is sought after. I don't think Xenos would give a shit. Well, Xenos might be very big into combat, but a man's gotta eat, you know? That's just the typical woman rose up fast. Must be a whore. Georgie, I don't think that's what they were doing, but it's still funny. Like, dude, this is not real life. This is a game. And it's still funny that they fucking said it. Or is Darker's secret? Oh, that was such a cool video. Fedora has quite a good backstory that is for you to find out. I mean, I already know a little bit about her backstory because it's very similar to Yotsuyu's. She felt weak and bullied and stepped on while she was Alamegan. Now, I'm not entirely sure why, because for Yotsuyu, the reason was her parents died and her aunt was a fucking maniac, right? And obviously she got raped by her husband. It was just a horrible thing for her. So I'm assuming Fordola's story is similar in a way, but to what extent, I wouldn't know. Valksiva, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Xenos is combat sexual, and yeah, the Galean generals were just being dismissive of the savage. Guys. I am aware that that's not actually what it means. But this is my fantasy. And in my head, Fordola sucked Xenos fucking blue in order to get those quick promotions. This is my game, my fantasy. You can have your own. I'm not standing against it. Maybe you think she trained hard. But in my mind, this is what Fordola did. Alright? And it will not be changed. I think those guys were speaking the Lord's truth, man. They may as well codify that in the fucking Bible. It's what happened. Truth. Are you aware of the FF short stories? I'm aware that they exist, but I haven't read them yet. So a similar plot on the hub. Same Prometheus. I was watching that episode just last night, actually. Xenos hates cowards, and Fordola ain't one. Actually, you gotta remember, this is an anime game, so she got there with the power of friendship. Truth. I think they're quite good. Well, the series on Pornhub, they're really good, Naomi. I agree. And there I was thinking we might be due for some peace and quiet. Glad to hear you dealt with him. The human I'm willing to gag with, so to speak. Lies, friendship is on our side. I hope the assault on Specula Imperatoris is going well. Let's go! Let's go, motherfuckers! Let's go! Are we winning? Nice job, Pippin.
Whoa. You've improved, lad.
Come now, father. You lured the fool onto my blade, and do not try to deny it.
I think we're winning. This is not good. I don't trust
Our work
this.
here is all but done. What of Conrad and his men?
They are for the main tower. The skulls have offered fierce resistance thus far, but Conrad seems to believe he can convince them to lay down their arms.
Then we will tend to the stragglers down below. With me.
Yeah, this is not... The fact that we're getting this done so easily, Xenos has a plan, and that plan is about to fuck us in the ass. And not in a good way. Yeah, look at this. They're just standing there, not even worried. Not even worried.
Report.
Enemy forces have overrun the lower facilities and appear to be mounting an assault on the main tower. We have already received a request for reinforcements. A unit of legionaries has been mustered and is ready to depart. They await your orders, Commander.
Stand down.
Commander?
Tell them to stand down.
Commander, if I may, our people, your people are still in there. They will be slaughtered.
Dude, what the fuck are they planning?
You think I don't know that? I want nothing more than to help them. To lead the bloody charge. But I have my orders. Lord Xenos said no reinforcements. He would have us use the main cannon to destroy the installation.
Oh my Jesus, here we go. I knew they had a plan.
What? Kill our own soldiers? You must be mistaken.
No, Xenos is a fucking madman.
Mayhap you'd like to ask Lord Xenos yourself.
No.
I thought not. Initiate the firing sequence. Wars are won on the backs of the dead. Theirs and ours. There is no truth but this. We must remain firm and resolute and always, always do our duty.
Well, you bitch.
Give the order.
Initiate firing sequence.
Aye, aye. Initiating firing sequence. Release safety locks. Deploy main cannon.
Dude, what about our people?
Hansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. For us. For our people. For our future.
What are you talking about? Your people? Fuck you, bitch.
I need you to confirm the target, Commander.
Specula Imperatoris, main tower. Fire when ready.
Dude, she has truly shifted to the other side. She is Garlean. In her mind, at least. Wait, she has the echo? No way. The fuck? They gave her the echo? Dude, what the fuck are the Ghanaians up to? This is why they needed Cryle. Jesus.
What in the seven hells?
They used the cannon.
Long-range artillery.
Those treacherous bastards. Their people were still fighting. Full retreat. Now! Relay the orders!
Understood.
These guys don't give a fuck. Are they just standing there until someone tells them?
I repeat, all forces retreat!
Shit. Dude, these guys don't give a fuck. I'm still a little bit peeved at Fordola, who just forsook her people entirely. No idea what to do. Monosapien, pretty much. Thanks for the first one, chat. Really appreciate that. New, stop skipping shit. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The interesting thing is all those soldiers are just standing there. Just sort of going, well, I guess this building is going to fall on me until someone say retreat. Anyone? Maybe now? Retreat! Oh, shit. There we go. I have to go. Peace. Like, fucking hell. I don't care, like, what kind of soldier I am. If a building is falling apart on top of me, I'm fucking running. Even if my generals say, stand your ground, I'd be like, fuck you, bro. I'm out of here. I'm not staying here. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You heard it too, didn't you? It must have been the cannon at Castrum Urbania. That was an Imperial installation, and their troops were still... Damn it. No one's responding. I don't know if the shell is being jammed or... We have to go right now. They need our help. I know what they're doing. They're probably marching on the installation we just took. Allegheny? Which means we're going to be trapped between literally the main army on the one side and basically no way to retreat. That's what I thought they were going to do in the beginning. This way. There's no time to lose. I mean, you guys are making all the wrong decisions here. Just want to throw that out there. But hey, you know, no one listens to the Warrior of Light. I'll just, like, follow you guys into the fucking fire. I think that action is always hard to portray. It should be a split-second thing, but just like in movies, they have to explain what's happening first. True, I know. I'm just saying it's funny whenever you have to wait for the command to go through. It's worse than it looks. He probably wasn't even... Pull yourself together. The gate. This is our way inside. We need to find my brother right now. I'm sure your brother's fine, you know. It's Alphino. The locks on the massive gate appear to have been disabled. You need only prise them open to pass through. Yeah, let's go in. How many of our soldiers have been lost here? Because I'm pretty sure we were completely smashed in this as well. I'm glad you're here, Akilon. In case it isn't obvious, the Imperials fired on us. On Specula Imperatoris. I don't think they had it in them. To kill their own men just to kill us. Gods damn them all. Where is my brother? Tell me where he is. I want to see him. He was in the tower when it was struck. But that need not mean anything. Our forces are still evacuating and many remain unaccounted for. Alisei, listen. There are soldiers wounded and dying all around us. Soldiers with families just like you and me. They need our help. Do you understand? He's right. I'll take the north, you take the east. Well, alright. Guess we're not looking for, Alphino. Surely nothing of... Wait, you're saying Alphino isn't of value? I don't quite agree with that. Like, Alphino is... Like, he's a child and he's fucking stupid sometimes. Like, ARR is completely his fault. But, you know, thank you. I think I can manage on my own. But he's still, you know, he's our child. It's fine, you know. He can fuck up as much as he wants. He's our brother. We know him. For a moment there, I thought it was bound for Thal's Great Hall. What were the Imperials thinking? Remember forever, Crystal Braves? Yeah, I will never forget the Crystal Braves. I knew we shouldn't trust Inbred, and yet we did trust Inbred, and that's what happened. Just give me a moment to let the world stop spinning, would you? There. Alligator is not for... I'll make it. I'll make it. Right. Wounded Temple Knight. I think he's dead. He does not seem to be moving. There we go. Everything hurts. I think I was struck by debris from the tower. Wait. I know you. Accolon Acronium. Ward of House Tom. We fought together on the steps of faith. You saved my life back then. And now... Oh, he's right. Just like that. He's fine now. I can walk. Thank you. 1,000 times thank you. Conrad. Conrad, can you hear me? Naku, put him down over there. We jacks out what NPCs say in FF14? What do you mean, Dragon Slayer? Just always say, remember your crystal braves? I feel like this should be canon. I don't act them out as much as other people do, but I try to, like, give it a little bit of flavor, you know? More dramatic reading is what I do. Not so much acting it out, but dramatic reading. There was a grand total of 2 moments. I don't despise Alphino and all of 14, and we aren't even close to them. I've never despised them. I hated what happened at the end of ARR. Let's put it that way.
Conrad! Conrad, speak to me!
He did, bro. He did. But he wanted you to be the leader.
It was all so sudden. Conrad had just convinced the last few skulls to surrender when we heard the bang and everything started to shake. We carried the survivors to safety, but we have done what we can for him. All that remains is to pray.
He's coming to, and now he's going to tell
Conrad?
Lise, you're the leader.
Is that you, Lise? I can't see a damn thing.
Oh, he's blind. Shit.
Well, that's that then. Time's up.
What are you talking about? You'll be on your feet before you know it.
It's all right, Lise. I've lived long enough. But listen, I want you to lead the resistance in my stead.
Don't say another word. You'll recover. We'll recover. We'll bring freedom to Mhigo together. We're not going to stop here.
No, you won't. Everything we've built, everyone we've brought together, I know you'll show them the way.
Your watch has ended.
You've got it in you, Lise. Not because you're Curtis's daughter or Ida's sister, but because you're you. Because you're you.
Dude, I have actual fucking goosebumps. Like, Jesus.
Lead them to victory. To freedom.
I will, Conrad. I will. I promise.
F in chat for Conrad. F to pay respects to a great Giga Chad of Mhigo. Carsten Odlin, thanks for the first time chats. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go, boys. Yeah. There we go. Sag. Much Sag. Dude, the way they fucking weave these very sad moments is so fucking terrible. Yoshi P, stop doing this to me, please. Just stop. No one needs this. Just tell a good story, man. Feel good. Did embrace the weebery of it all. You know? Feel good stories, power of friendship, all that shit. None of the sad
Double
crap.
charge.
Who the fuck is this? Here we go!
Come, Nidhogg. We are needed.
Go, boy! Fucking destroy the bitches! Oh, here we go. Wait,
That's the cerulean pipeline.
he destroyed the fuck... What?
Impossible! How can one man... Shoot the bastard! Shoot him!
Dude, this guy does not give a fuck. Dude,
My lance has slain far greater beasts.
Stinian does not give a shit.
You're welcome, boy.
Thank you, Estinian. It is appreciated.
Notify all units! I want that intruder found! And get the engineers to fix my bloody cannon!
Dude, that guy does not give a shit. OP.
The savages are coming!
Yep. We are. I can't wait to see Estinian in fucking full glory. We could have killed them. We could have walked away. But instead, we tried to convince them to lay down their arms. We tried to seek a peaceful resolution. We showed them mercy, and this was their response. Fire and blood. This was their answer. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. They must not. God's is my witness. There will be a reckoning. Forgive me. Now is not the time for vows of vengeance. We must remain calm and rational and in control. The Imperials have demonstrated a willingness to fire on their own. So long as we remain here, we are in danger. We three will see to Commander Kemp's body, find my sister, and return to Alagiri. I still don't quite understand why they gave up Alagiri. Whatever the character development he gets. The Savage is coming. We are coming. There. That should suffice for now. Go on and join the others. Would you say Alagiri is expendable? Tell me you found Alphino. Tell me he is alright. Yeah, we've got him, don't worry. He's still as bossy as ever. Well, thank the 12. I don't know what I would have done. Though saying that, what will the Resistance do without Commander Kemp? Sorry, not here. Not now. We should return to Alagiri. Keep an eye out for any wounded who need our help on the way. There is an explanation. You will have to look for it. An explanation of what? Oh my god, how do I get on that? Is this another jumping puzzle? Because I don't know how exactly I would get on there without it being kind of a jumping puzzle. Plus, this tower would make one hell of a jumping puzzle. It would have been cooler if it was a fucking, like, jumping puzzle. Why are you guys saying get flying? What's cool about that? Where the hell am I supposed to do this? Oh. Yeah, I guess I should start getting that Pathfinder achievement, you know? It wasn't long ago. I was trying to kill you and yours. I half expected you were about to slip my throat. To hell's with this. I should be back home in Ilzabad, instead of taking fire for my so-called comrades. Wait, this is an actual Imperial, like, literally from Garlemald. Huh. Alright then. I got all of my flying after Shadowbring's MSQ. Wait, so you didn't unlock flying before that? Well, the coolest route would be without flying, of course. If there is a jumping puzzle, that would be the coolest fucking route. Is there any jumping puzzles without flying areas? Or are all jumping puzzles only in places where you can't fly? Grind there renown? Yeah, I'm gonna have to get on that, you know. That is sadly what the game is all about. What is this? The true power of... Oh, we've already watched that, Dragon Slayer? Oh, bless you. Wait, is that you, Akalon? I didn't recognize you at first. Been feeling a bit dizzy. Must have lost a lot of blood. I can keep going. I can keep going. Yeah, we've reacted to Preacher's play. Where the hell would these other ones be? Supposed to be one more year. Oh. I can post? Post what? Dragon Slayer. Yeah, it was a very fun video to watch. There were some jumping puzzles for Vistas in ARR, but now you can just skip it with flying. Some of the ARR sightseeing Vistas originally required jumping puzzles, but became trivial when flying was added to ARR zones. I wouldn't say it's trivial, though, because it's still a jumping puzzle, right? You can still do it and have fun with it. Thanks, friend. Bloody tourniquet came loose, and I was having trouble getting it back on. I should be fine the rest of the way. Yeah, all subs can post links, Dragon Slayers. So if you're a sub of the channel, you can post links in the chat. If you're not a sub in the channel, don't worry, we're not going to force you to, but then just post your links in Discord. In content suggestions. If you want me to react to stuff or you want me to see something, you can just post it in content suggestions, and that's where I'll find it. Yeah, but I mean, we knew Estinian was a fucking giga chat. That's not even up for debate. I still don't understand why they just gave up Allegheny. You do know that there's gonna be jumping puzzles in World of Warcraft Dragonflight, right? Ian literally said that. It's one of the things they're gonna be adding to the open world is jumping puzzles and flight puzzles. So we'll see. We'll see if they actually manage to yeah. Ian said it in one of the interviews. They actually have, for Dragonflight, they have an entire team dedicated to open world gameplay. So basically turning the world into a game in and of itself. And stuff that they're working on is jumping puzzles, flight puzzles, mini games out in the open world, specifically as it relates to dragon riding. So stuff like that is sort of what they're working on. Now, insofar as the jumping puzzles are concerned, with dragon riding being a thing, it might be that the jumping puzzles will be stuff that include the dragon riding, or it might be jumping puzzles so that you can get on your dragon and then gain a shit ton of speed so that you can fly further or whatever the case might be. So there's definitely, they're working on it. At least that's part of what they plan to do. So I won't be doing them because I don't give a fuck about those things, Akko. Don't give a fuck about what, King Julian? Side quest explains. I would rather just raid a Mythic Plus and get gear. King Julian, then fucking do that. No one said you have to do jumping puzzles. A game is meant to allow anyone and everyone to play whatever the hell they want to play. It's one of the reasons Final Fantasy is so successful. Because people who love jumping puzzles can absolutely jump. But people who don't. People who like housing can absolutely house. If you don't like that, don't fucking house, you know? It's literally up to you what you do. So, yeah, if you don't want to jump puzzles in World of Warcraft, then don't fucking jump puzzles in World of Warcraft. I'm also supposed to host a whole variety of different gameplay experiences within them. The problem is that so many World of Warcraft players don't think that way. It annoys me to no fucking end. When I speak to World of Warcraft players and I'm like, yeah, they should add housing, and they go, no, fuck that. I don't care about housing. I don't care about housing in my game. And I'm like, dude, no one said that you have to have a house. Like, just cause your best friend has a cock doesn't mean you have to suck it. Like, you just don't have to. That doesn't mean you wish that your best friend doesn't have a cock or you cut it off. Like, yeah, your friend has a cock. You don't have to suck it. It's still there. Just doesn't mean you have to be on your knees the whole fucking time. But WoW players don't think that way. They think if it's in the game, it means I should be doing it. I should be doing it. If it's in the game, it means I must do it. It's like, dude, that's not how it works. Oh my god, did I just piss off a bunch of friends that's getting free, like, blowjobs from their friends because they think? I just, wow, dude, it's where my mind always goes. It's just sex, instant. What, you don't have to? Clean? No, like, it's not absolutely necessary. But I mean, you're one hell of a friend if that is what you've been doing up until now. I'm pretty sure your friends really love you for it. How do we get to these convos? Just by being in the stream, my man. Just by being in the stream. Gotta help the homies out. Hey, you know, if friend's having a hard time, just drop to your knees and smile like a donut.
That reminds me a quote I saw on Twitter. I think it fits quite well. WoW has the most crab in a bucket mindset I've ever seen.
That is very true. Mighty Random, very, very true. Achelon, we have given over Commander Kemp's remains for safekeeping. Later, I have no idea when, rites must needs be performed. For now, however, we must carry on. We must press forward. We must not give in to despair. And, ding. I'm level 73. I'm gonna be level fucking 90 before Shadowbringers. Alright. All Alliance and Resistance units have now withdrawn from Specula Imperatoris. It is time we spoke with General Alden. Alright, what is happening? Alright, here we go. Is this voiced, or am I going to be doing the voice acting here? Nope, I'll be doing this. These debts weigh heavy on my soul. Commander Kemp's most of all. He was a wise leader. He was a patriot. But above all else, he was a good man who will be sorely missed. One of many lost this day. I ask for a moment's silence to pray for the souls of the departed. Do you accept in-game items? I have a BLM staff I'm never going to use, but it's pretty pog. Yeah, you can give it to me. I'll fucking take it. We have suffered a grievous defeat, but we cannot and will not renounce this cause. The die has been cast. Oh shit, Julius Caesar reference. I like it. Wait, is that Julius Caesar? Which Caesar was it that said the die has been cast? It was Julius, right? As he crossed over the river with his armies, he said, the die has been cast. I think it was Julius Caesar, because it was technically illegal for a Caesar to walk into Rome with an army, and when he did it, he said, the die has been cast. Hold tight to this grief, this anger, and let it drive you forward. Let it be your strength and your shield when next you face the enemy. The chat know if Akko saw the new fan-made weapons. I have not seen them, but I've heard of them. It will carry us far, General. Of that I have no doubt. Ere we take another step towards Mhigo, however, we must first address the question of how to deal with Castrum Abania's cannon. If the Imperials are willing to employ the weapon without thought for their own soldiers' safety, we may struggle to approach them. Estinian, show up now and tell us what you've done. A frontal assault is out of the question. We'd lose countless men before we even reach the walls. Would we? Recall that Imperials could have obliterated our forces had they kept firing, but neglected to do so. They had no strategic reason to cease fire, which begs the question, why did they? Estinian! You suspect they were unable to fire the cannon again? Mayhap due to a malfunction? Or one of their officers found his conscience after the first barrage? Or a heretofore unknown resistance faction chose that moment to disable it? There are many possibilities, but the fact remains that they stopped when logic dictated they continue. Then I'll just have to go and see for myself if the cannon is still operational. Are you mad? Conrad put you in charge of the resistance. We can't risk losing another commander so soon. I know how you feel, Nagu. I do. But I need you to understand. Whoa, wait, shit has changed. This is what you guys were referring to. Like, Lise called Nagu Managu for quite a while. And it's I noticed it a while back, and now I see it again. She's referring to Managu, no longer as Managu, but Nagu. So they're friends now. They're close, I guess. But I need you to understand. It wasn't long after Papalimo and I arrived at Ralgar's Reach that Conrad first asked me to join the Resistance. And then he kept on asking. Every time I said no, I told myself it was because of the silence. But even then, I knew deep down that was an excuse. That I was still afraid of following my heart, because I couldn't be sure if it was for me or for Yida. But then I met someone on the other side of the world who had struggled with the same worries. And as we traveled and fought together, I saw him grow and become the leader his people needed him to be. And now it's my turn to do the same. There's not a lot of us left, and the ones that are, many are still wounded. We have to make do with what we've got, and I'm the best qualified. It's as simple as that. But don't worry, Nagu. I'll come back, I promise. Where's Estinian? Why is Estinian hiding? The fuck? While I acknowledge Commander Hex's right to carry out this mission, I see no reason why she should do so alone. Akalon, would you go with her? Would have done it even if you haven't asked, sir. I suppose someone's got to keep her out of harm's way. Oh, lightweight. What is with the gentle comedy tonight? Like, fucking hell, dude. the gentle comedy everywhere. Then it is settled. We will await your return. Why would you choose second option? It's least, bro. Sorry to drag you into this, Akalon. It may not be the decision Conrad would have made, but I'm not Conrad. I never will be. I don't know what kind of leader he was hoping for, but right now, all I can do is be myself. I think that's what he wanted. I think that is what he wanted. I think you're good. You know, just be that and things will be fine. Just be yourself, I think.
He's got a dragon to hunt down.
Keeping, like, her out of harm? Well, it's what I do, right?
He is hunting a dragon on the Dragoon Stormblood questline.
Wait, is he really? But why would there be a dragon this far? That makes no sense. Do dragons venture out this far? I don't know. I thought dragons were sort of only, like, near Ishgard. Are you fucking trolling? Shinryu.
Hunting Shinryu.
I should have known you guys wouldn't tell me the fucking truth. What was I thinking? Of course. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, who do you want to raid? It's 12 o'clock in the evening, well, morning actually here. So who do you want to raid? Do you have someone in mind that you want to raid, or are we just sort of gonna choose someone? We will be back tomorrow, by the way. Same time, same place as always. For those of you that is interested in seeing the rest of the story. Oh shit, hold up. I got shit out. Oh shit. Thanks for the fucking stuff, bro. Really appreciate that. You can stay up? No, I can't, dude. I still have to get food. I haven't eaten anything, and I'm starting my 3-day fast tomorrow. So, if I don't eat anything now, I'm not going to be able to eat for the next 3 days. That makes it 4 days. That's a fuck up. There's a long time not to eat, bro. Lunavira, yeah, you're literally at the end of the stream. Congratulations. Welcome. Perfect timing. All right, I don't know. If you guys are not going to give me someone to raid, then I guess we're just not raiding anyone tonight. Come on, there must be someone. I'm just going to choose someone at random here. There we go. We'll go with the Ponto TV. That's who we're going to raid. I don't know who that is, but, you know. There we go. Go say hello, at least. Just say hello. Even if you don't want to stick around, that's fine. You know, but at least go say hello. Go chill out for a while. Tell them, you know, happy days from Akalon stream. And ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your evening, your morning, your afternoon, whatever time it is for you. Very happy to have you here. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place as always, so that we can free Mhigo and see what Estinian is up to. So, ladies and gentlemen, take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.